Chapter 2751. Rats, Cats, and Snakes. Mo Fan had stood in front of the Thundercat statue many times. He recognized the face and posture of the eldest granny. It seemed as though the ancient statue had come to life. It was like a guardian of the moonless night that was vigilant and hostile to all foreign things. When it looked down at people, its majestic warning sounded in their minds even though it did not open its mouth. The cry that Mo Fan heard was the same as well. The cry sounded in his mind clearly, and it touched the deepest part of his soul. He got goosebumps all over. The cat's meow had frightened his very soul. Mo Fan took a few steps back. Meow. Eldest Granny's appearance changed. She was a woman, but she was growing a silver beard. Her chin became pointy, and her ears grew longer. Could this be the secret about how the ancient statues protected Mingwu ancient city, thought Mo Fan. However, he was not a rat or an insect. So, why did he feel such fear in front of the Thundercat statue? He didn't even know he feared cats. He felt a terror in the depths of his soul. Was this his natural enemy? Mo Fan. Apaz's voice sounded distant. Mo Fan felt cold, and he woke up from that terrible feeling. When he focused his mind again, he realized that the eldest granny was standing right there. She looked normal. No white beard, her chin was the same, her ears were the normal length. Was it a hallucination? Or a trick to capture souls? Mo Fan looked at Apaz beside him. She frowned. Her eyes were razor-sharp, and she was leaning forwards, almost baring her fangs. Most snake demons were in this posture when they were in danger. What happened? Mo Fan asked. It was not a hallucination. I can't explain it to you clearly. Let me handle this, Apaz said with a solemn look. Mo Fan's overall strength had increased, so Apaz's cultivation should be very close to the level she used to have in Egypt. She was the Medusa Queen that could compete with the Queen of 9 Serenities. If she was flustered, then eldest granny wasn't just using parlor tricks. Mo Fan recalled the fear he felt. He had felt trapped like a rat facing a lethal cat. He shook his head again to dislodge the feeling. Mingwu ancient city's ancient statues seemed to possess a divine power that transcended racial boundaries. Even if he had the protection of black dragon horn helmet and dragon deterrence, he still could not break the suppression caused by his natural enemy. Apaz and eldest granny looked at each other, and their pupils changed. Apaz's golden pink snake eyes showed aggression. It showed the ferocity of a snake which was about to attack. Eldest granny's vertical cat eyes were constantly deterring. Sometimes she concentrated on finding flaws, and other times, she slyly and calmly dealt with Apaz. The people of Licheng Afterglow Island were confused. When eldest granny and Apaz stared at each other, everyone could feel the confrontation of their spiritual power even though they both appeared motionless. There was no wind at all. Beasts and mountain birds did not make any sound. The mountain villa was inexplicably silent. Mo Fan and Apaz had a telepathic connection. He could feel the intense fight between them. A cat had met a snake. The cat's movements were sly and swift, while the snake was lithe and ruthless. Both refused to back down. Suddenly, eldest granny doubled over and spat a lot of blood. Other people were shocked. They supported eldest granny. Eldest granny's pupils began to dim, and fear appeared in her eyes. She held the wooden cane in one hand and pointed at Apaz with the other. Apaz's golden pink pupils slowly returned to normal. She smiled radiantly, but it appeared very cold at the same time. What happened? Mo Fan asked Apaz. Fortunately, you brought me with you. Otherwise, you would have been ambushed by the group while being suppressed by your natural enemy, the cat. You would have been restricted. It is the power and deterrence of the Thundercat statue, which makes the monsters and demons in the wetlands around the Mingwu ancient city dare not step into the city itself, Apaz explained to Mo Fan. I thought with my dragon sense and dragon deterrence, there would be very few people who could suppress me mentally. Mo Fan let out a long sigh. He had almost failed. The Thundercat statue was so powerful. This world is big. The dragons are not the only ones of ancient and powerful bloodline. Otherwise, Dragon Valley wouldn't have the mound of dead beast, Apis said. Dragons were ancient and powerful, but the real Medusa might not be afraid of them. Dragons were the most prestigious of races, but only when compared with average spirits. Chendi Holy Spirit, the descendant of a supernatural entity, the ancestor of the ancient beast, the 1,000-year-old demon Vane, the epic human king. Which one of them was inferior to the Western dragons? You're right. They were known as the two great hidden clans with the underground holy spring, so they must obviously have their trump card, said Mofan, coming to a new understanding. You should be careful. Don't expose too much of your abilities. Don't forget the green East Sea god we saw at the cliff edge that day. It is probably the earliest ancient statue the people of Licheng Afterglow Island brought to this island, which has a higher ability than the Thundercat statue. If we fight with it, I might not be able to help you, Apis said earnestly. I push them step by step because I want to see the green East Sea god, Mofan said. Although Mofan was not entirely sure, it probably was the totem he had been looking for. If what Apis said was correct, the green East Sea god was the first ancient statue the people of Licheng Afterglow Island brought back, which caused God's condemnation. Apis had suppressed the Thundercat statue. It was likely that the green East Sea god would appear soon. However, Mofan was still very confused. He had thought that despite their holy power the ancient statues were just statues. It was strange that the Thundercat statue had to rely on eldest Granny through possession. But the last he had seen the green East Sea god, it had looked very much alive with its own body. He could only expose Licheng Afterglow Island secrets by attacking them. Little Flame Bell, you don't have to hold back anymore, Mofan raised his head and said to the goddess of Flame Bell that was blazing in the sky. Do you think you alone can overturn the entire Licheng Afterglow Island? Having a great ruler-level flame Holy Spirit doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. A man in bird-like clothes appeared behind eldest Granny. The man was cold and dignified. He looked like an imposing man. He seemed to be in his 30s, but his hair was entirely white. His age didn't match his body. Eldest Grandpa. The men and women of Licheng Afterglow Island cried out excitedly, as if he was the savior and hero of Licheng Afterglow Island. Chapter 2752. I will punish you instead of God's condemnation. The cultivation of the man in bird-like clothes was much higher than other grandpas and grannies. Mofan wondered why he was only appearing now. Grandpa Chui walked over and checked eldest Granny's injuries. After confirming that it wasn't fatal, he walked forwards. The mountain villa was a mess. The fight had broken the lychee trees planted in front of the courtyard. Lychees were all over the ground, and the people had squashed some of them. Grandpa Chui did not step on these fruits. He picked up one of the plump ones and gently peeled off its skin. Look at this lychee. It has ugly skin. Its skin is not as smooth as an apple or as bright as a pear. But when you peel it off, it's sweeter and juicier than any other fruit. Grandpa Chui did not show any hostility. He put the lychee in his mouth, tasted it slowly, and chewed it while savoring the taste. I'll let you have as many as you want. Mofan's expression changed suddenly. His pupils suddenly became deep and vast, like an endless night sky with countless stars. The lychees all over the ground shook and flew up under the control of Mofan's mind. The skin peeled off by itself, revealing the delicious white lychee flesh. When Mofan waved his hand, all the white lychees flew toward Grandpa Chui like bullets. Grandpa Chui frowned. Mofan attacked. The white lychees had soft-fleshed but hard seeds. If they were propelled at an impossible speed, it could shoot through a mountain. They had built the mountain villa on a cliff. The mountain villa barely looked as clean and regal as it had when he arrived. When Mofan let the lychees fly, the cliff and villa collapsed. Grandpa Chui looked angry. He had spent years taking care of the mountain villa and the lychee trees. You wanted to compare Licheng Afterglow Island to lychees. Oh please! These lychees are honest, they hide nothing. In my opinion, you people are like fruit flies that pesticides cannot kill. When you climb into the flesh of Lichens, you feel that you have become superior. The entire Licheng Afterglow Island is a dirty, disgusting, and greedy parasite. You didn't encounter God's condemnation for your actions, but I'll punish you instead. Mo Fan sneered at Grandpa Chui. Little Flame Belle set fire to the mountain villa. Little Flame Belle loved setting fire to things. She was delighted at the prospect. She flew into the sky and came to a stop at the highest place. Suddenly, a fire gauze covered the entirety of the Licheng Afterglow Island. Little Flame Belle called Mo Fan. We don't have to involve the innocent people of the island yet. The goddess of Flame Belle reduced her heaven fire and gradually narrowed the scope to the mountain villa and the mountains around them. Ring! With a long groan, the heavenly tribulation flame rolled down from the clouds and fell onto the mountain villa. Grandpa Chui and the people of Licheng Afterglow Island were furious. They wanted to kill Mo Fan. We'll never forgive you, said Grandpa Chui angrily. On the mountains were many stone statues of ancestors worshipped by Licheng Afterglow Island's hidden clan. They regarded these statues as godly. It was a great sin if even dust fell on them. However, Mo Fan burned all of them. Ruan Feiyan felt dizzy, and she almost fainted again. I'll take away the underground holy spring, defeat the grandpas and grannies, destroy your ancestors' statues, and drown the Licheng Afterglow Island. Ruan Feiyan recalled Mo Fan's words. He had already completed 3 of those things. Will he really drown all of the Licheng Afterglow Island? Oh my God! Why did it turn out like this? Why had they not abided by their agreement? It's all my fault, thought Ruan Feiyan. Grandpa Chui wanted to extinguish the fire, but Mo Fan had attacked him again. Something must be preventing the Green East Sea God from appearing. Mo Fan was too lazy to bother about anything else. He decided to defeat Grandpa Chui first. Hurry up and stop the fire. We must protect the statues. Grandpa Chui shouted. Grandpa Chui had been driven crazy by Mo Fan, and he did not have the calm and elegant look he had when he arrived. He wished to strangle Mo Fan to death. Eldest Grandpa, if he doesn't have the summoned beast, his other magic may not be that strong. We'll keep the Flame Holy Spirit busy. You can deal with him, 7th Granny said with hatred. What are his 2 other elements? Grandpa Chui asked. It's lightning element and shadow element, Shu Xiaohua said hurriedly. He used lightning element when he came up the mountain, and his ability is stronger than Du Wanjuan. Eldest Grandpa, you must be careful, Du Mai warned. His shadow element is a little strange, said Grandpa Yi. Grandpa Chui nodded. Although other people could not defend themselves from the powerful creature summoned by this outsider, at least they forced him to show his other abilities. I'll cut your corpse into pieces and use them as fertilizer for the new lychee trees in the coming year, Grandpa Chui said furiously. He raised his hands, and the chaotic ground suddenly had many big cracks. Some powerful clay monsters moved beneath the ground, the rocks broke and the soil was displaced. The thick and long arms waved under the soil. The ground where Mo Fan stood collapsed, and he fell to the foothills. There was a landslide on the mountain, and a big, long root that looked like an earth dragon and giant earthworms slashed the mountain fiercely. Mo Fan jumped from the landslide to another mountain to find his footing. When he looked down, giant greenish-black vines were coiling up like a 1,000-year-old python at the bottom of the peak. The forked part of its end was sharp and lashed like a devil's fork. Mo Fan hurriedly jumped onto the rock wall of the mountain. But the mountain suddenly cracked. A giant long tail cut through the mountain like an electric drill. Mo Fan used the rocks as a wave and ran along like a surfer. The terrifying long tail that could cut through the mountain was chasing behind him. He did not know what kind of magic this was, but it made Mo Fan feel that places with mountains and soil were dangerous. Chapter 2753. The 5th element. He used his mind to fly into the sky quickly. Mo Fan could see the mountains and forests below him. It was a frightening scene. A giant monster broke out of those mountains and smashed everything into pieces. This monster had dozens of tails. Each of them were different. Some were like evil earthworms that could move freely through the rock mountains, some were full of sharp teeth and had hard scales covering them, some were like octopus tentacles that could wriggle, shrink, and embalm things with mucus, some were like poisonous tail of a scorpion. When Mo Fan thought Grandpa Chui had summoned a powerful and evil beast. But when he looked closely, he saw that it was Grandpa Chui who had risen from the ground in this form. The tails grew from his back. An ancient wooden armor wrapped Grandpa Chui. The wooden armor puffed, intertwined, and piled up to form a shocking wooden armored tree man. The wooden armored tree man was as tall as a mountain. Grandpa Chui was in the middle of the chest of the wooden armored tree man. The hollowed-out skin of the wooden armored tree man showed that Grandpa Chui's arms and legs almost integrated with the creature. Grandpa Chui sat in the body of the majestic wooden armored giant. He inserted the dozens of tails behind his back into the wooden armored tree man's body like blood vessels. This manifested into different types of giant tails from the creature's back and moved viciously. "You're just an insignificant insect in front of me. The Licheng Afterglow Island belongs to me, and my descendants will become famous powerhouses of the world. For thousands of years, many of my clan members have made history. You're just a little firefly that radiates a little light for a while in the jungle. Do you think that people care about you?" Grandpa Chui had a ferocious look on his face. He looked like a servant possessed by the devil. "You people are a small clan who barely survive by killing other people. How shameless of you to wish to be immortal. The only people similar to you in history are probably traitors who betray their country for their own greed. You caused the death of countless people from Licheng City for your own selfishness." Mo Fan scoffed at the words of Grandpa Chui. "You have no right to judge us. You won't survive today. It's up to us who survive to decide what happened at Licheng City," Grandpa Chui shouted angrily. Those strange, lethal tails rushed toward the sky as the wooden armored tree man rotated. One of the tails was like an ancient tree that grew at an impossible speed. It had no crown but only trunks and sharp branches. It kept forking and growing around Mo Fan. After dodging it a few times, he noticed that a large tree branch had grown around him. It was as though he was in a strange, diseased forest. The sharp branches prevented Mo Fan from moving freely. He heard a sound of fierce collision and realized that other tails had come his way to kill him. "Don't let the spirit that can blow fire get close," shouted Grandpa Chui to the others. He seemed confident about getting rid of Mo Fan. He did not want the flame holy spirit to make trouble. Mo Fan shuttled through the forests. Suddenly, the scorpion-like tail attacked. As Mo Fan turned his head, all he saw was the scorpion-like tail's cold poisonous light. The tail would have smashed his face if his dark vein hadn't warned him. Mo Fan cared about his appearance a lot. He was a vain person, after all. Always trying to win the favor of beautiful women by his appearance. He clenched his fists in anger when he realized that Grandpa Chui was trying to disfigure him. Divine Bird Fist. There was the sound of a phoenix flying. Mo Fan's fist became a flame in the form of a divine phoenix. Its whole body was burning with fire. The divine phoenix flew to the mountain and forests. When it spread its wings, the fire extended to several kilometers. It fell down slowly. Everything ignited, and the forests vanished. It did not take long for the mountain to turn into ashes. The flame burned all the sharp branches to ashes, and the space around Mo Fan suddenly cleared up. The divine phoenix hit a mountain and raised it to the ground. This terrifying power was already flying next to Grandpa Chui's wooden armored tree man. Although the wooden armored tree man was as tall as a mountain, the divine phoenix could destroy it in seconds. If the divine phoenix hit the wooden armored tree man, it would burn it to a crisp. "Didn't I tell you guys not to let the flame holy spirit get close?" Grandpa Chui shouted at the others angrily. When he turned to look at them, he realized that the others were still fighting near the sea of the Licheng Afterglow Island. They did not want the goddess of Flame Bell to interfere in his fight with Mo Fan, so eldest Granny deliberately led the goddess of Flame Bell to Ninghai Lake. Then where did the strong and intimidating flame come from, wondered Grandpa Chui. Swish! 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 Suddenly, many lavas fell like waterfalls from the sky. They were red-hot. This lava waterfall terrified the people of the mountain villa. The speed of the divine phoenix had been too fast for them to notice that it was only his punch. But they realized that the red-hot lava in the sky that Mo Fan used was super-level fire elemental magic. The lava waterfall was magnificent and terrifying. The magma poured into the mountain and forests of Licheng Afterglow Island, destroying everything in its path. The pristine mountain streams, valleys, and forests were all reduced to ashes. Ruan Feiyan, Linan, Xu Xiaohua, and others were stunned as they watched their homes turn into a sea of fire around the villa. Grandpa Chui's shout came from the nearby forest. Why can he use fire element magic? Fire element. Xu Xiaohua and Dumai recalled the magic elements used by Mo Fan. They had lightning element, shadow element, space element, and summoning element so far. Where did the fire element come from, if they had already identified the four elements? They wanted to know why Mo Fan could use fire element magic. No one could use 5 elements of magic, besides forbidden mags. Wood was afraid of fire. Grandpa Chui's wooden armored tree man was his trump card. He had held back because of the appearance of Little Flame Bell's heavenly tribulation flame. However, Mo Fan's attack had been equally strong. His cultivation of fire element was not inferior to his powerful contracted beast. Chapter 2754. The Green East Sea God and the Black Phoenix. Most dazzling star ever in historical Long River, my foot. I'll burn the Licheng Afterglow Island for 3 days and 3 nights consecutively so that your future generations will always remember this. You don't bother to help each other in times of crisis. This will only make you a bunch of dirty rats even if you stay alive. You're expecting your future generations to bring glory to you, huh? You must be kidding me. You're all a bunch of wicked people who refuse to repent from your ways. Your future generation will end up as rotten as you anyway. Mo Fan was floating above the lava waterfall. His Chongming divine fire was a great heaven seed that could burn everything in its path, even make liquids evaporate. The wooden armor tree man stood in the middle of the flying lava and burned quickly. The seemingly strong wooden armor soon turned into ordinary black charcoal. The bizarre tails protected the wooden armor tree man's chest area where Grandpa Chui was seated. But the hot lava was gradually burning those tails, too. Taste my lightning fire, Mo Fan said viciously. The fusion gloves appeared on Mo Fan's hand. On the first half of the punching gloves were 2 distinctly different elements. When Mo Fan held these 2 in his hand, his lightning and fire elements fused together. The power grew as Mo Fan continued rubbing his palms. Now I shall deliver God's condemnation on you. Mo Fan fused his lightning and fire elements together. There was a change of color in heaven and earth. Mo Fan set a clear boundary with his figure. Half of the sky behind him had transformed into a purple color, while the other half turned red. The purple and red sky gradually fused to form an enormous celestial diagram, covering the sky above Licheng Afterglow Island. Mo Fan's fire element had a great heaven seed, and the level of cultivation was at the 2nd grade of the super level. Even though his lightning element did not have a heaven seed, the blessing of the God Seal and Darkness Source had pushed the power of the lightning tyrant to the level of a heaven seed, multiplying the effect of mortal lightning by a massive amount. The increase in power of a heaven seed was more than 10-fold than that of a mortal seed. The lightning tyrant was a soul seed. Although it did not have the additional effects of the heaven level or the absolute forbidden realm and other strengthening fields, its direct destructive power was equivalent to that of heaven level lightning. Moreover, Mo Fan had achieved the 3rd grade of the super level in his lightning element. Right then, he fused his lightning element with the Chongming divine fire, all while possessing the darkness source. He wondered what kind of destructive power would come out of the fusion of the 2. It was not an exaggeration for Mo Fan to call it God's condemnation. He believed his super destructive power was almost on par with the lightning pillar that had nearly destroyed the entire city. Mo Fan roared. He had finished accumulating power for the tyrant divine fire diagram. Thousands of purple-red lightning and firestorms befell the island. The sight was terrifyingly beautiful and destructive. Meanwhile, even though Grandpa Chui was covered in wooden armor, he could not evade the lightning firestorm. Mo Fan's Tyrant Divine Fire diagram was enormous. If not for Grandpa Chui blocking the lightning firestorm, it would have crushed the entire mountain villa. But Grandpa Chui could not hold back the lightning firestorm forever. The soil, mountains, and rocks surrounding him were evaporating. Although his magical wooden armor was as broad as a mountain, it was burning in the lightning firestorm. His bizarre tails had turned into ash before he could use their power. Grandpa Chui fell in a cloud of ash and dust. He looked up in disbelief at the tiny figure in the sky. The tiny figure was glowing as bright as a sun and exuded an imposing aura. Grandpa Chui, on the other hand, had been an ignorant fly who struggled up the sky because he thought he could fight against Mo Fan. Grandpa Chui suffered in agony and was humiliated. He even found it hard to help himself up. He had never expected such a young outsider to overthrow the entire Licheng Afterglow Island in an instant. He felt it had been worthless to guard the underground holy spring for generations if they couldn't even fight against one outsider. What was the point of treating the underground holy spring as the most supreme of all spiritual treasures if they were so easily defeated by a lone man? God's condemnation. Is it true that God is condemning the island? He is God's condemnation. He defeated all the elders by himself. The islanders stared at the once beautiful forest that had been burnt beyond recognition. Not long ago, Licheng Afterglow Island had been as gorgeous and holy as a paradise. But the island was now devoured by a blazing fire and the earth was filled with charcoal. They were aware that Mo Fan had no intention of slaughtering all the people on the island. Otherwise, Mo Fan would have cast his terrifying spells to wipe them out long ago. Licheng Afterglow Island was gone. The hidden clan on the island had perished. Ruan Feiyan, Xu Xiaohua, Du Mai, Pi Yuling, and the rest were in tears. Their pride had been crushed. They grew up on the island and rarely interacted with anyone from outside. They had lived here their whole lives. They had never even thought that perhaps they were the ignorant ones. What they had been told was fake. Licheng Afterglow Island was not superior. Even when they had owned and used the underground holy spring for so long and lived in such lush land, they were weak when compared to the outsiders. Soon, Little Flame Bell finished her war with the other elders. Although 7 elders worked hand in hand to fight Little Flame Bell, they were no match for her. They were all burned and bruised. Just like Mo Fan, Little Flame Bell had shown mercy and spared their lives. Don't worry, we still have the Green East Sea God. He can't possibly defeat it, 7th Granny said ruthlessly. The moment she brought up the Green East Sea God, the elders felt a gleam of home where there was only despair. Licheng Afterglow Island was not a place where Mo Fan could do as he pleased. Even if what he said was true and this was just a bubble, they preferred to live inside their own dream bubble, unbothered by anyone else. Green East Sea God! Green East Sea God! Grandpa Chui shouted at the top of his lungs. He lay paralyzed on the ground. A domineering eagle's cry rang throughout the sky in the direction of Licheng Afterglow Island. Its voice echoed across the island, reigniting the islanders' hope and fighting spirit. Mo Fan, call Little Flame Bell back, Apaz's expression changed. She then quickly returned to Mo Fan's side. Mo Fan had to face the Green East Sea God in the form of Flame Demon King. Even so, Mo Fan might not win the fight. Even if the Green East Sea God was not a supreme ruler, it was at the same level as Black Totem Snake and Mountain Zombie. Mo Fan sucked in a deep breath. He cast a glance at the people whose confidence had been completely crushed. He noticed something. There were only 8 elders in front of him. 1 granny was missing. Strong wind blew. The Green East Sea God with lightning chains appeared. Mo Fan stood on top of the bare mountain and watched it apart. A woman was standing on the Green East Sea God's massive wing bow. She wore black conical hat, black slanted placket crop top, black headscarf, and black long pants. She radiated an icy-cold aura in elegance. Black Phoenix garment. It's her! Chapter 2755. True Atonement. It's Song Feiyao. When did she return? Grandpa Tue and the rest were shocked. Song Feya was the traitor who had left the island. She wore black phoenix garment and was standing on the green East Sea God's back. She could clearly see the entire Licheng Afterglow Island below her. The lightning chains which were used to imprison the green East Sea God kept unraveling and falling. The heavy lightning chain smashed onto the island street, and lightning flashed terrifyingly. After the green East Sea God broke itself free of these chains, it regained its imposing aura that belonged to the totem beast. It flew in the sky and looked down at the islanders like an ancient holy beast staring down at a weak and small horde. The bone-chilling light in its gaze thunderstruck the islanders. Mo Fan fixed his gaze at the woman in the black phoenix garment. He found her familiar. She was the woman he had met in the temple. Could this woman be the final elder that had been missing? Mo Fan had never expected an elder of the island to be so young and beautiful. She was completely different from the wicked and old elders he had fought till now. The woman was dressed in all black. Black color usually suggested death, silence, and seriousness. Mo Fan wondered about the meaning behind her attire. In this case, black doesn't represent an elder's identity. All the ladies on the island, including some ladies in Licheng City, inherited the custom of wearing black. However, they usually wear black garments on specific days, such as worship festivals, Apis explained to Mo Fan. She had learnt about the black garment from Fei Yan's memory. Meanwhile, Mo Fan had no interest in customs. He was staring at his formidable enemies, the green East Sea God and the woman in black phoenix garment. Mo Fan expected these two to avenge Licheng Afterglow Island. When the green East Sea God flew by, a strong gust of wind blew against him. It then flew toward the lake and away from Licheng Afterglow Island. Mo Fan was puzzled. So, she wasn't here to fight me. He wondered why they had just flown away, even seeing that he had turned the island upside down. As an elder and a very strong one at that who could even command the green East Sea God, shouldn't she be fighting to save her home? Mo Fan had even thought of fleeing if things got out of hand, but he had not expected her to just leave. It's over. We're finished. The green East Sea God left us. Song Feya took the green East Sea God away, seventh granny cried out at her wit's end. The rest of them felt the same as the seventh granny. The green East Sea God had been their last hope. But the green East Sea God had not helped them during the great disaster, instead it left the island with Song Feya. Without the green East Sea God, Licheng Afterglow Island's tranquil boundary would weaken by half. Even with the combination of the Thundercat statue and other ancient statues, their powers were inferior to the green East Sea God. Sooner or later, the ocean demons would discover Licheng Afterglow Island and launch a massive attack on the islanders. Grandpa Tue and the rest were in a daze, as if their souls had been sucked away. Even if their fury drove them to push Mo Fan out of the island, they could not ensure the island's safety anymore. While they had been fighting to save their island, Song Feya had taken advantage of the opportunity. She unlocked the chains of atonement on the green East Sea God. She had achieved her purpose. Black Phoenix garment suggests atonement of sin. When the islanders' ancestors first triggered the god's condemnation of the lightning disaster, they shifted all the blame to the green East Sea God. In order to atone for their sin, they wore black phoenix garments. At that time, many experts from Licheng City came to seek revenge on the green East Sea God, and it was severely wounded. When they were about to kill it, a woman in black phoenix garment told them that she would find a way to control the green East Sea God. The ancestors of the island used lightning chains to imprison the green East Sea God. It inhabited a place somewhere near the island. They assigned a lady from the hidden clan to look after the green East Sea God every year. Those who were chosen wore black phoenix garment. The islanders hold a traditional atonement festival every year on the day when the lightning disaster happened in order to atone for their sins, Apis explained. They held the annual Black Phoenix Garment Festival for atonement. While the outsiders had thought they did this to seek God's forgiveness on behalf of the green East Sea God, they were, in fact, seeking some comfort for the despicable, greedy, and ugly deeds their ancestors had committed. Moreover, they even attempted to control the green East Sea God against its will. The last elder did not share the same mentality as the other islanders. Mo Fan wondered if she had found out about the truth while looking after the Green East Sea God, hence deciding to turn against her own people in the end. There was at least someone with some common sense on Licheng Afterglow Island, after all. Both of you are in this together. Both of you have worked together. When did that B*TCH hook up with you? Eldest Granny charged at Mo Fan and screamed at him. Mo Fan swung a punch at the old bat without hesitation. She then saw a frightening lava river flowing past her less than half a meter away. Eldest Granny stood there motionlessly. I don't mind fulfilling your death wish if you're asking for one. But I find that the punishment is too light if I just kill you here for all the things you have done, Mo Fan said disdainfully. What exactly do you want? Without the underground holy spring and the Green East Sea God, the ideology of the Dream Island had been crushed to pieces. Licheng Afterglow Island would never be the same again. The islanders had never thought they would usher in an endless darkness at the end of dusk instead of greeting a gorgeous and beautiful sunset. I'll inform the people at the fortress that the actual residents and nobles of Licheng City are those who rather fight with the ocean demons instead of migrating to the safest base city. Then I'll leave them to deal with you. Here's a friendly reminder for you. Before the people from the fortress come to raise the charge, you'd better take the initiative to return the Mingwu ancient city statues. Tell them the truth about God's condemnation that happened today and in the past. Return the Green East Sea God where it belongs, said Mo Fan to the elders. Mo Fan left with the holy spring essence in his hand. The Green East Sea God was a totem beast. It was an orthodox totem beast that the ancestors of Licheng Afterglow Island had imprisoned for many years in order to take all the blame for their misdeeds. Mo Fan had to find Song Feiyao to end the search for this totem beast. As for the people of Licheng Afterglow Island, regardless of whether they wanted to continue staying on the island or go to the fortress to atone for their sins, it was entirely up to them. Mo Fan had crushed their ideology. Even though the islanders were safe, their arrogance had been crushed. Besides, not everyone on the island was aware of the truth. They were shown that their elders weren't as virtuous and powerful as they had imagined but were greedy and heinous. Could Licheng Afterglow Island still survive? Chapter 2756. Licheng's Divine Eagle. The Green East Sea God flew 1,000 meters away from Licheng Afterglow Island in the clear blue sky, as if it was its first taste of freedom in forever. It flew swiftly past unknown small islands, remote sea bays, and sea cliffs. The sight of islands, bays, and cliffs soon looked like tiny dots and lines between the land and the sea. You finally regained your freedom. I promised you that I would help you break free of them. I finally did it. Song Feiyao smiled. She had been protesting against the elders for some time. But there was no progress, until now. Little did they know that Wan Feiyan and Xu Xiaohua's cunning scheming had caused Licheng Afterglow Island such a huge trouble. Song Feiyao had never expected the guy to be so strong. She had underestimated him at the temple back then. She recalled him with only a small injury when the lightning had struck. He was indeed strong. He had done her a huge favor. If it had not been for him crushing the Licheng Afterglow Island so completely, she would have had a hard time doing away with the chains on the Green East Sea God because Grandpa Chui always kept a close eye on it. Suddenly, the Green East Sea God made a sound, as if it sensed an incoming threat behind it. Song Feiyao turned her around and saw a winged figure following behind them. That figure flew at a breakneck speed and almost caught up with the Green East Sea God. How did he do that? Song Feiyao was puzzled. There was hardly any creature in this world whose speed was comparable to the Green East Sea God, let alone a mage. Song Feiyao had never expected the man who had overthrown Licheng Afterglow Island to catch up with them. Stop at the sea area over there. We'll see what he's up to, Song Feiyao said to the Green East Sea God. The Green East Sea God dove toward the sea area. It spread its wings as it approached a lone sea rock, then dove at full speed toward it before landing on it gracefully. Soon, Mo Fan caught up with them. His black dragon wing had a unique layer of dragon shadow that covered the sky of the sea area. The sea creatures were so terrified that they quickly swam away. Why are you hunting us down? Can't you understand? If not for me taking the Green East Sea God away, You couldn't possibly have won against the Licheng Afterglow Island, Song Feiyao questioned Mo Fan. The reason I came to Licheng City is to look for that, Mo Fan said solemnly while pointing at the green East Sea god. If it's your target, forget it. It has just regained its freedom, and it won't be enslaved to anyone anymore. Song Feiyao said. Do you know what that is? Asked Mo Fan. It's the green East Sea god, Licheng City's divine eagle, said Song Feiyao. Are you aware of what it truly was before Licheng City was even built? Mo Fan asked again. Song Feiyao frowned. She did not understand what Mo Fan was trying to tell her. She remained alerted. She stared at Mo Fan with hostility. Mo Fan sensed that Song Feiyao had a high level of cultivation. To his surprise, her cultivation was even stronger than the 8 elders at Licheng Afterglow Island. Besides, she radiated a familiar aura. He realized that she was a mage who often cultivated at the underground holy spring. If that was the case, Licheng Afterglow Island had indeed brought up an expert with its underground holy spring. When Song Feiyao discovered the green East Sea god's truth, as well as her ancestors' stupidity and greed, she decided to leave them. As a result, the islanders branded her a traitor. Song Feiyao had betrayed the islanders and broken the lightning chains on the green East Sea god. Otherwise, the islanders would not have given in easily. She had done Mo Fan a huge favor. HMPH. You stole the holy spring essence, and I haven't settled the account with you. How dare you come after us? Do you really think I'll be afraid of you? Song Feiyao glared at him. For a moment, the sea below the rock began to swirl. As Song Feiyao's imposing aura grew stronger, the sea formed an enormous whirlpool. The whirlpool contained layers of turbulent waves. Even the giant whales would have difficulty swimming out of it once they got sucked into the whirlpool. I'm not afraid of you either. The green East Sea god neither belongs to Licheng Afterglow Island, nor does it belong to you. It is an ancient totem beast. My friends and I are looking for totem beasts, said Mo Fan. Mo Fan took out the sketches of the mysterious sacred totem beast's feather, moon moth phoenix, and Chongming divine bird, then rolled them into a shaft before tossing it to Song Feiyao. Song Feiyao caught it and unrolled them in puzzlement. Study carefully and see if the green East Sea god's feather pattern under its wing has a missing piece. It is one of the 4 sacred totem beasts as well as one of the feathered totem beasts. I need its complete feather pattern and incredible totem beast power, said Mo Fan to Song Feiyao. You are laying your eyes on the green East Sea god's power. It was clear that Song Feiyao was sensitive toward everything related to the green East Sea god. The green East Sea god had regained its freedom after a long time. It was no longer chained with the heavy lightning chains. Song Feiyao was its most trusted person. Song Feiyao showed hostility toward Mo Fan. Likewise, the green East Sea god stared at Mo Fan with its razor-sharp gaze. I hope you won't be as stubborn as the people at Licheng Afterglow Island. You can come with me to meet other totem beasts to determine if I am speaking the truth. The ocean demons are strong and powerful. We are still unaware of many of their abilities. 1,000 years ago, the ocean godly horde invaded the eastern coast, and many totem beasts had fallen fighting them. As a result, the surviving totem beasts are fewer than they used to be. Before Licheng Afterglow Island shifted all the blame and enslaved the green East Sea god, it was a part of the feathered totem beasts. Without the totem beasts protecting Licheng City, our ancestors would have long been killed by the ocean godly horde in the last battle. Totem beasts are independent. They continued generations after generations. When the older totem beasts died, the new generation of totem beasts that received the inheritance were born in this world. If the green East Sea god died because of bearing the fault of your people, there will be no more green East Sea god in this world. The hidden clan of Licheng Afterglow Island will have committed a sin they can never wash off. You know nothing about the green East Sea god, said Mo Fan. If you insist on taking it away, I believe we will never find the remaining long-lost totem beasts in this world ever again. Totem beasts were connected to one another. Like missing jigsaw puzzles, each totem beast represented one of the pieces. Even though they found the mysterious totem beast feather at Lanyang City and had made up a large part of the blank space on the totem beast scroll, they required other totem beast sketches in order to look for clues for the next totem beast. The sketches they had were still insufficient to deduce other totem beasts. They needed more totem beasts, especially those that were still alive, so that they could communicate with other totem beasts to find them out. Chapter 2757. The Moon Moth Phoenix and the Green East Sea God. I'm different from them, Song Feiyao emphasized her words. Then, try to act like it. Let the Green East Sea God come with me. We need to find other totem beasts through it, said Mo Fan. Song Feiyao hesitated. She was unsure if she could trust the man before her. But he did sound like he had a better understanding about the Green East Sea God than her. Show me the way, said Song Feiyao. I am not handing the Green East Sea God to you until you can prove that I can trust you with it. Of course, I'll prove to you that you can trust me. Mo Fan led the way. With the help of the magical tool, Black Dragon Wings, Mo Fan flew several thousands of kilometers within a short period of time. It was midnight. Bone-chilling breeze continued to blow from the sea area to the dry land. Regardless of whether it was summer or spring, it always seemed like winter was around the corner. They felt freezingly cold. Ice began to form even in the warmest part of the abandoned city. Mo Fan noticed on his way that most of the city was in such a state. The situation was dire. He wondered if Commander Hua had made any substantial progress and inflicted severe damage to the Ocean Godly Horde. He believed the end of the days on the east was the day the Ocean Godly Horde army surged to the east coast. Mo Fan led Song Feiyao toward Flying Bird Base City. By midnight, they reached Yushusha's Spirit Moth Mountain Forest. The mountain forest still hadn't regenerated from the damage it had taken in the war not so long ago. Some areas were still bare. The Green East Sea God made a sound. Some dim light glowed visibly in the middle of the dark blue mountain forest under the reflection of moonlight. The dim light was everywhere, like the mountain forest leaves. The light gradually appeared from the trees and jungles, forming a dimly lit galaxia in the middle of the dark sea of mountain forest. It was serene and beautiful, like a fairyland night view. Song Feiyao, on the other hand, frowned. She felt that it was more like a trap set up to besiege her. However, the Green East Sea God did not show any hint of suspicion. It continued to make sounds toward the gorgeous spirit moths. A soft response rang out in return. The dazzling Moon Moth Phoenix gradually flew up to the sky from the galaxia. Moon Moth Phoenix was responding to the Green East Sea God. It fluttered its illuminating wings and flew toward the Green East Sea God with surprise and curiosity. Mo Fan, what's happening? Just then, a woman with a pair of moth wings flew to the sky like a night elf. She saw both the Green East Sea God and Mo Fan. It's a totem beast, the Green East Sea God. It belongs to the same lineage as the Moon Moth Phoenix, explained Mo Fan to Yushusha. Yushusha's eyes lit up. She jumped onto the Moon Moth Phoenix's back and flew up to the sky. The Green East Sea God was majestic and magnificent. Each of its feathers gave off a striking lightning power. It contradicted greatly with the Moon Moth Phoenix's gentleness. However, when these two totem beasts appeared in the night sky, the Green East Sea God's majesty and Moon Moth Phoenix's holiness matched perfectly. There was no sign of discrepancies in their bloodlines. The Moon Moth Phoenix had grown up. It was no longer as frail and tiny as it was a few years ago. If all of its totem beast power was awakened, it could draw closer to other totem beasts. Are you a totem guardian, too? Asked Yushusha after she noticed Song Feiyao. Aye, Song Feiyao was at a loss for words. Yushusha, let's go to the West Lake. I've informed the rest to gather there, Mo Fan said. Okay. Yushusha nodded. She believed Mo Fan and trusted him in his endeavor to find the rest of the totem beasts. The Moon Moth Phoenix was a friendly totem beast. Its gentleness soon made the Green East Sea God let down its guard. The Green East Sea God had been enslaved and chained for many years. Even though it had regained its freedom, it was filled with anger and hatred. If not for the fact that Songfeyo had come from Licheng Afterglow Island with it, it would have crushed the entire island in its resentment. The Green East Sea God met with the Moon Moth Phoenix. The Moon Moth Phoenix's serene aura gradually dissolved the Green East Sea God's resentment. Most of the totem beasts were spiritual creatures. They understood one another. When Songfeyo noticed the Moon Moth Phoenix's unique spirit rhyme, she also began to let down her guard. After all, the fact that the Moon Moth Phoenix could relieve the Green East Sea God's hatred showed that the Moon Moth Phoenix was trustworthy. Moreover, the Green East Sea God and the Moon Moth Phoenix communicated in a very special way. They whispered to each other. Even though they had never seen each other, they communicated like close friends. The Moon Moth Phoenix was happy. It flipped its crystal-clear wings and flew around the Green East Sea God. It left shiny frost with its tail over the area it brushed past. It took several seconds for the shiny frosts to disappear from the air. The little spirit moth sensed the Moon Moth Phoenix's happiness. They flipped their wings and flew out of the jungles. The little spirit moths flew gracefully like glowing leaves. They flew around the Moon Moth Phoenix and the Green East Sea God in the night sky, as if putting on a starry night veil for the night sky. The view was simply breathtaking. "We're leaving soon. Go to rest now." "Oh, I forgot. You are night creatures. Go on, then." Mo Fan waved his hand and bade farewell to the little spirit moths. Mo Fan continued to lead the way while the Green East Sea God and the Moon Moth Phoenix flew together side by side. The two totem beasts were practically entwined with each other, as if they had known each other since birth. Whenever Mo Fan turned his head around, he felt a sense of discomfort while being reminded that he was still single. Don't get too close with each other. Based on the analysis of the sacred totem beasts, there's a high probability that both of you are siblings, Mo Fan said to the Moon Moth Phoenix and the Green East Sea God. Yushasha rolled her eyes at him. When they arrived at Hangzhou, Mo Fan asked the Green East Sea God and the Moon Moth Phoenix to suppress their imposing totem beast aura to prevent disturbing the citizens. They carefully flew past Hangzhou. Still, Mo Fan sensed someone was watching him from the city. They were in the war era. The existence of two powerful creatures in the sky above Hangzhou would certainly alarm some old mags. There was a chance that some of these old mags might be forbidden mags, and the Magic Association kept their identities a secret. The forbidden mags were present in every base city in case the ocean demons launched sudden attacks. There were many common citizens around, hence the forbidden mags tried not to reveal too much of themselves. They would not simply show up and fight unless it was an emergency. Chapter 2758. The three greatest totem beasts reunited. When they arrived at the sky of the West Lake, Mo Fan asked the Green East Sea God if it had any transformational skills. It would be eye-catching if such an enormous creature appeared in the West Lake suddenly. Unfortunately, the Green East Sea God did not have any. Moon Moth Phoenix transformed into a small moth and stood on Mo Fan's shoulder. Mo Fan was out of solutions. So, he let the Green East Sea God land tentatively on the Sioux Causeway. The Green East Sea God's claws were as big as the willow at the Sioux Causeway. Having it land on the Sioux Causeway was like having a whale swim in a pond. Splash! The lake water shook. An enormous black figure from the three pools mirroring the moon was swimming toward them at a breakneck speed. The water splashed out of the lake and sprayed all over the Sioux Causeway. Even the toughest willow almost broke with the force. The Sioux Causeway was almost submerged. The Green East Sea God's claws were soaked in the water. It did not fly away. Instead, its eyes flashed with lightning and focused on the lake water. Song Feiyao sucked in a deep breath. There was something huge inside that lake. It radiated a frightening and threatening aura by swimming towards them alone. Its aura was not inferior to that of the Green East Sea God. In fact, it felt even more imposing than the Green East Sea God. Green East Sea God had been chained with lightning chains for many years, and its soul energy was still weak. Big guy, don't scare them. This is the Green East Sea God, it shares the same lineage as the Moon Moth Phoenix, Mo Fan said, facing the moving lake water. The huge ripples in the lake water gradually spread on both sides. The creature that had been moving aggressively under the water slowed down and swam toward the Sioux Causeway much more gently. An enormous snake head appeared from the lake water and slowly rose to the green East Sea God's eye level. Unlike Apers, the black totem snake was not afraid of the green East Sea God at all. The black totem snake had only shown its head and neck, and it was already the same height as the green East Sea God. The black totem snake was still half submerged underwater. Its body was long and curled terrifyingly in the reflection. "What is it?" A bird's shadow slid across the water surface before landing on the black totem snake's head. A black figure revealed itself. It was a woman in a rose trench coat. She looked elegant and dignified. She wore the Enforcement Union's leather uniform under her trench coat. Ms. Tang Yu, it's been a while. I've brought you a living totem beast. Its totem guardian seldom ventures outside, and she doesn't quite trust my words, said Mofan with a smile. Besides, I hope we can discuss the current totem beasts in order to search for the next sacred totem beast. I am not a totem guardian, Song Feiyao said quickly. Regardless, the green East Sea God trusts you alone. You have formed a bond with it, said Mofan. I don't think it will follow anyone else except you. You can get to know Ms. Tang Yu. She's nice. Since ancient times, women's holiness and compassion easily attracted totem beasts. The moon moth phoenix, the green East Sea God, and the black totem snake's guardians were all women. Of course, not all totem beasts chose women as their guardians. For instance, Zhao Manyang was the totem guardian for the black totem turtle. The three women introduced themselves to one another. Song Feiyao seemed to be less suspicious of everything now. She turned to Mofan. Are you also a totem guardian? I am not very sure, said Mofan. My totem beast lives here. He pointed to his chest. The Chongming divine bird could be reborn from ashes. It was a rare immortal totem beast in this world. However, it turned into Mofan's heart in order to save his life. The totem beast lived within Mofan's heart. Perhaps the Chongming divine bird would transform into a red stone and wait for its next rebirth after he died. When the king skeleton attacked Shanghai Bay City, Mofan killed the king skeleton with the help of the Chongming divine bird, Ms. Tang Yu explained to Song Feiyao. Song Feiyao had left Licheng Afterglow Island a long time ago. But she only wandered around the Licheng city area and was unaware of the happenings of the world. So, he is the one who killed the king skeleton, thought Song Feiyao, looking at Mofan in a completely new way. No wonder he could overthrow the whole of Licheng Afterglow Island alone. The Chongming divine bird, Song Feiyao mumbled to herself. She had never seen other totem beasts in her life until now. She realized that Mofan was telling the truth. She knew nothing about the totem beasts. She felt fortunate to have saved the green East Sea God. He had been nearly destroyed by her elders. The black totem snake, black totem turtle, moon moth phoenix, green East Sea God, Chongming divine bird, heavenly scar sacred tiger, Alfu, divine deer. Also, Jiang Xiaojun has collected the remnants of extinct totem beasts, the seal of totem beast. I wonder if all these are sufficient to fill up the entire totem beast blueprint to find the next one, Mofan said. How many totem beasts were still alive in this world? How did the totem beasts defeat the powerful ocean godly horde back then? They still had a very long way to go to find out. Even though the black totem snake, black totem turtle, and green East Sea God were of the level of the supreme ruler and were able to face the war by themselves, the emperor-level ocean demons were the ones that caused the whole country on the east coastline to struggle. Mofan had once witnessed the mastermind behind the war, the Black Claw Emperor. Even the black snake totem, black totem turtle, green East Sea God, and other similar totem beasts were no match for it. They had to find one of the sacred totem beasts. Otherwise, they could not possibly improve their current desperate situation. Even Alfu, one of the dark tortoise lineage totem beasts, had its remains left under the sea. It would be difficult to expect the appearance of another dark tortoise totem beast this soon. White tiger totem beast was the rarest. Mofan and his group dared not enter Kunlun ancestor tiger. Finding a complete white tiger totem beast was a major concern for them. If the mysterious feather belonged to a sacred totem beast, did that mean that the maple leaf divine feather scattered at Lanyang City suggested that it had died long ago, or did it mean it was still alive in some other way in some part of the world? They were still missing a piece related to the mysterious sacred totem beast feather of this lineage. There was also the cloud ancestor snake that overrode the black totem snake. What were the other totem beasts that were related to the cloud ancestor snake? Mo Fan, do you plan to find one of the sacred totem beasts? Ms. Tang Yu was aware of Mo Fan's purpose of gathering the totem beasts together. Without the sacred totem beasts, we can't change anything in the war against the ocean godly horde, said Mo Fan. Chapter 2759. Rescue Commander Hua. If we can find a living sacred holy totem, we still stand a chance in the fight against the ocean godly horde, Ms. Tang Yu said. Song Feiyao stared at Mo Fan. She finally understood his true intention. He wanted to improve the East Coastline's dire situation. The ocean demons were too powerful. Even a common ruler-level demon was capable of threatening mags of the same level. Meanwhile, the totem beasts were far more powerful than the common demons on the dry land. If they wanted to fight the ocean demons, the totem beasts played key roles in the battle. Whenever Song Feiyao recalled how the Licheng Afterglow Islanders sacrificed the people in the fortress for the sake of protecting themselves in the middle of the war against the ocean demons, she hated the islanders even more. She was ashamed to be a part of Licheng Afterglow Island. In the middle of such a disaster, everyone should have been contributing to help each other. If you need any help from me, please don't hesitate to let me know, Song Feiyao said solemnly to Mo Fan. She felt like she could trust him now. It's fine as long as you know where you stand and understand the truth and importance of the Green East Sea God, said Mo Fan. Ms. Tang Yu smiled. She was going to ask some questions to know more about the Green East Sea God, but her phone rang. Ms. Tang Yu answered the call. The person on the other end of the line talked briefly, but Ms. Tang Yu had a serious look on her face. Mo Fan, the elder of the magic court, summons me back. It must be something urgent, said Ms. Tang Yu. Is it from the Lingyan Enforcement Union? Mo Fan looked up at Lingyan Mountain. The elder of the magic court asked me to bring you with me, said Ms. Tang Yu. Tang Vong asked me to come along with you. Mo Fan was puzzled. They let the three greatest totem beasts play in the West Lake while Mo Fan, Ms. Tang Yu, and Song Feiyao headed toward Lingyan Mountain. The bamboo grove inside the Lingyan Mountain was the entrance to the Lingyan Enforcement Union. When the trio arrived at the destination, Tang Vong stood in the grove waiting for them. It was clear that he did not intend to let them enter the Lingyan Enforcement Union any further. Tang Vong pointed at one corner of the grove. Let's go over there. He looked depressed and worried. As an experienced elder of the magic court, he seldom looked so restless. Something big must have happened. Who is she? Tang Vong was alarmed when he saw Song Feiyao. She's the totem guardian of the Green East Sea God. She came from Licheng Afterglow Island, explained Mo Fan. Mr. Tang, what's the matter? Tell us. Are we still not worthy of your trust? It's my own problem. I'm a bit too nervous. I intended to ask Ms. Tang Yu and her black totem snake to help me with something. But since you're around, I think it's best to let you handle it, said Tang Vong. What exactly is going on? Mo Fan frowned. A VIP has been paying attention to you since you were in Pearl Institution. He looked after you well, said Tang Vong. Has something happened to Commander Hua? Mo Fan cried out in shock. When they were at Emperor Qin Island, Commander Hua had admitted that he was the VIP who had been looking after Mo Fan. After the great disaster at the ancient capital, he allowed Mo Fan to join the Ancient Capital Institute through his own connections. Commander Hua was the one who had highly recommended Xiaozheng to be the totem emissary. The moment Tang Vong mentioned a VIP who had looked after him, Mo Fan knew it was Commander Hua. Tang Vong coughed. His face reddened. It's not as bad as that. But he has most likely fallen. Mo Fan's jaw dropped. Mo Fan remembered Commander Hua calmly eating squid skewers and talking with them. He didn't want to lose him. I thought Commander Hua was just gauging the Emperor's strength, asked Mo Fan. How did he die? Commander Hua is not dead yet. Ms. Tang Yu rolled her eyes. I'm not very clear about his exact situation. Commander Hua's nature is somewhat elusive, said Tang Zong. All I know is that he is in a complicated state. I guessed he is trapped somewhere near Hawaii and is severely wounded. That is no different than waiting for death, said Mo Fan. Hawaii had long become one of the Army's fortresses. It served as one of the important strategic war zones for the Americans to gain a deeper understanding of their enemy lines. The ocean demons had harmed the Americans, especially at San Francisco. All of their blockbuster movies about monsters and disasters had come to fruition. Not long ago, Mo Fan learned that the Americans had basically retreated from Hawaii. Hawaii was located in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The situation there was dire. It was no different than being like a lone island in the middle of the ocean demon's nest. If Commander Hua was trapped inside and severely wounded, the mastermind behind the war, the Black Claw Emperor, would certainly summon powerful creatures and besiege Hawaii. It would go to any length to get rid of the person who had continuously got in its way of attacking the East Chinese coastline. Shut up, Mo Fan. Tang Zong glared at Mo Fan. The situation is extremely urgent. But there's still hope that we can rescue him. I'm all ears, said Mo Fan. The Black Claw Emperor is severely injured, too. Commander Hua and the Black Claw Emperor are recuperating somewhere nearby the Pacific Ocean. We must rescue Commander Hua before the Black Claw Emperor gathers its subordinates to kill him, said Tang Vong. Reaching the center of the Pacific Ocean is an arduous task, said Mo Fan. Yes. Our army has had great difficulty even to cross half of the Pacific Ocean. According to the Enforcement Union's investigation, other forces have interfered in Commander Hua's mission against the Black Claw Emperor, Tang Vong said solemnly. Other forces? Mo Fan noticed something else in Tang Vong's face. For now, we won't inform the public, the government, the Army, Magic Association, Hunter Union, and Family Union. We need to undertake our rescue mission in secret, said Tang Vong. Is it because of the godly horde prophets? Mo Fan asked gravely. It was clear that Tang Vong did not want everyone to learn about Commander Hua's injury. Mo Fan didn't understand why the information needed to be hidden. Commander Hua's exact location was critical. Once the ocean godly horde found out his location, Commander Hua would be isolated in the Pacific Ocean. The godly horde prophet could manipulate humans' minds. There was a high possibility that the godly horde prophet's puppets were hiding among the army, government, Magic Association, and other organizations. Once, the South Emperor manipulated an ice element forbidden Mage's mind and learnt about major plans. In the past, the demons on the dry land would fight on a large scale instead of planning their move. But the demons had evolved. Chapter 2760. Bring along the three greatest totem beasts. The godly horde prophets must have known about Commander Hua's plan. It's no surprise that they are now using their puppets, humans, to look frantically for Commander Hua, said Tang Vong. Commander Hua was the most important man in the East Coastline battle. The ocean godly horde had targeted him and would attempt to kill him as much as possible. He was severely wounded and weakened. If the Black Claw Emperor used the godly horde prophet's ability to manipulate humans' minds and search for him, Commander Hua would be in serious trouble. The army could not possibly cross half of the Pacific Ocean to reach Hawaii. The godly horde prophets kept a close watch on humans. If humans made a large scale of movement, Commander Hua's exact location would be exposed. Once the ocean demons learned about it, they would find Commander Hua ahead of any of them and kill him. This was why Tang Vong had been so vigilant. He did not exercise his power in the Enforcement Union and had instead summoned Ms. Tang Yu and Mo Fan. Tang Vong was wary that some of his men within the Enforcement Union had become the godly horde prophet's puppets. It was a very serious issue. Even though the Enforcement Union was known for its strictness, there was the Black Vatican before this. The godly horde prophet's power in manipulating the puppets was unrivaled. I'll go to Hawaii, Mo Fan said quickly. This was a matter of national crisis. If Commander Hua was killed in the Pacific Ocean, the east coastline would practically collapse. Many people would die unless they could evacuate the coastline and move to safety very quickly. Even if the people were to retreat to the central and western region, the weather there was cold, and resources were scarce. Besides, the path from east to central and western regions were fraught with demons and monsters. It would be a bloodbath. "We'll find Commander Hua," Ms. Tang Yu said with determination. "No, Ms. Tang Yu, you must stay here," said Tang Zong. "Mo Fan will go alone." Mo Fan was puzzled. But he nodded. "No problem. I can go alone, but I will need to take the Black Totem snake with me. My power will not be enough." Ms. Tang Yu was stunned. "How can you ask Mo Fan to make the journey alone?" she said. "He can't risk his life." Mo Fan patted her shoulders. "Ms. Tang Yu, don't worry. You can stay at Hangzhou. Mr. Tang might need your help." "What else is more critical than Commander Hua's life?" said Ms. Tang Yu. "Mo Fan, do you think I will slow you down if I go with you?" Ms. Tang Yu had 3 super-level elements. Her cultivation was even higher than Mo Fan's. In fact, she was the one who had taught him the fire and shadow elements. He would not dare to look down on her. "Of course not, Ms. Tang Yu. Your presence would be enough to win this. But right now, I think you have greater matters to attend to," said Mo Fan with a smile. "I will talk to the totem beasts before departing." The matter was very urgent. He could not waste his time talking. Ms. Tang Yu watched Mo Fan leave with disappointment. But she knew Mo Fan. He had become very strong and could handle it. As Mo Fan vanished out of sight, Ms. Tang Yu recalled the day Mo Fan had first sought her out to teach him fire element magical power at Tianlan Magic High School. She remembered his desire to learn the shadow element magical power. He had grown from an innocent high school student to an expert within the blink of an eye. Ms. Tang Yu could not help but feel very proud of him. After all, she was his teacher. "Ms. Tang Yu, the reason I didn't allow you to go with him is not because of your lack of ability. I know there is no one here who can surpass you." Tang Zong interrupted Ms. Tang Yu's train of thought. "I understand. I won't take it personally," said Ms. Tang Yu. "I thought you would have figured out what I needed for you to do next," Tang Vong said solemnly. Ms. Tang Yu looked at him in surprise. Realization hit her suddenly. "So, you want me to?" "The godly horde prophet's puppets within the East Coastline Fortress are like cancerous tumors. They will continue to expand and affect us. Mo Fan is not a member of the Union, so he is least likely to be manipulated. Therefore, he is the most suitable person to go on this rescue mission," said Tang Zong. "Regardless of whether he can accomplish his mission or not, he is the most trustworthy person to be given this mission. As for you..." Tang Vong's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. "I would like you to take care of the traitors here." Tang Zong really lived up to his reputation as an experienced elder of the magic court. Ms. Tang Yu realized there was more to Tang Zong than met the eye. Apart from being powerful, strategy mattered the most. There was no need for her to go along with Mo Fan. Mo Fan would likely succeed with her Black Totem snake with him. She, on the other hand, could take advantage of the opportunity to find out and get rid of the puppets. If she succeeded, she could blind the ocean godly horde's prying eyes on humans momentarily. This was going to be a long war. Regardless of whether Commander Hua could survive the calamity or not, the war would continue. It was of utmost importance to get rid of the godly horde prophet. "I'll do my best." Ms. Tang Yu was firm. Her heart filled with resolve. "I know you won't disappoint." Tang Vong nodded. His creased brows smoothed a little. Mo Fan and Song Feiya returned to the West Lake. The 3 totem beasts were still there. As usual, the moon moth phoenix was very close with the green east sea god. They whispered to each other. Meanwhile, the black totem snake was laid back. It laid its enormous head on the Sioux Causeway, as if it was going to sleep until the next morning. Yushasha strolled on the Sioux Causeway. She was not interested in matters surrounding the Enforcement Union. Besides, she hated the Magic Association's members who used to bully her. The black totem snake opened its eyes when Mo Fan and Song Feiya approached. "Big guy, do you want to take a walk with me in the Pacific Ocean?" said Mo Fan to the black totem snake. The black totem snake's yellowish eyes lit up. It was bored of staying at West Lake. It raised its head and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. "You shusha, stay at Hangzhou with the Moon Moth Phoenix for a few days. We'll discuss the sacred totem beast issue after I come back," said Mo Fan. They needed help from Lingling and Jiang Xiaoxiu in finding clues for the sacred totem beast, now that the Green East Sea God was around to provide them with further clues. Lingling and Jiang Xiaoxiu would arrive soon. "Do you plan to go alone?" Song Feiya stared at Mo Fan. Mo Fan pointed at the black totem snake. "Well, I have that. Maybe I can come along," said Song Feiya. The Green East Sea God never misses a target. Mo Fan hesitated. "If she's going, take the Moon Moth Phoenix with you as well. It looks like you're heading to a dangerous place," said Yu Shusha. "The three greatest totem beasts together on this journey?" Mo Fan's army was complete. Besides, Commander Hua was in danger. He would need every help he could get. After all, they might most likely face demons of the King Skeleton's level. Chapter 2761. Hawaii has grown taller. Song Feiya came from Licheng Afterglow Island, and Mo Fan had run into her by accident. Her knowledge of the Godly Horde Prophet's puppets was close to zero. Most of the Godly Horde Prophet's puppets were in major organizations such as the Army, the government, Magic Association, and other big organizations. It was only by joining these systems that the Godly Horde Prophet could obtain their desired information. Mo Fan and his group had a high chance of victory if the Green East Sea God went along with them to the Pacific Ocean. Mo Fan nodded. There was not much time left for preparation. They could not wait for Mu Bai and Zhao Manyan's arrival. They had to immediately depart. "Mo Fan, take this with you." Just when Mo Fan was about to jump onto the Green East Sea God's back, Ms. Tang Yu ran over to him and passed him a tiny bead. "Totem orb?" Mo Fan said in surprise. "Yes. The guy is too big. It's inconvenient if it moves around in that size," said Ms. Tang Yu. When the black totem snake molted, the totem orb remained the same, except the black totem snake grew small and burrowed its head into the tiny bead. The Moon Moth Phoenix transformed into an exquisite and delicate moon elf, then sat on Mo Fan's shoulder. It was convenient to bring it along. If the black totem snake had not burrowed into the totem orb, it would have caused a commotion everywhere. "Big guy, I think it's best to travel by air. The ocean demons can easily detect us if we travel by sea," said Mo Fan to the black totem snake. After the black totem snake burrowed into the totem orb, Mo Fan and Song Feiya got onto the Green East Sea God and headed to Hawaii. The Green East Sea God flew at a breakneck speed. If not for the old injuries caused by the lightning chains, Mo Fan and his black dragon wings may not have been able to catch up with it. In terms of its stamina only, the Green East Sea God was capable of flying to the Pacific Ocean in a single breath. The Green East Sea God was very smart. It strove to fly higher, away from land and sea at first. But when the higher altitude got colder and hampered its progress, it glided a little lower. It slowly descended from the sky, then glided for several meters above the sea surface. By the time they saw the sea veering up to them, the Green East Sea God flew suddenly up and away. It repeatedly flew in this manner. It was a long journey, and they ascended to the highest point and descended almost to the sea all the time. Flying in this manner would not speed up a short-distance flight. But it was obviously much faster if they flew from the east coastline to the middle of the Pacific Ocean, which was otherwise a very long distance to travel. After all, it was only natural for all flying creatures to take their physical strength into consideration when traveling long distances. Mo Fan had been to Hawaii once. It was a romantic vacation island once upon a time. Later, it became an army fortress for scouting and fighting the ocean demons. After that, it was practically abandoned. It was not because the Americans and people from the Sacred Hall of Liberty had refused to bear responsibility for Hawaii that it was abandoned. It was because regardless of how strong the army was, it was extremely difficult to face the ocean giant beasts and ocean demon armies' repeated attacks on this lone island in the Pacific Ocean. Even if the elite American Mage team were sent over to guard Hawaii, they would all be wiped out. But the people from the Sacred Hall of Liberty were obviously reluctant to give up their precious island. Even though the army could not defend the island, they occasionally assigned some squads to do some surveys and gather information. The powerful ocean demons basically came from the center of the Pacific Ocean. Therefore, Hawaii was the most strategic stage station for scouting the ocean godly horde and its underwater country. If humans lost Hawaii, it would be close to impossible to gather any understanding about the ocean demons. The ocean demons knew this. So, they would not let an island like this exist. They would attempt to destroy it by any means so that humans could lose their strategic advantage. However, when Mo Fan and Song Feio reached Hawaii, they were surprised to see that the island hadn't been destroyed. Instead, it expanded and became larger than the original. Even the hills were higher than before. What's going on? Could it be that the sea level has dropped? Mo Fan asked in confusion. Song Feio gave him a funny look. Mo Fan sensed that he must have blurted out something stupid. He instinctively touched his nose. Was my question that stupid? The island is floating, said Song Feio. Indeed, Mo Fan had asked a stupid question. The sea level did not rise or drop so easily. Otherwise, why would zero altitude be taken as a benchmark? The four greatest oceans were connected, and the sea water flowed in constantly. The South and North Glacier were the only possible factor that would cause a rise in sea level. The tide rose and fell. Some islands looked much bigger when the tide fell, revealing the areas that were submerged. This was a phenomenon of low tide, revealing much of Hawaii's surface area. Mo Fan had the impression that Hawaii had expanded 5 to 6 times compared to its original size. Even the highest mountain seemed to have grown much taller. Will the island continue to grow taller? Asked Mo Fan. I remember our ancestors once told us about some people using a forbidden system to seal an island under the sea in order to avoid conflicts. The islanders continue to live their normal lives. But the sea water above the island will never pour into the island. The fact that Licheng Afterglow Island was not discovered in the past was because someone had cast a similar spell, said Song Feio. That's pretty amazing, said Mo Fan. They can move the sea mountain and detach it from the sea surface with another kind of spell. The island will then grow enormous. Look! There are many cracks, broken rocks, and some molten lava around its edges. If I'm not mistaken, some powerful force must have squeezed the island before dragging it up. Song Feio had a deeper knowledge about islands than Mo Fan. If the sea flooded the world and the sea level reached 8,000 meters, then Mount Everest and other mountains above 8,000 meters would become islands in the middle of the earth filled with sea around them. The island was like a mountain that was taller than the level of the sea. Only the movement of the Earth's plates would show such significant changes. It would also take a long period of time for something like this to happen. But Hawaii seemed to have undergone a change that would otherwise require thousands of years to manifest. How powerful would one have to be to make something like this happen? Chapter 2762. Squid King. Hawaii was an archipelago that consisted of 8 large islands and more than 100 small islands. The surface area of the Hawaiian Islands increased as it rose in altitude. The islands had old-growth forests, mountains, valleys, coastal wetlands, ponds with algae, and volcanic rocks. Although Commander Hua was in Hawaii, Hawaii was not a small island. The plain under the island had risen. Its surface area was close to half a small province in China. Mo Fan had no way to contact Commander Hua. It would be difficult to find his location in this vast archipelago. Many hunter-dirty demons were wandering around the archipelago. They crawled out of the sea to the land in groups to search thoroughly for prey. Green East Sea God hovered over Honolulu. It did not rashly decide to land on the island. Many ocean demons were looking for Commander Hua. The army of ocean demons had occupied several important islands and cities, so it felt like they were in the nest of ocean demons. Mo Fan, a large group of hunter dirty demons, is rushing towards a county. Should we follow them? Song Feiyao asked. Let's go and take a look. Mo Fan nodded. Green East Sea God was in the air, and flew faster than the hunter dirty demons could move. When they looked down from the sky, they could see many hunter dirty demons crawling between the valleys and forests, and they seemed to have a clear target. There were so many of them that it looked like they were a turbid river flowing in waves. The Green East Sea God made a sound. The sound it made was such that it could clear up the fog and clouds blocking the way. The sight became clearer. Mo Fan looked and saw an island city surrounded by mountains. The island looked like a ring. On the inner side of the ring were houses, streets, and beaches. At the center was a blue bay that looked like a deep blue eye when he looked at it from above. The hunter dirty demons gathered in Ring Island City. Most of the people in the city had migrated to America. However, the hunter dirty demons seemed to have sensed the presence of some humans who still remained, so they were chasing after them. Let's fly lower. We can't see clearly at this height, Mo Fan said to Song Feiyao. If we fly too low, some of the chiefs of hunter dirty demons will spot us, Song Feiyao said. Then we'll go down, and Green East Sea God can stay here, Mo Fan said. There were thousands of members in the army of hunter dirty demons. When they looked down from a high place, the scene made their hair stand on end. Song Feiyao admired Mo Fan. He jumped without frowning in the face of such a terrifying scene. Was he not afraid of being killed by the army of hunter dirty demons? They landed in Ring Island City. The island city was just a street around the bay. Most buildings and shops had 3 or 4 stories at most, and they were all unique. Honestly, if people lived in such a romantic and quiet place, their personalities and moods would be better too. However, the ugly appearances of the hunter dirty demons had ruined the scenery. There were hunter dirty demons crawling through most parts of Ring Island, which made things even more frightening. There were too many of them. In the past, Mo Fan often faced countless enemies on some battlefields, but he had never faced as many enemies as this. There were so many of them that some hunter dirty demons needed to crawl on their companions' backs to move forward. After the army of hunter dirty demons surrounded the city, Ring Island City looked like a layer of blood-colored quicksand that kept moving. They're Americans. Are they from the Sacred Hall of Liberty? Mo Fan soon discovered the people who were trapped. There were more than a dozen, and they all had a high level of cultivation. With the help of the street and city, they formed the cross-wind formation. A layer of heavy wind protected people standing in this cross-wind formation. It could sweep away the hunter dirty demons that attacked them and killed these demons in mid-air. It seems that they don't really need help. Are they the last guardians of the Sacred Hall of Liberty, or are they international rescuers? Mo Fan could not quite tell which side they belonged to. These people were strong. Well, they would have to be if they dared to stay back in Hawaii in these circumstances. Mo Fan did not want to waste time on them since they were doing all right. He decided to leave and continue his search for Commander Hua. Among the hunter dirty demons, some hunter dirty demon queens sensed Mo Fan's presence. Their eyes were turning strangely, trying to find Mo Fan, who was hiding in the shadow of a cloud. Mo Fan frowned. These ocean demons had powerful senses. Fortunately, he did not make a move. Otherwise, the army of hunter dirty demons would not let him go. Mo Fan, come up quickly. Song Feiyao said to Mo Fan anxiously. Mo Fan transformed into a shadow bird and flew to the sky along the giant shadow of dark clouds. The Green East Sea God flew a little lower. After Mo Fan got on its back, it quickly flapped its wings and rose higher. A roar came from the ring-shaped blue eye of the island. All the seawater in the bay drained and turned into a bottomless pit. A squid tentacle covered with strange lumps all over its body came out of the bottomless pit. The strange lump Squid King attacked blindly, and the island city instantly turned into bubbles. The cross-wind formation that the mags of the Sacred Hall of Liberty relied on also disappeared because of the attack. The people who were supposedly members of the Sacred Hall of Liberty stared at the Squid King in horror when they saw its pointed head sticking out of the bottomless pit. The strange lump Squid King roared again. The things that came out of its mouth were rocks, shipwrecks, and the bones of other giant sea monsters with countless acid and squid venom. The Squid King poured all these on the members of the Sacred Hall of Liberty. Suddenly, they were screaming. The squid venom reduced several people into disgusting pools of liquid. Those who only had some venom on their skin wailed in agony. This group of people were doing all right with their protection magic under the siege of the hunter dirty demons, but the appearance of the strange lump Squid King made them helpless. Mo Fan looked at this terrifying scene from the sky. Hawaii right now was too dangerous. Ocean demons and top ruler level monsters were everywhere. The mastermind behind this, Black Claw Emperor, really wanted Commander Hua to die in Hawaii. Chapter 2763. The Provocation of the Squid King. Mo Fan and Song Fei Yao both had lingering fears, but fortunately, the Green East Sea God flew up in time. They went to a place where the strange lump Squid King could not attack. The strange lump Squid King's vicious aura made it clear that it would not allow any humans within 10 kilometers of it to survive. Let's go. There's no need to waste time with this demon, Mo Fan hurriedly said to Green East Sea God. The strange lump Squid King kept raising its pointed head, and its fully protruding eyes stared at Green East Sea God in the sky. It seemed to be able to sense the presence of Mo Fan and Song Feiyao. Suddenly, the strange lump Squid King opened its maw, which seemed like a small crack in a huge cave. Mo Fan and Song Feiyao thought it would spray deadly venom toward the Green East Sea God, but it only spat out a few white bones towards them. These bones did not harm the Green East Sea God, but the action was full of contempt and provocation. Those bones belonged to the mags of the Sacred Hall of Liberty, whom the strange lump Squid King had swallowed just now. The strange lump Squid King was mocking Green East Sea God and provoking Mo Fan and Song Feiyao by spitting out the bones towards them. The Green East Sea God did have a temper. The strange lump Squid King was just a squid in the sea, which only dared to move at the bottom of the ocean. And yet it acted like it was so formidable on land and looked down on the Eagle King that flew above the sea. Damn it! If this mission wasn't urgent, I would jump down there and slaughter it. Then, I will bake it and make a nice squid omelette for myself, said Mo Fan angrily. How dare the creature mock him? Forget it. There are many hunter dirty demons around it. We can't kill all of them in one go, Song Feiyao said. The moon moth phoenix which stood on Mo Fan's shoulders was afraid of the strange lump Squid King. It was even more scared that Mo Fan would let his anger get the better of him and fight it. So, the moon moth phoenix cast a calming magic around Mo Fan. Mo Fan took a deep breath and stood at the tail of Green East Sea God. Then, he made a beheading gesture toward the strange lump Squid King. However, the strange lump Squid King also was unrelenting. It chased after the direction of flying Green East Sea God through the land below. When Green East Sea God flew over a mountain, the strange lump Squid King climbed it as well. The mountain almost shattered under its rigid body, and the rocks rolled down in all directions. The strange lump Squid King chased after Green East Sea God for more than 10 kilometers and then they finally lost it. But on a hill, they could still see the strange lump Squid King at the highest point, making threatening gestures towards them. The Green East Sea God stared icily at the creature for a while and ignored it. The Green East Sea God's eyes were sharp. At an altitude of thousands of meters, it could still see those tiny creatures on the road even if countless clouds were blocking its vision. It was indeed convenient for Mo Fan. He could observe the entire Hawaiian Islands from a relatively safe area. Otherwise, he might have been dragged by a group of ocean demons if he was on land. Mo Fan, a group of people, is in the north of Honolulu. They walk carefully and covertly, Song Feiyao said. The Green East Sea God had good eyesight. From the current height, all Mo Fan could see was just a bumpy green plate even if no clouds were blocking the entire thousands of square kilometers of the island. Even the towering mountain range seemed to be indistinct folds in his eyes. Let's get in touch with them. Maybe those people came on a rescue mission like us. I wonder if they have any news about Commander Hua, said Mo Fan. When flying down, the closer Mo Fan got to the ground, the more shocked he got. A group of ocean demons had occupied Honolulu. It was common to see a blue-haired ocean demon holding a strange coral cane. It had silver scales covering its whole body. It looked like a thin woman in a silver leather coat with fluttering blue hair from a distance. When he took a closer look, he realized that this blue-haired humanoid ocean demon had an ugly salamander face, and its webbed feet were as large as Bigfoot's. These blue-haired female demons often rode on a deep-sea lizard dragon demon that could gallop on land while holding the coral cane. A large group of undersea monsters surrounded them. From time to time, several commanders of hunter dirty demons with strange silver-blue lights all over their bodies came from a distance, making strange sounds. The blue-haired female demons ordered all the undersea monsters to move towards the commanders of hunter dirty demons. There were quite a few such blue-haired female demons and undersea monster corps. They were in the surroundings of Honolulu, and they considered this Hawaiian city an important investigative target. Everywhere they passed was destroyed, leaving a mess behind. The group of people that the Green East Sea God discovered seemed to be avoiding these blue-haired female demons. They planned to retreat deeper into the forests along a valley north of Honolulu. Mo Fan realized that no matter how powerful the human group was, they had to keep a low profile after entering Hawaii. They were very quiet and careful. The number of the army of ocean demons in Hawaii exceeded anybody's expectations. It was as if the ocean demons had made this their home. Fortunately, Zhong Xiaohu had destroyed the underwater underground river tunnel leading to the Bo Sea. Otherwise, the army of ocean demons would constantly enter China's Bo Sea from the underwater underground river tunnel. Maybe we can escape through the underground river tunnel and return to Bo Sea, if need be, thought Mo Fan. When Zhong Xiaohu was looking for the Dragon King Ant, he accidentally discovered the underwater underground river that could lead to the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The large ocean demons could not pass through the underground river after the silver mines destroyed it, but humans might be able to go through the gap. Besides, Mo Fan was a space element mage. As long as there were some cracks where the underground river had collapsed, Mo Fan could teleport people to the other end by jumping in these spaces. Mo Fan had heard Zhong Xiaohu mention that some ocean demons were still gushing out of the underground river tunnel. However, there were not many of them, and they were only small ocean demons. After the underwater underground river tunnel collapsed, the ocean godly horde had given up that route. "Let's hurry and find Commander Hua," said Mo Fan. Mo Fan approached the valley. Song Feiyao and Green East Sea God remained in the air. He did not want to be targeted by ocean demons on land, but he thought this arrangement was the safest. Song Feiyao and the Green East Sea God could investigate the situation around Honolulu from the air. Among the ocean demons, many could fly. The giant shark beasts were constantly patrolling like hot air balloons. Chapter 2764. Stingray Legion. Low altitudes, especially below 5,000 meters, were out of the question for the Green East Sea God. It was where the Green East Sea God patrolled. From time to time, they could see stingrays with very long tails in the air. At first, Mo Fan thought Honolulu was holding a stingray kite competition. The stingrays were in the air all disorderly. The scene was almost spectacular. After landing in the valley, Mo Fan turned into a shadow bird and was about to approach the group of people who were walking quietly. Suddenly, the stingrays below the clouds moved toward him, and their eyes, which emitted red light, stared in his direction. Are they after the people in the valley? Thought Mo Fan. No. They found me instead. Mo Fan was shocked. Could these stingrays see through the concealment of shadow element? Mo Fan started to move away from the valley, and the stingrays followed. Suddenly, the forest where Mo Fan was at began to dim. The stingrays had blocked the light. They were indeed a group of ocean demons that were used to find forbidden mags. They were sensitive to all hidden methods. No wonder the group of people in the valley were so careful. Mo Fan opened the ancient magic portal and summoned a Dark Night Dream Beast. Think of a way and help me divert them. The Dark Night Dream Beast was a night elf creature which looked like a deer. It had antlers like a dreamy tree and black hair, and it was an elf creature on the same level as Mighty Cliff Demon King. Mo Fan did not need to combine with the shadow element. He just summoned it from the ancient magic portal and let it divert those stingrays. He could summon the Dark Knight Dream Beast back through the ancient magic portal, so he did not have to worry even if those stingrays surrounded the Dark Knight Dream Beast. It could safely return to the 1000 Tribe Elf Tower. This summoned beast was quite reliable. It first appeared and pretended to panic. Then, it escaped into the shadows and fled to the south through the trees. Those stingrays were sensitive to motion. They chased in the direction where the Dark Knight Dream Beast ran. Mo Fan stayed where he was and did not dare to move. The shadow element could still give his location away. If he stayed still, he might be able to conceal himself completely. A light element mage with high cultivation might not be able to locate a shadow element user who stayed still. Mo Fan was very patient. He waited until all the stingrays followed the Dark Knight Dream Beast. He then tried walking very slowly. I mustn't underestimate these ocean demons. Most of them who came here are the elites under the Black Claw Emperor. Mo Fan let out a sigh of relief. Please reading on myboxnovel.com. Only after entering the valley did he move freely. The valley would provide cover. The Dark Knight Dream Beast had completed its mission. Mo Fan opened the ancient magic portal and recalled it to the 1000 Tribe Elf Tower. Who is it? Who is approaching? A voice rang out. Mo Fan was stunned. How had they discovered him? Was his concealment really this poor? Mo Fan did away with the concealment and walked towards the group of people. He saw an old acquaintance with a long beard and old wrinkles on his face. However, he still looked energetic. Mo Fan, it's you. Pang Lai said in surprise. What a pleasant surprise. Mo Fan smiled. Oh my, Mo Fan, it's been a long time. Jiang squeezed through the crowd and ran to him. He gave Mo Fan a big hug. Mo Fan was surprised to see him here as well. However, it wasn't so unusual as Jiang was Pang Lai's direct disciple. If Pang Lai was here, it was not uncommon for him to be on the team. What are you doing here? Mo Fan asked in confusion. We are here to rescue a forbidden mage. He is trapped. Jiang, a mature woman said sternly. Mo Fan saw a woman in her 30s. She was tall, thin, and had a stern face. She gave people the impression that she was in charge. What a coincidence. I'm here to rescue a forbidden mage as well, Mo Fan said, a smile. The stern woman walked over and stood in front of Jiang. Her eyes were sharp. Do you think we will believe that a rescue team only has one person? Yimai, this is Mo Fan, the winner of the World College Tournament. He is a trustworthy person, so you don't have to be so nervous, Pang Lai said. The rescue is not a game or a trial for young people. The Stingray Legion was leaning toward us just now. They probably noticed when he entered the valley. HMPH. Yimai was still wary of Mo Fan. All right, I promise that there won't be any more problems. Mo Fan, why are you here? Pang Lai was still very gentle and friendly to Mo Fan. It was just like way back when he used to be his student. Well, I received a mission at a critical and difficult moment, Mo Fan replied. I'm happy that you came. Pang Lai pulled Mo Fan aside. He lowered his voice. This matter is urgent. Our country's forbidden mags have to supervise in the key base cities, so it is difficult to transfer them. I thought there was little hope this time, but I forgot about your existence. What do you think of turning into a demon? Old Pang, to tell the truth, my essence orb is almost empty now, and I haven't recovered from the sequelae of the last time yet, Mo Fan replied with a bitter smile. It was no wonder that Pang Lai was so excited when he saw Mo Fan. It turned out that he was hoping that Mo Fan could turn into a demon. Pang Lai was speechless. The expectation and joy were fading from his face. What are you doing here then? Asked Pang Lai. Mo Fan did not know how to answer. He thought carefully about it. Was Tang Dong also hoping that I could turn into a demon and complete the mission? To tell you the truth, it doesn't matter. I am here now, and Jiang is here as well. And you. It's so nice to meet you all. Panglai glared at Mofan. His knight Rakshasa can find Commander Hua. The life of Commander Hua is more important than Jiang Yu's life, after all. Master, Jiang Yu said. Shut up. I said I only wanted the knight Rakshasa to come, and you didn't have to follow. How could I let knight Rakshasa come to take risks alone? It is my contracted beast, Jiang Yu said. You are worried about your cat, and you don't care about me at all, right? Panglai said angrily. Chapter 2765. Big Snakes in the Volcano. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Meow. The familiar voice of Knight Rakshasa came from a deeper part of the valley. Mofan followed the sound and saw Knight Rakshasa in black boots and gloves running toward them. Its movement was as light and agile as ever. Meow? Knight Rakshasa landed on Jiang Yu's shoulder and stared at Mofan with moonstone eyes. Its eyes were questioning Mofan's presence. Mofan extended his hand and touched Knight Rakshasa. This little dark elf cat was still so adorable. The dark hair on its whole body made it appear noble and ancient. Mofan felt that Jiang Yu, instead, was the servant and Knight Rakshasa was a laid-back but noble queen. Are there any clues yet? We're counting on you to find Commander Hua, said Panglai. Meow, Knight Rakshasa responded. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Hurry up and take us there. We must find our national commander as soon as possible, he said to Knight Rakshasa. They followed Knight Rakshasa to the deeper part of the valley. It turned out there was a dark path. It was probably a small tourist attraction in the past. The demons could not find it, but there were obvious signs along the way. They passed through this path and walked about a dozen kilometers in a tropical jungle before a mountain appeared in front of them. When they arrived at a place where the view was clear and not blocked by mountains and trees, they found they were very close to a cone-shaped volcano. Some active volcanoes were easy to identify. They could identify it by looking around and making sure if there were lush plants around it. If there were only bare rocks around, then they needed to be careful. The volcano still might erupt. It was the case with the cone-shaped volcano in front of them. At first glance, there was a little white smoke on the volcanic rocks. It had probably just spewed out red and hot magma not long ago. However, it seemed to be a small eruption. Their destination was not the cone-shaped volcano, but a mountain separated by it. The cone-shaped volcano was much higher than the mountain ridge they were on. They felt as if a giant creature watched them as they walked up the ridge. The cone-shaped volcano suddenly made a strange sound like a muffled thunder. Something red-hot condensed and flowed little by little along the crater of the cone-shaped volcano halfway up the mountain like a snake. Several lavas overflowed down the steep mountain like a stream. Find cover. There's something inside. Panglai's expression suddenly changed. Everyone rushed down the ridge and hid at a place facing back to the cone-shaped volcano. The cone-shaped volcano suddenly burst out countless fireballs. When the fireballs were in the crater, they looked like candle fire. However, when it rolled in mid-air and fell to the ridge where Mofan and others were, they found that the fireballs were as large as a house. The fireballs could create pits and cracks on the surface of the ridge. There were quite a lot of such fireballs that flew out from different directions of the cone-shaped volcano. Several heads raised up from the crater, and their long necks moved in the flames. They were huge and terrifying. Mofan glanced at it. Although it was dozens of kilometers apart, Mofan could not help but take a deep breath in concern. Those heads belonged to volcanic snakes with molten fire scales all over their bodies, and there were many of them. Some snakes had their heads in the mid-air, some hung halfway up the mountainside, and some swayed back and forth. The ones protruding from the cone-shaped crater were all snake heads. Only a small part of the snakes were exposed. Their long bodies were still hidden in the volcano. There seems to be 5 snakes in total. Is there a nest of volcanic snakes there? Mofan asked. Each of their heads was different. Some had a terrifying eye on their forehead, some had a single horn on their heads, some had huge fan-like gills, some had a poisonous crown. These volcanic snakes were not ordinary ruler level. The intimidating aura they radiated seemed much stronger than that of the strange lump Squid King. A strange sound wave came from mid-air. Above the thick smoke, a stingray with a dark metallic body slowly flew to the volcanic snakes. It was so big that it looked like a dark cloud over the volcano. Under its open wings were all flat fan-like air holes, and some smaller stingrays flowed in and out of those holes. The metallic black Stingray King seemed to be communicating with the big snakes in the volcano. After a while, the metallic black Stingray King flew again, and the 5 big snakes in the volcano also slowly returned to the cone-shaped volcano. Mo Fan frowned. The level of the Stingray King would not be lower than that of Green East Sea God. Fortunately, he had always been careful and left the Green East Sea God in the sky. It would be difficult to escape if they ran into this Stingray King. All of them were high-level creatures. Hawaii was about to become the den of ocean demons. The Black Claw Emperor had gone to great lengths to get rid of Commander Hua. The most important thing to be careful of is that thing in the sky. It has strong detection capabilities, and its strength is formidable, Panglai said to everyone. Even the small stingrays could detect Mo Fan's shadow ability, so the Stingray King could undoubtedly do it too. It was no wonder everyone was careful not to use magic along the way. They were afraid of being detected if they used even a bit of magic. What about the 5 big snakes in the volcano? Mo Fan asked. We better not let that one target us. Otherwise, we will end up dead, Panglai said. Mo Fan was puzzled. Panglai had said that one, but there were 5 snakes. 1. Panglai did not explain further. Knight Rakshasa led the way, followed by the masters of the Forbidden City. Everyone's faces showed that they were still a little nervous and uneasy. As people from the Forbidden City, they were already the top among the mags in China. Even if they faced some fierce demons in the country, they would not be afraid. But after they came to Hawaii, they had been very cautious. In front of the tyrannical ocean demons, they could only hide, tremble, and pray that ocean demons would not detect them. Chapter 2766. Silver Blue Valley Trap. Knight Rakshasa had been leading everyone forward. They could not use magic at will, so their progress was slow. After passing through the mountains near the cone-shaped volcano, they entered a valley with a long silver-blue river. The terrain in the valley was vast, and there was a town with grey and silver buildings. The town had not been damaged and was relatively well preserved. It was probably because the residents here had completely migrated not long ago. The whole town seemed alive, and the streets looked very clean. Could it be that Commander Hua was hiding in the Silver Blue Valley City to recover from his injuries, wondered Mo Fan. Mo Fan used his dragon sense to observe the surroundings, including the distant mountain, to ensure there were no traces of ocean demons or hunted dirty demons. You all go to the hilltops and keep an eye out for the enemy. If there is any news about the ocean demons, you must send us a signal immediately. Understand? Panglai instructed several royal mags. These royal mags were all middle-aged. Some of them looked very familiar. They had probably attended the Magic Association or some important event since they were the experts of the Forbidden City. Their cultivations had all reached the top, but they were still careful. According to Panglai's instructions, the 3 royal mags occupied 3 mountains which overlooked the Silver Blue Valley City. Let's go. The Scroll of Dawn that we brought should be able to make Commander Hua recover faster, said Panglai. The mission of the royal mags was not to rescue Commander Hua. It was impossible to save a forbidden mage from the pursuit of an orthodox emperor in the middle of the Pacific Ocean with their cultivation. What they had to do was get the Scroll of Dawn to Commander Hua. It was a magic scroll engraved with a great healing method. By reading the forbidden language on it, they could apply pure great healing magic to one of them. Even a forbidden mage could restore life functions, mental state, and repair damaged souls in a short period of time. Knight Rakshasa, are you sure that Commander Hua is here? Yimai was somewhat skeptical. Knight Rakshasa was running along the street. It only stopped when it reached Hexagon Fountain Square in the center. Tall buildings surrounded the fountain square. The floor of the fountain square was not flat tiles but countless pieces of transparent semi-blue tempered glass. When they looked at the glass floor, they saw the water in the hexagonal fountain flowing outward in a beautiful vortex. Many buildings around the square had glass walls, which made the entire hexagon fountain square look very modern and artistic. It could be a symbol of Silver Blue Valley City. Knight Rakshasa ran a few laps along the hexagonal fountain. After a while, it picked up a military glove from the clean water in the fountain. The glove was very thin, and there was blood on it. It was unknown how long it had been soaking in this fountain. "Where's Commander Hua?" Yimai became a little anxious when she saw the military glove. Knight Rakshasa found a military glove, but there was no trace of Commander Hua. "Is that Commander Hua's blood?" whispered Jiang. Knight Rakshasa nodded. "Why would Commander Hua throw the bloody military glove here? Is it to confuse the ocean demons?" Panglai said. "In my opinion, we might have fallen into a trap," said Moth. Right then, signals appeared on several mountains in different directions. The forbidden mags, who were on the lookout, had sent these signals. Panglai's face darkened. Could it be that this was a trap set by the siren? They knew that humans would send experts to rescue Commander Hua, so they deliberately dropped a bloody military glove left by Commander Hua when he fought against the Black Claw Emperor to lead the human reinforcements into this trap. These bloody ocean demons! "Let's go!" Panglai shouted. Yimai glared at Knight Rakshasa. Knight Rakshasa was innocent. How could it have known this was a trap? It had only followed the scent. Knight Rakshasa. Jiang hugged Knight Rakshasa. He touched its small head and comforted it. "It's okay. I believe you will find Commander Hua." Meow. It seemed to be telling Jiang something else. Jiang listened carefully. Then, he began to search around. It wasn't clear what he was looking for. The great mags who were assigned to keep a lookout for the enemy in the mountains returned with solemn faces. "Chief, we're surrounded. There's an army of hunter dirty demons in the west. The Stingray Legion is coming from the south. There are a few big monsters in the north, and they are coming." The three great mags reported. Panglai's face became serious. He observed the terrains around the Silver Blue Valley City. "Chief, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and choose a place to attack right away," Yimai said. "Don't panic. Instead of rushing and attacking randomly, it's better to set up Heavenly Bottle magic formation here. Then, we can look for an opportunity to escape." "Did you three do what I specifically told you before?" Panglai asked the three royal great mags. The three royal great mags nodded. "Great!" Panglai's face softened a little. "Yimai, you go get some water from the river. Make sure that the water source is not interrupted. Guards of 4 directions, you guys immediately go to the entrance of Valley City, which is the intersection point. Make sure you defend it. The rest of the people attack the city." Panglai appeared formidable when giving commands. He instantly transformed from an old and gentle man to a battle-worn veteran. His steady commands and razor-sharp focus inspired others. Moth had never seen Panglai like this. Most of the time, Panglai was an old, gentle professor in a big hat. He was full of knowledge but had no power, until now. Moth had admired the chief royal great mage. Panglai stood in the middle of the square street and cast some spells. He was a well-known formation mage in the country, and Moth had always been weak in the profound meaning of formation. He knew nothing about formation. "What is the Heavenly Bottle magic formation?" Moth asked Jiang next to him. Jiang was absent-minded. He was still looking around. "What are you looking for?" Moth asked again. Knight Rakshasa said that the bloody glove was not the only thing it smelled. "There should be something else," Jiang replied. Chapter 2767. Aquarius Magic Formation. Strange sounds came from the mountains. At first, they were not so loud, but the sound built on itself and rose to a crescendo. Hunter Dirty Demons were coming from the direction of the mountain. Hunter Dirty Demons were a special species among ocean demons. The smaller they were, the more vicious they appeared to be. In the vast army of Hunter Dirty Demons, they could see some thin and fierce shadows moving at an impossible speed. They were only equivalent to large voles, but the aura they emitted was terrifying. They surrounded the Silver Blue Valley city, and many of them had already circled behind to attack directly from the heights of the valley and the steep terrain. For ocean demons like Hunter Dirty Demons, even the lowest level Hunter Dirty Demons had the strength of warlord level creatures. Such terrain could not hinder their attacks as they could climb vertical rock walls with sharp claws like insects. Mo Fan stared at the back and found that a group of Ice Claw Hunter Dirty Demons was getting closer. However, all the royal mags, including Panglai, did not seem to care much about the enemies coming from behind, and they all stared at Silver Blue Valley City's narrow entrance. What about the enemies coming from the back? Mo Fan asked. Ignore them. They can't come over, Jiang Yu said. Why could they not come over? Mo Fan felt the Ice Claw Hunter Dirty Demons had stepped into the city streets. Start the formation. Panglai shouted. A large group of dreamy and beautiful light like stardust suddenly shone from the three mountains where the mags had been moments before. If they looked closely, they could find countless zero crystals of different shapes embedded in the light. Their edges and corners refracted so many colors, and these visible lights shrouded the Silver Blue Valley city entirely. The lights were vivid. They were not transparent. They were constantly absorbing energy and gradually condensing into a solid porcelain form. There were more and more zero crystals. They were arranged in a very tight structure in the light. The lights they released had also changed. From Mo Fan's direction, it looked like huge translucent colored porcelain that wrapped the entire second half of the Silver Blue Valley city. At the same time, the lights in the other two positions also refracted similar solid porcelain light. The two side lights formed were just hyperboloids that were asymptotically inward. Eventually, a huge ceramic bottle mouth formed at the narrow entrance of the Silver Blue Valley city. Reading on MYBOS.com please. Song Feiyao anxiously looked down at the situation on the ground from the sky. It was too late for her to fly down to support them. The black stingrays formed a terrifying cloud over the city, making it impossible for the Green East Sea God to fly down. Before Song Feiyao's vision was blocked, she saw a scene that surprised her. The entire Silver Blue Valley city suddenly dazzled as thought seen inside a huge porcelain-like bottle. A bottle that could hold an entire city. Song Feiyao had never seen such magic before, but it made her feel a little more at ease. At least the ocean demons would not besiege Mo Fan and the others from all sides. She had to think of other ways to rescue the group of people trapped inside instead of impulsively attacking the monsters. Silver Blue Valley City was in the bottle. The bottle was lying on the ground. The mouth overlapped with the entrance of the city and the bottom of the bottle covered the back of the city. The bottom of the bottle was generally the thickest and most sturdy part. Mo Fan saw the Ice Claw Hunter Dirty Demon slamming into the colorful bottom of the huge bottle. Their claws broke, but they couldn't even scratch the surface of the bottle. Mo Fan understood why Panglai had told him to ignore the enemies at the back. With such an incomparably powerful Aquarius magic formation, they did not need to concern themselves with the enemies attacking from behind. The curved surface of the bottle was the weakest part of the entire formation, but the ocean demons also needed to recuperate to smash the curved surface. They seemed to be in a solid bottle. No matter how large the number of enemies was and where they came from, they must pass through the narrow mouth of the bottle if they wanted to attack them. What a good formation! Mo Fan could not help but admire Panglai even more. He lamented his lack of knowledge. If he had learned this formation earlier, he would not have to worry about facing a large number of enemies. The three great mags were already guarding the bottle mouth. Aquarius magic formation was a tactical magic formation, not a protective barrier. Its purpose was to prevent a small team of mags from being besieged from all sides. In this way, they could concentrate on dealing with enemies from only one direction. The enemy could still come in through the mouth of the bottle, so fighting was inevitable. The ocean demons would not retreat. They tried to break the bottle many times, but they could not even scratch it. They slowly found an opening at the entrance. But the entrance was small, so not many ocean demons could enter at a time. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the side. Many tentacles with strange lumps wrapped around the side of the bottle. The strength of the tentacles was astonishing. Every attack of it would cause the surrounding mountains to tremble. The Silver Blue Valley city also trembled slightly. It's that creature again. Mo Fan recognized the strange lump Squid King. Strange lump Squid King began to climb on the wall of the bottle. Its long and soft body quickly covered the top of the hexagon fountain square. When it climbed to the top, many of its tentacles spread and tightly stuck to the lower half of the bottle. Strange lump Squid King began to use all its strength to crush the bottle. It's wasting its energy. Jiang looked very calm and was not frightened by the monster above his head that was several times larger than a building. Mo Fan had been paying attention to the lights of the bottle, and he found no cracks on the bottle yet. Strange lump Squid King used various means, including the venom that could melt steel, to attack the bottle, but it could not even scratch the surface. Strange lump Squid King was furious. It stared at Mo Fan abgally. "Puny human, do you think it's safe to hide inside? I'll strangle you when I climb in." A strange voice rang in Mo Fan's mind. The voice was female and shrill. It sounded vicious and mad. Chapter 2768. Arguing with the Ocean Demon. Mo Fan was shocked. The Squid King can talk. What the hell? Can it understand human language? Not. That's not it. It was a kind of psychic communication. Even though Mo Fan did not hear any voices, the Squid King with the strange lump transmitted its messages to his mind through telepathic means. "Come in and I'll kill you. We have a type of food called squid skewers that are seasoned with salad and barbecue sauce. It tastes even better if it's fresh. Come in and I'll roast you alive." Mo Fan cussed at the Squid King. "That's very daring of you, puny human. Come out now. I'll ask my men to get out of the way and personally kill you," the Squid King said angrily. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Come inside if you dare. I'll ask my comrades to stand aside and slaughter you by myself. Do you really think you're a ruler among the ocean demons just because you have so much power? I thought you and your horde proclaimed yourselves as the supreme rulers of Earth. You call yourselves the Ocean Godly Horde and that you're better than every other race, right? Huh? Are the rest of the godly hordes as stupid as you? Do you know what it means to fight one-on-one? When humans are in conflict with each other, it's an unwritten rule that they fight each other one-on-one, and the others are not allowed to interfere. It's a fair fight. Otherwise, it is a thing of shame to interfere and cheat. And do the filthy and despicable ocean demons fight in this civilized and noble manner? You're just lowly creatures in this world and don't know how to fight in the right way. Do you know what art is? Are you aware of the code of a mage?" Mo Fan continued to cuss at the Squid King. The Squid King flew into a fit of rage and smacked the Aquarius frantically with its tentacles. The Aquarius was extremely hard, and it could even scratch it. It would have certainly ripped Mo Fan with its teeth if it could. Meanwhile, Jiang stared at Mo Fan in shock. Night Rakshasa was equally stunned. Its jaw dropped, revealing its little cat teeth and tongue. Both Jiang and Night Rakshasa were impressed. Mo Fan was already impressive since he had argued with the entire national team while he was still in school. But they never expected him to argue with the Squid King. The Squid King was enraged. It charged at the bottleneck of the Aquarius violently. The bottleneck of the Aquarius was narrow. It was equivalent to the entrance of a valley with limited areas, and the entrance was crowded with hunter dirty demons and the Stingray Legion. They had blocked the bottleneck of the Aquarius with their numbers, and not a single gap was left. It was not an exaggeration to say that the ocean demons had piled up into a mountain at the entrance. The Squid King removed the hunter dirty demons and Stingray Legion with its tentacles. It flung the ocean demons away with its terrifying tentacles in order to pave a path for itself. After that, it burrowed into the Aquarius through the bottleneck in fury. Since the Aquarius could take in all of Blue River Silver Valley, its bottleneck was not actually too narrow. When the Squid King made its way through the bottleneck, it ignored the 3 Royal Great Mags and charged at Mofan. "Be careful! It's an overlord!" Panglai screamed. Usually, Mags worked hand in hand to defeat such a formidable foe. The 4 Guardian Mags were well prepared to fight it. The 4 Guardian Mags under Panglai's lead were outstanding. They were top-notch super-level Mags who had completed their cultivation in the 4 elements. Therefore, they could face even the strongest among the ruler-level ocean demons. However, the Squid King had no interest in any of the Mags. It just charged toward the city center. "Stop it! Don't let it get behind us," said one of the 4 Guardian Mags. "The blue-haired female demon and the deep-sea lizard dragon demon troops are coming. Be careful of the ruler-level hunter dirty demon. That one with a red-blue head." Panglai frowned. It was clear that the 4 Guardian Mags could not cope with so many ocean demons at once. Panglai had to personally confront the Squid King. "Old Pang, leave it to me." "It's coming for me," said Mofan. "Why are you still joking around at a time like this? You youngsters should escape while you can." Yimai's voice came from the bottom of the Aquarius. Mofan turned to her, only to realize the not-so-friendly female mage was standing at the river waterfall. The river flowed from the city center to the sea through the mountain valley. The blue-silver river was the axis that connected the city and the Aquarius. It was clear that the river was a key position in the magic formation. Yimai's strength was second only to Panglai. Hence, she could not leave her position. "Yimai, trust him. He's not one to brag," Panglai said to Yimai. "Panglai, it's a very powerful ruler-level demon that even the 4 Guardian Mags might not be able to take on. Yet you allow the young mage to take it on alone, are you mad? We can't let him die." Yimai shouted. She was anxious. The situation was dire. "You hold on to your position and leave the rest to me," Panglai said firmly. Yimai was annoyed. If Yimai insisted on helping, the sturdiness of the Aquarius would drop significantly, and the lives of her teammates would be at stake. Even Commander Hua would be affected adversely. She closed her eyes imagining the horrible things that were bound to happen. Meanwhile, Mofan was facing the square avenue at the central hexagonal fountain square. The square avenue was spacious and magnificent. There were many tall buildings and malls along the street. The buildings were built in American architectural style. However, when the Squid King made its way here, the buildings along the street collapsed. They smashed onto the ground. The buildings along the streets looked as if they had been blasted by bombs. It was terrifying to behold. Jiang looked pale. He did not want to confront such a monster. Asshole! If not for the fact that there's no light under the sea, an ugly monster like you would never find a mate to produce an offspring. Go back and produce a bastard with a sea monkey. I don't want to slaughter you and lead your species to extinction. We like having delicious squid dishes. Jiang almost fainted seeing Mofan provoke the creature. It's coming in a fit of rage. Can you stop cursing so that it will at least show some mercy to you? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The Squid King was furious. It slammed its tentacles across the buildings like slamming toy blocks. As Mofan kept provoking it, he slowly reached out for the totem orb on his waist. The totem orb glowed in dim light. A wisp of eerie fog spread out from it and gradually enveloped the fountain square area. The Squid King burst into anger. It was not afraid of its enemy despite being inside the Aquarius. Humans were too weak to kill a powerful ruler-level demon. The fog grew thicker, and the bottom of the Aquarius was barely visible. They barely saw an enormous and lengthy figure appear in the middle of the fog. Jiang stepped forward to be able to see it. He saw part of a snake body on the glass wall of a tall building. When he looked back, he noticed there was a long body of snake slithering behind him between the buildings. How could this snake be so gigantic? Black totem snake, destroy it! Mofan sneered. Chapter 2769. The Descending of the God of Sword. The poisonous fog enveloped the area. It was only after the Squid King barged into the Black Totem Snake's territory that it realized it had fallen into Mo Fan's trap. However, the Squid King did not panic because of its invincible strength. It stared at Mo Fan begrudgingly and slammed its powerful tentacles at the square avenue. It wanted to smash Mo Fan into pieces. Meanwhile, Mo Fan remained motionless in his place. The Black Totem Snake attacked. It swung its tail at the Squid King's tentacles before its tentacles reached Mo Fan. Then, the Black Totem Snake slammed at the Squid King, creating a loud thwack. The Squid King crashed onto the buildings. The buildings were reduced to dust. The Black Totem Snake's strength was comparable to the Squid King's. The Black Totem Snake was larger than the Squid King. The Black Totem Snake moved between the buildings and approached the Squid King. It wrapped itself around the Squid King and squeezed. The Squid King found it hard to move its tentacles. The Squid King was a little dizzy after the Black Totem Snake had slammed it with its tail. It took a while for it to realize that the Black Totem Snake in the middle of the fog was a supreme ruler. The Black Totem Snake decided to use the most primitive method of attack, biting. The Black Totem Snake bit a large part of the Squid King's monstrous flesh. The Squid King's ink blue blood gushed out and splattered on the buildings. When the blood hit the buildings and the pavement, they started melting. The Squid King's blood got onto the Black Totem Snake's skin. But its scales were too tough and impervious to any kind of poison. In fact, the Black Totem Snake's poison was more lethal than the Squid King's, which was why it had decided to bite the monstrous beast. The Squid King struggled. Its tentacles had often been of advantage in fights because enemies usually found it very difficult to fight the multiple tentacles. However, the Black Totem Snake had bound its head, body, and tentacles with its snake spell. The Squid King could not break itself free of the Black Totem Snake. The poisonous snake gas permeated in the air. If the Squid King was trapped within the Black Totem Snake's territory filled with poisonous gas for a very long time, the Squid King would turn stiff and die of necrosis. Well done! Big guy, don't let it get a chance to catch its breath. Kill it, said Mo Fan. The Squid King grew more furious when it heard Mo Fan's voice. It had fallen into the despicable and shameless human's trap. Single combat, civilized fight, and the code of a mage had been all nonsense. The Black Totem Snakes kept constricting. The Squid King was squeezed so hard that some of its blood vessels began to explode. Reading on mybos.com, please. Be careful of the Squid King's lump thorns. Jiang warned them. The Squid King was covered in strange lumps. The lumps exploded as the Black Totem Snakes constricted, revealing tiny poisonous thorns. As the lumps exploded, the Squid King became smaller and attacked the Black Totem Snake with its tentacles. The Squid King was the strongest among the ruler-level ocean demons. It was not an easy feat to kill it. The Squid King shrunk, and its lump thorns grew drastically. It soon transformed into a sea urchin covered in thorns. It was hard to imagine a soft-bodied creature transforming into a sea urchin to defend itself in times of crisis. Perhaps, the Squid King and its kind were often prey to other enormous sea creatures. They had evolved and adapted to shrinking itself, exploding its lumps, and growing thorns. Usually, the Black Totem Snake's scales were indestructible. However, the Squid King's lump thorns were bizarre. The endpoints were so sharp that it could easily pierce any hard object. The Black Totem Snake was no exception. It stopped squeezing the squid sea urchin monster. The Black Totem Snake began to relax its long body, and the squid sea urchin monster took advantage of the opportunity to break itself free from it. The Squid King quickly slipped out through the gap. Its hard lump thorns softened and slipped through the gap. The streets were filled with its remnants. A ball of soft object was wriggling. It looked like a chewed bubble gum rolling on the floor. Its color was strange, and its body was enormous. The Black Totem Snake glided along the buildings to chase after the deformed Squid King. Whenever the Black Totem Snake launched an attack, the Squid King became fully armed and hardened its soft lump thorns. No matter what the black totem snake spat at it, the Squid King was immune to its poison. The Squid King wanted to escape. It was aware that it was no match for the black totem snake. It had been too careless and fallen into the despicable human's trap. Mo Fan chased after the Squid King. He attacked it with several powerful magical powers. However, the Squid King was immune to most of his power. For a moment, Mo Fan and the black totem snake did not know how to defeat it. If they let it escape, the Squid King would return and kill them. By then, the Squid King would bring along its ocean demon army as reinforcement, and its army would overwhelm them. It would become too difficult to kill it. Mo Fan, you can't kill the Squid King with a rod. You have to cut it. Jiang Yu warned him. I don't have a large blade to cut it, said Mo Fan. Use slashing-type magical power. You can cast Chaos Elemental magic spells, can't you? Use Chaos Slashing Blade, suggested Jiang Yu. But my level of cultivation for the Chaos Element is too low. I don't think I can slash the Squid King, Mo Fan said with a little embarrassment. Then, before Jiang Yu finished speaking, a bone-chilling light glowed outside the city. The light was much brighter than the usual sharp slashing magical power. It was like a titan's heavenly sword. The sword's surface was so thin that it could split anything in a single slash. Before Mo Fan and Jiang Yu recovered their senses, the Squid King's soft body had been slashed into several pieces. It was cut so neatly that one would have thought the slasher was a highly skilled chef. Mo Fan was puzzled. He turned around, only to see that more than half of the city behind him had been split in 3 cuts. Mo Fan looked at the person who had cast the spell. He saw Panglai in a greyish-white robe and his beard was fluttering. He radiated a murderous intent. Panglai was the one who had slashed the Squid King. He was a super-level light element saint. Panglai had slashed the Squid King like the god of sword. Chapter 2770. A Jerk. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Squid King had been split into 4. It was still a ruler-level ocean demon and refused to die easily. Mo Fan asked the black totem snake to continue to attack it. After the Squid King had been cut into pieces, it could not harden its lump thorns. The black totem snake opened its ferocious mouth and devoured the part of the Squid King with its eyeballs. After the Squid King's strange lumps exploded, its flesh remained juicy and fresh. Its nerve senses were still active. When the black totem snake swallowed it, it still struggled and groaned. There are 3 of its parts left. Jiang Yu summoned an ice elf. One of the Squid King's split parts attempted to escape through the saw under the city. But the ice elf froze it. Freezing inflicted great damage to the already mutilated Squid King. It would die of the cold. Little Flame Bell, roast its tentacles. Mo Fan summoned his Little Flame Bell. Little Flame Bell could not be happier. It was about time to demonstrate her great roasting skill. The burnt smell wafted all over. As for the Squid King's last part, Mo Fan decided to personally take on it. He soaked its last part in the dark quagmire, allowing the darkness and very low temperature to slowly destroy the Squid King's vitality. One had to admit that the Squid King was extremely tough. Even though they had used 4 different methods to kill its split parts, they could still sense its struggle. The tentacles still moved in fury. When the Little Flame Bell roasted it, its tentacles lashed out and destroyed many buildings and streets. The black totem snake was a great helper. It swallowed the Squid King's tentacles raw. The black totem snake's stomach was truly bottomless. The tentacles still wriggled inside the black totem snake's stomach. It let out a flood of gastric juice to finally digest them. Snakes usually devoured its food alive. The black totem snake could digest anything. The Squid King was no exception. The black totem snake was used to eating fresh lobsters, prawns, and other seafood with Mo Fan. It was extremely picky with its food. After it swallowed the Squid King, the black totem snake found it to be tasteless. It looked disappointed. Mo Fan could not eat the Squid King, even if it was roasted, because the creature was poisonous. But the black totem snake had no such qualms. No poison could harm it. There's still a large piece of the Squid King over here. Do you want to save it for your black totem snake? Asked Jiang. The black totem snake was a guardian at Hangzhou. This was Jiang's first time seeing it. No matter how many times he had seen it from the photographs or videos, he was awed to finally see it in front of his eyes. The photographs and videos did not do justice to the majestic beast that stood before him. It dislikes frozen seafood, said Moth. The black totem snake was not interested in frozen squid, as well as the flesh soaked in dark mud. I didn't expect you to have such a totem beast with you. You nearly scared the hell out of me. But it was very cool of you to bring along the black totem snake from Hangzhou. Jiang gave Moth a thumbs up. It was no wonder Moth had dared to come to Hawaii alone. We won't disperse the poisonous fog yet. We will use the fog as a weapon to deceive as many ruler-level ocean demons as possible, said Moth. The poisonous fog lingered in the air throughout the process of killing the Squid King. Ocean demons basically had no idea what was going on. Even Ying might not necessarily have seen the black totem snake at the bottom of the Aquarius. Usually, the Squid King would not be so stupid as to confront the black totem snake. If not for the fact that Moth's strategy had successfully blinded the Squid King to some extent, they might not have been able to kill it. Meow! The poisonous fog began to disperse. Night Rakshasa meowed. Night Rakshasa flashed and climbed up a vintage tower. The next moment, a huge splash of blood spilled on the clock tower and trickled down the brass hands on the clock. Moth and Jiang turned towards it. They saw a mouse-like carcass fall down and smashed on the ground. A hunter dirty demon. Jiang cried out. They had to be extra careful with the smaller size hunter dirty demons. A crimson hunter dirty demon with the size of a rat had achieved ruler level. Even though the hunter dirty demon size was tiny compared to the giant ocean beasts, they were vicious and strong. Night Rakshasa was also small. However, not many could match its combat skills. It had killed an advanced commander-level hunter dirty beast in the blink of an eye. Meow! Night Rakshasa stood on top of the clock tower. Its eyeballs moved, scanning the city. Jiang instinctively understood what it meant. There were many high-grade and ruler-level ocean demons here, he said to Moth. However, we've yet to discover their exact location. They are coming for us and aren't ye my? It looks like the ocean demons know how to destroy the key to magic formation, said Moth. They must have smelled the black totem snake. So, they are acting cautiously. They didn't swarm up to us at a time. They are taking advantage of the opportunity to get rid of one of us, said Jiang. You handle them, I am sure. Meanwhile, I'll take on the ruler-level ocean demons, said Moth. Jiang refused to give in. Don't underestimate me. Do you know what level Night Rakshasa is now? I didn't stop Night Rakshasa from taking on the ruler-level ocean demons. I'm referring to you, said Moth. Jiang was speechless. Without Night Rakshasa, Jiang was just a jerk. Wasn't most of the summoning-level mags the same? They all had to rely on their certain powerful contracted beasts. Jiang had put in a lot of effort in training Night Rakshasa. Night Rakshasa had achieved great ruler level. If Jiang was too weak, he would become a burden to the team. Thus, Panglai had come with him to Hawaii. Night Rakshasa was a dark holy spirit that was as powerful as Little Flame Bell. Moth possessed 8 elements of magical power, but Jiang was different from him. Jiang only had to put in all effort in his summoning element magical power. He had spent most of his resources on Night Rakshasa. Night Rakshasa had advanced to perfect form earlier than Little Flame Bell. Chapter 2771. Deputy Royal Guard. The Silver River flowed to the center of the city through steep mountain rocks. The water flowed gently down. It was so clean that one could clearly see the bottom of the bank that had been scrubbed smooth by the flow of water. Ying stood at the top of the waterfall. The fog had dispersed. There was less movement now in the city below her. Even though Panglai had given his order, Ying could not stop herself from heading toward the city. The Squid King was a powerful ruler-level ocean demon. Even the powerful Knight Rakshasa was no match for it. Ying did not want any of her team members to die, including the young mage whom they had met halfway through. Two crimson figures flashed by the jagged edges of the waterfall. Ying noticed some movement from the corner of her eye, including the moving vines after the breeze blew past, the splashing of water, the falling of leaves. Ying saw that everything was back to normal. She wondered if her mind had been playing tricks on her. As an apex-grade mage, Ying would not overlook even a single misconception. She fixed her gaze at the area where the leaves had fallen. A piece of shell-like rock was stuck between the steep slope, as if it could roll down with the slow flow of the waterfall at any moment. Splash! Suddenly, a crimson rat-like figure sprang up from the area where the waterfall met the ground. The figure looked as if it had become invisible under the shade. Most people could not detect its presence with their usual sensory organs. They would have mistaken it for a splash of water. They could not identify it because there was no sound or vibration in the air. They could not see it with their naked eyes. They only became aware of it when they felt the dampness and the coldness. Ying turned around and stared at the ocean demon. She held a flower vine and flung it at the crimson figure. The flower vine produced more thorns as it darted at the crimson figure and fired its thorns like a rainstorm. The crimson figure reversed its direction in the mid-air to escape. However, the flower vines densely covered with thorns struck it. The thorns pierced its body. It looked like a rotten persimmon before falling to the ground. Ying heard another strange cry. She looked up and saw a Crimson Hunter Dirty Demon appear at the position of the Aquarius magic formation. She frowned. She was about to return to the bottom of the Aquarius magic formation when several Crimson Hunter Dirty Demons appeared on both sides of the trees. They were aware that they were no match for Ying, hence they swarmed at her to stall for time. Shifting flowers for wood! Ying shouted. When the Crimson Hunter Dirty Demons charged at Ying, her tall and slim figure transformed into a slender flower vine. When she came in contact with the Hunter Dirty Demons, the flower vine encircled them and produced flower blades, forming a razor-sharp storm. The 4 Hunter Dirty Demons were killed in the blink of an eye. Their blood splashed in the blue-silver river. The flower vine on top of the waterfall transformed into a human again. Then, she began to walk towards the waterfall. Go to hell! Ying returned to the highest point of the waterfall. Her palm had transformed into a blade and she stabbed at the ruler-level Hunter Dirty Demon that attempted to destroy the Aquarius magic formation. Countless vines entwined her arms as they extended from her palm and transformed into a long spear. She pierced the ruler-level Hunter Dirty Demon's head with her sharp spear. The cunning Hunter Dirty Demon was terrifying. Even though its head had been penetrated by Ying's spear, it kept attacking her. It spread its claws and tried to attack her chest, going for her heart. Ying remained indifferent. She moved her finger slightly. Many long and sharp thorns grew rapidly from other parts of the spear and pierced the ruler-level Hunter Dirty Demon. Even so, the Hunter Dirty Demon still approached her with its claws. Ying glowed in white light, and she was protected in a pure white ice armor. A piercing sound was heard before Ying retreated dozens of meters away, making a big splash in the river above the waterfall. The ruler-level Hunter Dirty Demon was terrifying. Even though its head and body had been severely injured, it continued to attack brutally. It decided to perish together with its enemy. Ying had never expected to confront such a pesky ruler-level Hunter Dirty Demon where she was forced to use her magical equipment to defend herself. Even a low-level ruler Hunter Dirty Demon was that wicked, let alone the strongest ruler-level Hunter Dirty Demon. Ying had used her power, shifting flowers for wood. Even if she rushed to the city center, she would not be able to return on time if another Hunter Dirty Demon tried to destroy the Aquarius magic formation. That's weird, where's the Squid King? Ying noticed there was not much movement in the city below her. The Squid King was enormous, it could not possibly be so quiet. Ying carefully scanned her surroundings, still she did not see the Squid King. Instead, she saw Knight Rakshasa leaping on top of the buildings. Whenever there was a flash of bone-chilling light, a gush of blood splashed on the building walls. Yi Mai was puzzled. She noticed a figure moving quickly and soon appeared before her from the slope of the waterfall. "Why did you come here?" Yi Mai asked coolly. "I saw a bunch of hunter dirty demons heading here. I'm afraid you can't take on them alone. After all, you're the key in this Aquarius magic formation, and the ocean demon seemed to have noticed this," Mo Fan said calmly as he stared at the strict and not-so-friendly older sister before him. He noticed many hunter dirty demons' carcasses on the ground. One of them was ruler level. Mo Fan was surprised. He had taken only a short time to reach here. Even though there was no commander-level hunter dirty demon, the fact that Yi Mai could slaughter all the hunter dirty demons including a low-level ruler meant that she was very powerful. Yi Mai found Mo Fan's words hilarious. "I can't take them on alone." She was a deputy royal guard, as well as a top-notch mage at the imperial capital. Why would she need a young mage's help? "Ask Jiang Yu and Knight Rakshasa to remain on their guards," said Yi Mai as she walked away. "Where are you going?" Mo Fan asked. "I'm going to kill the Squid King," said Yi Mai. "It's dead," said Mo Fan. "Nonsense. Do you really think the Squid King is a useless ocean demon that simply bluffs about its strength?" said Yi Mai. "Look. It's freshly roasted and it's still hot. Do you want to take a bite?" said Mo Fan as he extended a huge roasted piece of meat towards her. He had saved that piece for the Green East Sea God. Chapter 2772. Not because the royal mags are weak. Yi Mai had assumed Mo Fan was just another bratty young mage who was full of himself. But now, she carefully looked at the large piece of squid meat he held out to her. Her face looked slightly less strict, even surprised. It was truly the Squid King. How did the powerful ruler-level ocean demon die? Even if Panglai were the one who fought it, he could not possibly kill it in such a short period of time. What exactly happened in that bizarre fog, she wondered. She had heard a commotion and was worried that Mo Fan and Jiang Yu were going to die. So, she had rushed into the city. Yi Mai, the Stingray King flew into the magic formation and it's charging towards you. We've been caught up with the blue-haired female demon Legion. A voice rang out. It must have come from a certain sound element magical equipment. Mo Fan looked up at the entrance of the valley. The Stingray King covered in metallic black filled with an evil aura flew past the valley sky. It flew lower as it charged toward them aggressively. He noticed the glow of demonic eyes surrounding them. They were staring at him and Yi Mai. The number of crimson figures grew. The hunter dirty demons were creatures with a strange type of movement. They and the other ocean demons had skirted around the fortress defended by the mags to reach the back. The hunter dirty demons were of higher levels. They were at least at commander level. Also, there were many ruler levels among them. Among the vast ocean demon hordes, the commander-level ocean demons were the elite. However, they were not the rulers. In fact, the mastermind behind the army, the Black Claw Emperor, was the one that ruled the kingdom. Therefore, it was not surprising to find thousands of commander-level ocean demons among them. The Pacific Ocean was a vast ocean. When the powerful ocean demons gathered together, they could inflict severe damage to any cities on the dry lands. "You take on the hunter dirty demons while I'll take on the Stingray King," both of them said together. They stared at each other. Yi Mai scoffed. The Stingray King could be more powerful than the Squid King. "Mags like you can't even get close to it. I believe you've misunderstood me. You are aware that the country assigned several rescue teams, and your team represents the Royal Mags. Meanwhile, I represented the Enforcement Union. I alone represent the team, and there must surely be a reason for it," Mo Fan blurted out. Reading on MyBoXNOVL. "Com, please." Jiang Yu rushed over as he overheard Mo Fan's words. He sighed. Mo Fan's skills have definitely improved a great deal, but can't he be a little humble? Yi Mai was so angry at his arrogance that she almost wanted to strike him across his cheeky little face. Does he mean he is stronger than the Royal Mags combined? "Please don't misunderstand me," said Mo Fan, thinking it was not such a good idea to offend Yi Mai. "I do not mean you are weak. I wouldn't dare. All I am saying is, I am. Yi Mai's anger did not subside. Jiang Yu wanted to cry. Mo Fan, stop being dumb. The black totem snake was very powerful. But the Stingray King was not as stupid as the Squid King to fall into Mo Fan's trap. Apart from the Stingray King, there were several other high-level rulers outside the magic formation. The Royal Mags and Panglai had stopped them outside for now. However, if the Royal Mags and Panglai collapsed, a single black totem snake could not do much to stop the Ocean Demon elite from devouring the humans. Fine. I'll just stay here, Yi Mai said indifferently. She had better use her time and energy elsewhere than to argue with a brat. Ms. Yi, don't worry. He hasn't revealed his trump card yet. He won't die easily, Jiang Yu said. Yi Mai thought about the Squid King and looked at Mo Fan carefully. She did not say anything. She merely stared at Mo Fan as if he was a specimen at her dissecting table. Her stare seemed to be saying, fine then, prove yourself. The Stingray King had arrived in the city. Its enormous body floated at less than 100 meters above them. The Stingray King's wings had silver inner surfaces with flat air holes. There were plenty of tiny stingrays burrowing out of its wings. The massive number of the tiny stingrays covered half of the Silver Blue Valley city. They flew low and swarmed into the city like locusts. Mo Fan returned to the city area. The city was the Aquarius's body. It was more spacious. Thus, it would serve as the magical array battlefield. The waterfall was at the very bottom of the magic formation. The entrance of the Aquarius was narrow, hence the other ocean demon hordes were unable to barge in. The Stingray King was extremely cunning. It had sucked its Stingray Legion into its air holes. If the Stingray King squeezed its way into the Aquarius entrance, it could bring along its Stingray Legion. There were plenty of tiny stingrays. Some of them were as tiny as bats, while some of them were as big as a small airplane. Meanwhile, the Stingray King was as massive as a gigantic cargo ship. The moment the Stingray King arrived at its destination, it released all its tiny stingrays for battle. Yi Mai was worried when she saw the large number of stingrays filling the magic formation. The Stingray King was as powerful as the Squid King. Moreover, it took advantage of its strength by bringing in its Stingray Legion. If this type of ocean demon appeared in the cities, she wondered how humans would fight them. The appearance of the ocean demons thus far had only been the tip of an iceberg. You stay here, she said to Jiang Yu. Yi Mai could not bear to watch this anymore. Knight Rakshasa was a great ruler level, and Jiang Yu possessed other elements of magical power. With that, Yi Mai believed they could guard the axis of the magic formation and take on the hunted dirty demons. Ms. Yi, to be frank, Mo Fan brought along the guardian of Hangzhou with him. The black totem snake is the one that severely wounded the Squid King before Master Pang killed it with a single slash, said Jiang Yu. Guardian of Hangzhou. Yes, the black totem snake is a totem beast. Even the Stingray King is no match for the black totem snake. Before Jiang Yu finished speaking, he noticed something above the Silver Blue Valley city. Mo Fan had summoned a creature with the Holy Spirit, and it glowed in the moonlight. Is the guardian of Hangzhou a moth? Yi Mai pointed at the sacred moon moth phoenix that appeared beside Mo Fan. The moon moth phoenix glowed radiantly. It looked mysterious and divine. It shone brightly over the Silver Blue Valley city and overwhelmed the Black Stingray Legion. What is this? Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. Where's the snake? Why is there another totem beast? Chapter 2773. Moon Moth Phoenix vs. Stingray King. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The glow of Moon Moth Phoenix slowly spread to the surroundings. Soon, it lit up the top of Silver Blue Valley City and changed. A pair of wings, a slender body, and an antenna appeared. Stingrays had occupied the city and caused it to have a foul atmosphere. With the increasing number of flying, shape-shifting spirits, the Stingray army that occupied the sky above the city began to retreat. Those spirits were the little spirit moths that always accompanied the moon moth phoenix. These spirit moths were significantly more massive than the guardian spirit moths in Fanshui Mountain. Their wings were thin and soft, but at the critical moment, they would turn into blades that could cut through the enemy. The glow on their bodies was like an armor made by moonlight that fully protected them. They were combat spirit moths. The spirit moths reproduced quickly. With the blessing of the Queen, Moon Moth Phoenix, spirit moths had grown significantly in Fanshui Mountain. There were spirit moths of various abilities. Some spread pollen, some collected information, some worked hard, and some nourished plants. They were like a mini-country of their own. When a country owned land and had workers, it naturally possessed an army. Compared with those black stingrays, armed spirit moths looked much weaker. However, armed spirit moths were skilled at using spells. They could fight against the arrogant and powerful stingrays with their special skills. The glow from the armed spirit moths grew stronger and brighter. From the ground, it looked like a giant butterfly bursting with divine energy. It covered Silver Blue Valley City with its body and blocked the invasion of the Stingray Legion. It became difficult for the Stingray Legion to go further. Right then, the Stingray King sent out a vibration like a sound wave from its position up high in the sky. The stingrays, which were flying everywhere, then formed an orderly queue. The shape they made together looked like a huge diamond. When they flew in mid-air in such a uniform formation, they were comparable to a large and spectacular honor guard. They flew under the Stingray King like a military parade. There was a buzzing sound. The stingrays flew densely and built a black fortress in the air. The fins of all stingrays produced a strange tremor which culminated into a terrifying shock wave. The shock wave produced by the fins continued to build. It changed from a tremor to a terrifying sweep of destruction toward armed spirit moths and Silver Blue Valley City. The buildings of Silver Blue Valley City were of different heights. Although the buildings were not in order, they were still organized. The streets were also planned to be laid out in an orderly fashion. It was rare to have such a resort town where modernity and tranquility coexisted. After the shock wave produced by the fins attacked the well-preserved Silver Blue Valley City, those buildings turned into powder in an instant. The sound waves of the stingray's fins rose above everything. The moths who heard it felt a tingling pain in their heads and could not hear any other sound. The place turned into dust. The shock wave also attacked the armed moth army of the Moon Moth Phoenix. They wore the sacred moonlight armor, which made them impregnable. Many of them together looked very majestic. But after the shock wave produced by the fin struck, the sacred moonlight armor on the armed spirit moths shattered. Their bodies became as thin as paper scattered. The Stingray King proudly circled above the Moon Moth Phoenix as if amused. Reading on myboxnovl.com, please. The Moon Moth Phoenix was indifferent. Its bright and light body flew in the air and left many afterimages. The Stingray Legion did not care about the afterimages at first, but when the Moon Moth Phoenix flapped its wings, all the afterimages of the Moon Moth Phoenix flew fiercely to the Stingray Legion that formed the fortress. The fortress formed by stingrays was sturdy. If these afterimages focused on attacking a small area, it would do no damage at all. If they spread out and attacked the entire fortress, they would not be able to injure and kill every stingray. However, the Moon Moth Phoenix did not want to kill the stingrays that formed a fortress. Its target was the tails of these stingrays. A stingray's tail was long and looked like a curved kite string. The afterimages flew past and cut many of the stingrays' tails. These tails fell from the sky like rain. The tailless stingrays could not balance themselves in the air. They had been able to produce such a terrifying wave of destruction because they matched the frequency of the vibration of their tail and their wings. To maintain such a consistent frequency, they flew orderly and densely to transmit the vibration to ensure that all the stingrays were at the same pace. Without the tails, the stingrays could not fly in balance, so they could not receive the frequency of the vibration of other companions' wings. So, the terrifying shock wave weakened. It was so weak that it could not even destroy the greenbelt of Silver Blue Valley City. The Stingray King was no longer proudly hovering in the sky. It looked down at the Moon Moth Phoenix. Although it was impossible to see its face clearly, its metallic black body exuded a cold and angry aura. Moon Moth Phoenix was not afraid at all. Its scattering armed spirit moths quickly returned to make a star formation. The moon moth phoenix was like the bright moon in the midsummer night sky. Stars all over the sky surrounded it, and the bright and holy light illuminated the whole sky and earth. The Stingray king was like thick, dark, and dense clouds. The clouds tried to completely cover the stars and moonlight, plunging the entire world into darkness as cold and silent as the bottom of an abyss. Finally, the armed spirit moth and stingray legion were mixed. The white spirit moths and black stingrays were distinctively different in colors. The only common color between them was the color of blood, a shockingly bright red. The moon moth phoenix and the stingray king fought. Moon moth phoenix's strength had become as equal as its previous generations. When it fully matured, it could easily fight a demon like Black Totem Snake. Ying looked in awe as she saw the moon moth phoenix intercept the terrifying army of Stingray King above the Silver Blue Valley City. If it were an army of mags, it would be difficult to resist the power of the Stingray King. She remembered what Mo Fan had said. One person was equivalent to a rescue team. It seemed like he was not bragging. Chapter 2774. Eight-Headed Serpent. There was a rumble. The earth trembled violently and caused the whole Aquarius to shake. Ying stood on the waterfall and almost slipped down the slope. As she gained her footing, she turned to see what was causing it. A chill went down her back. Behind her was an undulating mountain range. Several heads higher than the mountain were swaying in the light blue sky. All she could see were their necks. The mountain had blocked the rest of their bodies. More heads stuck out from under the mountains, and each of them was ferocious and mighty as the other. They possessed the wildness and arrogance of ancient demons and a bit of the divinity among monsters. They came from an unknown world, and it was enough to make a land tremble. Those were the heads of a snake. There were 8 of them in total. Those heads swayed in the air. Huge beasts and demonic evil spirits were nothing in front of its demonic aura. It slithered slowly. The choice for them was to either surrender or let it tear them into pieces. It's the big snake in that volcano. Ying's back was drenched with cold sweat as she looked at the creature. Even when she had seen that snake before, she had felt terrified of it. But now it had crossed the mountain and slithered to the Silver Blue Valley City like a cruel tyrant. It had only one goal, to kill as many people as possible. Mo Fan also felt the intense aura. When he found the source, the big snake in the volcano had already reached the bottom of the bottle. Across the Aquarius wall, its 8 heads stretched out at the same time. 16 fierce eyes of different colors looked down at Mo Fan, Ying, and Jiang at the bottom of the bottle. Jiang was the first to fall on the ground, his legs trembling. Ying and Mo Fan remained standing, but they could feel goosebumps all over their bodies. When facing the vast army of ocean demons, the sturdiness of Aquarius had provided them with hope and relief. However, when they faced this 8-headed snake, they felt as though the Aquarius was fragile and this snake could easily break it and tear them apart. This, as Mo Fan looked at the body of the demon. All 8 heads grew from one body. They had thought that it slithered across the mountain towards them, but the body was in the mountain. Its body was big enough to fill 8 hills and 8 valleys. Some areas on its back had large brown armor, some areas had moss and trees, some areas had cooled magma with white smoke on them. It also had 8 tails. When it dragged its tails, the mountains and valleys rumbled. Mo Fan understood what Panglai had meant. It was not a few volcanic snakes as Mo Fan had assumed, but all of them grew from a single body. This demon had 8 giant heads and tails. 8-headed serpent. Panglai was in the center of Aquarius. When he saw the demon nearby, horror filled his eyes. The royal great mags panicked. No matter how many ocean demons there were, they were better than such a terrifying demon. It was worrying to think just how long Aquarius could hold under the attacks of such a mighty creature. It's going to destroy the Aquarius magic formation. Ying shouted. The 3 heads of the 8-headed serpent with the smell of magma opened their mouths, and dense blood vessels appeared on their necks. Red-hot magma filled the blood vessels and gathered at their throats. Boom! It was like 3 volcanoes had erupted at the same time. The eight-headed serpent attacked the side of the Aquarius. The three heads spat magma continuously. Their attacks were so strong that even the bottom and mouth of the bottle were affected. Silver Blue Valley City appeared to be submerged in magma within 10 seconds. If it were not for the protection of the Aquarius, it would have melted into a puddle. Hot air came drifted in from outside the Aquarius magic formation. Many areas could not withstand such a high temperature and began to burn. In the city, the Stingray King saw the eight-headed serpent spitting fire, so it decisively sucked all the Stingray Legion back into its gills and left the Aquarius. The Moon Moth Phoenix did not want its armed spirit moths to die in the sea of fire. It shook its body and turned all the armed spirit moths into the shining lights around which fused with it. It returned to Mo Fan's side. Can the Aquarius withstand the attacks? Mo Fan asked with an uneasiness. For the time being, yes, Ying replied. A raging flame turned the Silver Blue Valley City into a red mess. Even though the Aquarius magic formation had blocked most of the fire spewed by the eight-headed serpent, they still felt hot and uncomfortable, as if they were in a furnace. If they faced the fire directly, most of them would not be able to withstand it. After the eight-headed serpent finished spraying the magma, everyone thought they would have a little time to prepare. However, another head raised again. The body connected to this head was like an iceberg. As the eight-headed serpent's icy head began to attack, an ice storm appeared. Wow! The icy head sprayed a terrifying white ice tide. It was as though the eight-headed serpent had eaten an iceberg and spat it violently. The magma had just scorched the Aquarius, and the ice tide was beating it again. A crack immediately appeared on the bottle wall. The cold air entered Silver Blue Valley City through the cracks. The valley changed from a warm summer to severe winter. Rivers, cities, mountains, forests, and even the low-level ocean demons were frozen. Oh no! Ying grimaced as she watched the water in the Silver Blue River. The flow of the river was important to maintain the Aquarius magic formation. It would deliver the energy of the barrier to every position of the Aquarius. If the river turned stagnant, other parts of the Aquarius would also become rigid and could not receive energy. Frozen things lost their toughness and broke easily on impact. Silver Blue River was frozen, which meant that the entire Aquarius magic formation was frozen. Get together! The Aquarius is breaking! Ying shouted. The bottom of the bottle was already cracked, let alone the fragile bottleneck. The eight-headed serpent smashed the Aquarius with its huge body. Chapter 2775. Lizard Demon Dragon Troop. The big Aquarius magic formation shattered under the trampling of the eight-headed serpent. Even the mountain valley almost sank to the deeper ground under its terrifying power. Boom! It was another full-blown stomping. The body of the eight-headed serpent was like a giant mountain. It was not slender like its heads and necks. Its destructive power was comparable to that of the ancient demons. It could make the earth sink, as if the eight-headed serpent was born for destruction. The crowd gathered together. They looked so small in front of the eight-headed serpent. Panglai looked solemn. He was trying to think of a solution which would let all of them escape to safety. He doubted they could win against the creature. They would have died without the Aquarius magic formation, but this was even worse. There were countless enemies in all directions, and everyone seemed to be on a fragile reef. Tides of demons came from every direction. Chief, Deputy Chief, you bring the others out from the valley entrance. The four of us will start the wind tribulation. Beisho, one of the guards of the four directions, said firmly. You all go. I'll start the wind tribulation. Panglai made his decision. Chief, if we work together, a middle-aged great mage said. I have decided. The eight-headed serpent is an ancient demon. No one here can compete with it. While there is still a little residual energy in the Aquarius, you guys get out through the valley entrance. I'll hold the eight-headed serpent off and open the way for you, said Panglai. How about I hold the eight-headed serpent off, and you all escape? Mo Fan hesitated. Mo Fan did not want Panglai to die. He respected Panglai and he couldn't bear to see him in danger. Just because I stay back doesn't mean I might die, Mo-fan, said Panglai with a smile. You don't have to think so much. Listen to me. I know you still have some cards in your hand, but we haven't even found Commander Hua. If we use it for our safety and escape, what is the point of us coming here? But that creature is scary. Mo-fan glanced at the 8-headed serpent above his head. The 8-headed serpent had already crushed the valley and the city. All of them gathered together and used the remaining position of the bottle mouth to protect themselves. Mo-fan, let the totem out. We'll escape first, Panglai said again. Chief, even with that moon moth phoenix totem, it would be difficult for us to get rid of the ocean demon's army. Everyone should work together, Yimai said. Stop talking nonsense. Do it. Panglai ordered. Panglai had made up his mind, so the others could not disobey. They all focused on the entrance of the valley positioned at the mouth of the bottle. The ocean demon seemed to know that the Aquarius magic formation was about to break, so they approached from all directions of the valley. The 8-headed serpent did not trample recklessly anymore in fear that the ocean demon's army dared not approach this group of humans. If the Aquarius magic formation broke, these humans were no different from the dead. Finally, the mouth of the Aquarius broke. Mo-fan also knew this was not the time for doubts. He touched the totem orb and released the black totem snake. The poisonous fog filled the air first. In less than a minute, the green poisonous fog of the black totem snake had filled the valley entrance. After eating the highly poisonous Squid King, the black totem snake seemed to have become even more poisonous. The color of the poisonous fog was so intense that it almost looked black. As the poisonous fog spread, groups of ocean demons became numb and fell to the ground, paralyzed. Yimai, guards of 4 directions, 3 great mags in similar attire, and other royal mags were happy. The poisonous fog seemed to be very effective against ocean demons. Even commander-level creatures were avoiding the fog. Hey, help us open a way, Mo-fan said to the black totem snake. The black totem snake was powerful. It stretched out its body and almost occupied half of the valley entrance. It was very fast, too. When it moved, its contact shattered the rocks and mountain walls. The army blocking the valley entrance was the seaweed-haired female demon and the deep-sea lizard demon dragon troop. The ordinary lizard demon dragon were hybrid dragons. They inherited the terrifying reproduction ability of the deep-sea lizards. Every spring, some isolated Pacific islands would have countless eggs of deep-sea lizards. The number of creatures with dragon blood would gradually decrease due to the massive reproduction. The purer the bloodline, the greater the influence. The lizard demon dragon had made up for the shortcomings of most of the hybrid dragons, pseudo-dragons, and sub-dragons. Due to the strong physical advantage of dragon blood, the lizard demon dragon empire was formed in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The IQ of the lizard demon dragon was not high, but there was a creature that formed a mutually beneficial symbiosis with them. It was the seaweed-haired female demons. Many marine countries hated these sinister and vicious women in the deep sea. Not only were they cruel, but they were also obsessed with attacking things and places. Every seaweed-haired female demon was equivalent to the leader of a lizard demon dragon troop. The seaweed-haired female demons would endlessly wage war against every creature other than their race, and they particularly liked cities with humans. Most of the coastal cities in foreign countries vanished overnight, thanks to these seaweed-haired female demons and deep-sea lizard demon dragon. They seemed to be created for war. They even relied on war to reduce their terrifying ability of overbreeding and gave other deep-sea lizard demon dragons a stable living space. Seaweed-haired female demon led the deep-sea lizard demon dragon troop of their own level of strength and power. A purple-haired female demon blocked the valley entrance. It led 1,000 lizard demon dragon troop of 10 blue-haired female demons. It also had an elite lizard demon dragon troop composed entirely of commander-level tyrant lizard demon dragons and ruler-level giant lizard dragons. Tens and thousands of large lizard demon dragons filled the valley and the area outside. It was terrifying to see. The greenish-black poisonous fog spread along the narrow valley, and the black totem snake remained in the fog. It did not reveal all of itself at once. It carried a poisonous fog and shrouded the valley entrance that had tens and thousands of deep-sea lizard demon dragon troops. Groups of lizard demon dragon fell and almost filled the lake with corpses. The lizard demon dragon troop was going forward bravely, but they had to retreat in the face of sudden mass death. Chapter 2776. Divine Wind Sickle. A blue-haired female demon's 1,000 lizard demon dragon troop blocked the black totem snake from moving forward. The black totem snake suddenly flipped forward and slapped its huge tail on the 1,000 lizard demon dragon troop. The lizard demon dragons died. The strength of the tail was something these low-level ocean demons could not bear at all. Even if they had hard skin with dragon blood, they still could not withstand the attack. The black totem snake took a deep breath, and its abdomen and neck expanded slightly. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spat. A giant green light shot out in a straight line. The spitting of green snake light had no destructive power on rocks and plants, and it looked like a light that swept across harmlessly. However, the lizard demon dragons melted. Their bodies, including their bones, melted and turned into puddles. All that remained was the skin of the lizard demon dragons. The green snake light spread over a wide area, and the lizard demon dragon troop suffered heavy casualties. The mighty army was dying. Yimai, guards of 4 directions, great mags, and the royal mags were shocked when they saw the black totem snake clear the way. Yimai thought Mo Fan would summon the moon moth phoenix that blocked the stingrays previously to assist everyone in the fight. She had expected that to help them clear a way. However, Mo Fan had summoned a supreme ruler. The destructive power of the black totem snake was many times higher than the power of the moon moth phoenix. The black totem snake used the poisonous fog and powerful strength to kill most of the lizard demon dragon troop. The black totem snake was powerful. The lizard demon dragon troop was a relatively powerful and ferocious combat troop, too. However, it still could not withstand the attack of the black totem snake. The 8-headed serpent at the back of the valley turned all its heads toward the valley's entrance because of the destructive aura. Some of its necks had gills, and they were all open, as if they had encountered something that could threaten the powerful existence of a demon like itself. The 8-headed serpent seemed to be getting serious in this fight now. The black totem snake turned around. It used its tail to sweep away the small obstacles in front and raised its head to stare at the 8-headed serpent. The 8 heads of the 8-headed serpent made a sound like thunder and rushed toward the black totem snake. When its huge body moved, it looked as if 8 terrifying and ferocious heads were dragging one mountain behind it. The small city could not stand such devastation. 9 realms of wind tribulation. After the 8-headed serpent broke into Silver Blue Valley City, Pang Lai's solemn voice suddenly overwhelmed everything. Pang Lai in white robes was suspended in the middle of the valley. The light on his body was bright enough to illuminate the entire place. He looked like a god. The wind from different dimensions raged in the sky and filled up the vast world at a stretch. Their silhouettes were clear. They were divine wind sickles and were cutting this plane. The power of the divine wind sickles was infinite. Even the destroyer, the 8-headed serpent, dared not easily step into the 9 realms cut by the divine wind sickles. In the 9 realms of wind tribulation, all creatures would be cut by the terrifying wind sickle continuously. The 8-headed serpent was not afraid of the black totem snake and rushed to it fiercely. However, it was scary when facing Pang Lai's 9 realms of wind tribulation. It tried to use some relatively solid parts to break away the 9 realms of wind tribulation, but the divine wind sickles cut them off easily. A large piece of its body fell to the ground. It made the 8-headed serpent even angrier. It wanted to shred the black totem snake, but a mere human's powerful 9 realms of wind tribulation blocked its way. Suddenly, the 8-headed serpent transferred all his anger to Pang Lai in the middle of the valley. Pang Lai was alone. Even if his cultivation was extremely high, standing in front of the demon was the same as courting death. The 8-headed serpent was hovering at a place the divine wind sickles could not reach. It knew that the old human man would not dare to swing the divine wind sickles too much, as it would only expose the divine wind sickles to the attacks of all demons. Pang Lai used the 9 realms of wind tribulation to block the attacks. He also used the killing trajectory of the divine wind sickles to protect himself and prevent the powerful demons from approaching. "Hey, ignore that demon. Help us out first," Mo Fan said to the Black Totem Snake. Not many creatures in this world dared to provoke the Black Totem Snake. The 8-headed serpent was an ancient demon and a natural destroyer, but the Black Totem Snake was not an ordinary creature. For thousands of years, the black snake had always been the ancestor of snakes. The 8-headed serpent was not as pure in its bloodline as the Black Totem Snake. The Black Totem Snake was rational. It did not rush into a fight. They were in Hawaii. Sooner or later, the fight would come to it, anyway. The seaweed-haired female demon and lizard demon dragon troop realized that there was a supreme ruler snake in the poisonous fog, so they immediately summoned the commander-level lizard demon dragons and giant lizard dragons. There were 7 giant lizard dragons, all of which were ruler-level creatures. They lined up in a row and stood in front of the lizard demon dragon troop. Around the giant lizard dragons, there was a circle of commander-level tyrant lizard demon dragons with equally robust and ferocious bodies. There were more than 100 of them. They were a lot taller than the lizard demon dragons. However, they were just lizards to the Black Totem Snake. The 7 ruler-level giant lizard dragons were larger lizards, while more than 100 commander-level tyrant lizard demon dragons were smaller lizards. The vast lizard demon dragon troop behind them was nothing but small fleas. When the Black Totem Snake was quiet, it was a lazy and noble water snake in the West Lake. It was harmless to humans and animals and as docile as a pet. However, it showed a completely different temperament when it was killing and fighting. Its terrifying and cold aura was strong enough to traumatize anyone. The 7 ruler-level giant lizard dragons stood closely together, but none of them dared to attack first. The Black Totem Snake opened its mouth to bite a ruler-level giant lizard dragon. Then, it threw it to slam against several other giant lizard dragons. Other giant lizard dragons roared. A purple-haired female demon sang a strange song. They all glowed with red light and rushed to the Black Totem Snake together. Chapter 2777. Jiang Yu Summons. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Black Totem Snake would not wait for these timid large lizard demon dragon to make a move. It straightened its body, and the scales all over its body shone bright green. It crashed into the 7 giant lizard dragons, and its scales bloomed intensely. It was like wearing invincible armor. When it hit those giant lizard dragons, they could hear the ruler-level giant lizard dragons' bones cracking. The royal mags wanted to join the battle as there were too many enemies. But they didn't need to. The 7 powerful ruler-level giant lizard dragons could not win against the Black Totem Snake. After they fought for a few rounds, every giant lizard dragon was severely injured after the Black Totem Snake bit them. "We'll take care of the ones behind and fight them in the poisonous fog of the Black Totem Snake so that they won't besiege us," Mo Fan suggested. "Oh, okay." Ying and the other royal mags came back to their senses. The strength of the royal great mags was equally astonishing. Each of them had reached the peak of cultivation. The differences were just the magic control, evolution, supernatural power, and elemental seed. It was no exaggeration to say that they represented the most powerful mags in the human realm. The guards of 4 directions cooperated quite tactfully. They used the 4 abilities of wind, lightning, plants, and space to form a standard quadrilateral formation and tore apart the defense wall of the lizard demon dragon troop. "Take care of them." Ying rushed to lizard demon dragon troop. It turned out she was a fighting machine. Mo Fan nodded and glanced at the 3 royal mags beside him. He did not know why Ying wanted him to take care of the 3 of them. Perhaps they were important people. They could be useful to Commander Hua. He stood up and went to the front. "The 2 of you come nearer to me. The tyrant lizard demon dragon is strong and has the armor of the skeleton dragon all over its body. If we scatter, it will be difficult for us to ensure your safety," said Wang Ping, the royal mage. "We'll follow the guards of the 4 directions dash formation," said the royal mage Li Q. The other person was stern and looked like someone who didn't enjoy small conversations. He inadvertently stood beside Mo Fan and Jiang Yu and watched vigilantly in a protective posture. Although these three people had not yet reached the level of Royal Great Mage, they were first-class masters in the big city. Their attention was on the commander-level Tyrant Lizard Demon Dragon. A group of Tyrant Lizard Demon Dragons secretly bypassed the battlefield of the Black Totem Snake and attacked them. Mo Fan was astonished. He found that the three royal mags were in their respective positions and just realized Yi Mai had been referring to Mo Fan and Jiang Yu to be taken care of. After all, Mo Fan and Jiang Yu were not even 30 years old, and their appearances were not much different from those of fresh graduates of magic. In a magical force like the Forbidden City, it would recruit some of the most outstanding magicians from colleges and universities across the country to intern in their department. Visit myboexnovel.com to read PLS. However, very few interns could stay put. A star-level mage from the National Institute like Jiang Yu was a special case. I didn't expect you to be the Totem Guardian. There are too few ancient creatures like totems living in this world, so it's lucky to have a totem. No wonder you can stand out from the World College Tournament, Li Q, the Royal Mage, said to Mo Fan. Mo Fan felt uncomfortable. Was it possible that someone in China was deliberately messing with him? Otherwise, how was it possible that him defeating Zhao Jing was known to nobody? Everybody thought he couldn't match up to their strengths. Having totem beasts was special, but Mo Fan thought he himself wasn't weak either. Was it possible that Li Q did not like him, so he intentionally attributed all his abilities to the Totem Guardian? Mo Fan thought the latter was more likely. Brother Li, I have Knight Rakshasa by my side, so nothing will happen. Besides, I think I can help you, Jiang Yu said. Jiang Yu was a mage who was addicted to the summoning element. He mostly used his skills in other elements for self-protection, and they were not very effective. He put one hand on the bracelet of his right hand and turned it gently. It's all a bunch of hybrid dragons and pseudo-dragons. HMPH, I'll summon a sub-dragon to kill them. Jiang Yu's voice was serious and confident. Can you open WAN Dragon Valley? Mo Fan asked in surprise. Jiang Yu smiled. His white bracelet appeared to have a significant effect on his spiritual power. His aura changed, and his eyes became bright. He stared at an ancient magic portal slowly opening in the air. It was slightly different from Mo Fan's ancient magic portal. His ancient magic portal was full of ancient dragon patterns in claw-shaped, horn-shaped, wing-shaped, and eye-shaped. It seemed that each dragon pattern represented a different dragon race, and there were hundreds and thousands of such dragon patterns on the ancient magic portal. WAN Dragon Valley. The portal was an ancient magic portal that Mo Fan had not been able to open. Many giant dragons have long since disappeared from this plane, and there were even demon dragons and divine dragons in the portal which didn't exist in their world. Only the ability of the summoning element could make them come to this world for a short period of time. Jiang Yu seemed to know the WAN Dragon Valley very well. He slowly turned the white bracelet. Mo Fan noticed many hollows on his bracelet fused and formed into dragon patterns. Light shot out from the bracelet, and the reflected dragon pattern corresponded to the dragon pattern on the ancient magic portal. Skeleton Dragon! Jiang Yu shouted. A lot of death aura spread around the ancient magic portal. Although they were not pure gas, they could quickly fade everything around them. A giant dragon with bones suddenly appeared. Its wings stretched out, and countless bones fell like spears. They were sharp and terrifying. Its back was full of huge bones. When it moved, it made a sound like a giant clockwork machine. For a moment, Mo Fan thought it was the skeleton dragon, one of the dead king of 8 directions. However, it was clear that they belonged to the same species. This skeleton dragon's physique and aura were slightly inferior to that of the dead king of 8 directions. However, it was unique among the group of hybrid dragons and pseudo-dragons. It stood out from the crowd. Chapter 2778. Open another magic portal. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. During the fight between Skeleton Dragon and those commander-level Tyrant Lizard Demon Dragons, it was clear that the difference in their strength was that of heaven and earth. Its sharp bone could easily pierce the hard skin of Tyrant Lizard Demon Dragons. Their hard skin was their most strong aspect, but they didn't stand a chance against the skeleton dragon. Although more than a dozen tyrant lizard demon dragons bypassed the black totem snake, they ended up just as miserable. The skeleton dragon's killing breath could even corrupt their corpses and turn them into a bunch of pseudo-dragon's bones. The skeleton dragon attacked like a war machine. During the attack, it would continuously drop some broken bones and attract the fresh pseudo-dragon's bones to its body like a magnet to fill the fallen and broken components. Amazing! Mo Fan gave Jiang Yu a thumbs up. Li Qiu, Wang Ping, and Su Guanjiu were also impressed. It was what one would expect from a disciple of Pang Lai. He already possessed such strength at a young age. The skeleton dragon should have the strength of an average ruler. Some of the royal mags had reached the third level of the super level, but none of them could fight against an average ruler alone, let alone a great ruler. Knight Rakshasa was resting in the contract space. If Jiang Yu summoned it after it got enough rest, it would be difficult to say who needed the protection. Jiang Yu did not much respond to the admiring gazes of the three royal mags, but Mo Fan's compliment made him particularly happy. Damn it! I finally got Mo Fan to compliment me, Jiang Yu thought. It had never happened in the past. The road of cultivation was long, and he had to endure boredom and loneliness. He worked hard for change and improvement. If he could get the recognition and praise of his old classmate, everything would be worth it. Although my skeleton dragon is incomparable with your totem, it is practical at critical times. I have been a little lazy this year. If I work harder, I may be able to open the kingdom of the fallen beasts or flame dragon, Jiang Yu said. The skeleton dragon had cleared the surrounding threats, so they were safe for the time being. It was the perk of being a summoning mage. If they were bold enough to summon a dangerous creature, they could buy time to recuperate even on the battlefield. I can only open the 1,000-tribe elf tower. Mo Fan saw that the three royal mags had already dealt with the hunter dirty demons on their right, so he did not rush to fight. Mo Fan was still looking forward to Wan Dragon Valley. The dragon pattern he had just seen should be the key to locking a dragon in Wan Dragon Valley. He would ask for Jiang Yu's advice in the future. Has your summoning element advanced to super level? That's amazing! After all, you have so many elements. Can you open the ancient magic portal? Such summoned beasts are much fiercer than us. What kind of spirit can you summon? You should summon it now. Otherwise, you won't have time to cast spells if the lizard demon dragons surround us, said Jiang Yu. Mo Fan nodded. He was right. There was no use saving so much summoning element's magic energy. Contracted beasts and dimensional beasts did not consume any magic energy. It was the summoned beasts and the ancient magic portal that consumed the most energy. Mo Fan began to integrate the lightning element. His lightning element had the highest cultivation. If there was no accident, he could continue to summon the Silver Thunder Titan. Its strength would not be inferior to that of the skeleton dragon, so it would have no trouble dealing with the tyrant lizard demon dragons. Ooh? Did I fail? Mo Fan wondered. He opened his eyes to find that the Silver Thunder Titan in the ancient magic portal was unwilling to fight. Summoning a beast was not always successful. It depended on the mage's spiritual realm and the beast's mood. You don't know the 1,000-tribe elf tower well enough. Many elemental elves have their preferences and lives. If you didn't find the right time to summon them, you would fail to summon lower-level elves. If you ask them to fight too much in this period, they will have psychological repellency. After all, they only work for you, unlike the semi-enslavement of dimensional beasts. Jiang Yu explained. A similar situation happened in some of Mo Fan's previous attempts. He had to ask those average ruler elves to fight, and the success rate was less than 30%. At that time, he successfully summoned those contracted beasts because Little Loach had obtained the Holy Spring. It gave him some boost. The opening of the ancient magic portal consumed 1/3 of the summoning magic energy, so Mo Fan felt a headache incoming. He might not have been able to summon every elf even after consuming all the summoning magic energy. He needed more practice. Success was not easy. You should summon Little Flame Bell. Jiang Yu suggested. In other words, he meant Mo Fan was bad at it. The construction of the ancient magic portal was too slow, the timing of spiritual penetration was not right, and the communication was not good. It was no wonder he failed. Mo Fan was not intentionally hiding it. His level of summoning element was supposed to have advanced to super level. "I'll try again." "You protect me," Mo Fan said with disbelief. "Make sure to concentrate. The construction of the ancient magic portal is too slow. You have to practice those 2,401 stars. When you release the ability of summoning element, can you stop other elements' magic? How can you use two elements at the same time?" Jiang continued to scold Mo Fan. If Mo Fan did not integrate other elements, the level of elves that Mo Fan could summon would be too low. Under the same consumption, the higher the level of summoning, the better creatures he could summon. If he failed, he could do nothing. This time, Mo Fan did not integrate the lightning element. He added the shadow element to his fusion magic. The shadow element was not weaker than his lightning element and fire element. When the shadow element merged with the ancient magic portal, terrifying death patterns emerged. Inscriptions and smears like blood covered the ancient portal. "Oh my God, Mo Fan, what kind of door are you opening? It is not the ancient magic portal. Don't take the wrong path. It might pull you into an unknown world and then you will become a summoned beast for other species. There is a high probability you can't ever come back." Jiang was taken aback. He hurried to stop Mo Fan. Mo Fan did not stop. At first, he was a little scared. After integrating a lot of shadow element energy, he opened a door filled with a lot of darkness and death. It was not leading to the 1,000 Tribe Elf Tower. Mo Fan understood Jiang warning. He would have closed it immediately, but he sensed a familiar atmosphere behind the new magic portal. He had stayed in it for a whole year. The dullness and depression were the most common feelings in the Dark Land. At first, he was a little uncomfortable, but soon it became familiar. Mo Fan had no idea that he had opened a dark plane instead of a summoned beast plane. Chapter 2779. Summoning the Lycoris Sorceress Queen. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. To Mo Fan's amazement, he entered the dark plane in spirit form. The Demon Cave, Ghost Mountain, Corpse Valley, Dark Forest, and Deadland were like a part of a scroll. The scroll unfolded swiftly and revealed the sprawling world. Mo Fan saw various creatures inhabiting the dark plane. "Does this mean I can summon creatures from the dark plane?" Mo Fan asked himself with delight. "Mo Fan, hurry up. *T. Our team is scattered. D**M it. Night Rakshasa, come out now." Mo Fan heard Jiang voice. Mo Fan ignored him. He believed Jiang could protect himself. It had not been easy to open a new ancient magic portal. Mo Fan did not want to return to his world empty-handed. The scroll of the world was still being unfolded. There were plenty of dark creatures roaming in the dark plane. Mo Fan noticed a familiar creature. He saw the guard of the King of Darkness, Dark Sword Master. Dark Sword Master was within Mo Fan's list of summoning creatures. He was tempted to summon it. But Dark Sword Master was a low-level ruler. Thus, it might have difficulty coping with the battle. Mo Fan continued his search. He crossed a tall, dark mountain and found a palace with a dozen Dark Sword Masters standing guard. The palace was pale white, and it looked eerie and scary. The isolated palace on top of the mountain gave off a mysterious feel. Mo Fan's spirit stayed at this place. He wondered who owned the Black Palace and who the Dark Sword Masters were guarding. A woman walked out of the palace from between its majestic pillars. The woman's black mermaid dress covered her long legs. Mo Fan could not figure out how she actually walked. However, beautiful flowers bloomed under her feet as she moved, but withered rapidly as she passed. Those flowers were Lycoris. They were stunning and left an unforgettable impression. Mo Fan stared at the woman in the black mermaid dress in the middle of the Lycoris. He was awed by her elegance and beauty. But he found her to be familiar. She was the Lycoris Sorceress Queen. She was the same powerful Sorceress Queen who had become the King of Darkness's pawn in the past, just like Moth. She had survived the game and had slightly transformed. Her appearance was no longer just a cloud of black mist. Instead, she was three-dimensional now. The Lycoris Sorceress Queen stood in front of the palace. She raised her head and stared at Moth's spirit. She recognized him. However, she was puzzled to see him in such a form. He looked like a spirit shadow reflected from another plane. She saw him but could not touch him. He lacked the life force of the creatures in this realm. Moth, you scum! I might not be able to cover for you much longer. Jiang shouted. A large group of lizard demon dragons had surrounded him. Besides, the hunter dirty demon and blue-scaled skin beasts were swarming them. There were many high-level ocean demons among them, and the ocean demons had broken his and the other royal mags formation. 2 of the 3 royal mags had reunited with the guards of the 4 directions. However, Lycoris was trapped in a basin 500 meters away from them. Jiang and Moth were surrounded by ocean demons. Knight Rakshasa and the skeleton dragon were slaughtering the ocean demons, but they could not keep up with the growing number of the creatures that charged towards them. Jiang cussed at Moth. However, he did not leave him. With Knight Rakshasa around, he could hold out for a little longer. But if they did not move and catch up with the rest, they could die trapped within the ocean demon troop. Regardless of how strong Knight Rakshasa was, it could not possibly kill all the ocean demons by itself. Help me! Save me! Hurry up! Jiang heard Lycoris cry for help among the chaos. Jiang wanted to help him, but he was powerless. Big brother Li, hold on for a while longer. Hold on! Jiang shouted back at him. I've broken my leg. I don't think I can hold much longer. You have to help me. Lycoris sobbed. He was terrified. The Lycoris Sorceress Queen flattened the mountain. She wiped out everything whenever she passed by. There was nothing that she could not destroy. When Jiang realized that Lycoris could die, he gritted his teeth. He gave his all to pave a path to him and saved Lycoris from the basin. Knight Rakshasa, hurry up! Knight Rakshasa killed the ocean demons to pave a path towards Lycoris. However, the ocean demons soon swarmed and covered the path. The skeleton dragon stood between Moth and Jiang. It was covered with lizard demon dragons. Whenever the skeleton dragon shook its body, it flung most of the lizard demon dragons away from it. However, a dozen skeletal bones dropped simultaneously from its body. The skeleton dragon was no longer as domineering as it had been in the beginning under the endless ocean demon siege. It could disintegrate anytime if it continued to exhaust its energy. Jiang bit the bullet to protect Moth. He assigned Knight Rakshasa to save Lycoris. They were caught up in a desperate situation. Moth finally opened his eyes. His eyes looked a little eccentric. D***it. You finally awaken. We are so dead. Jiang cried out. The black totem snake had left them far behind. Even though the supreme ruler could wipe out everything, it could not possibly get back to them past the vast ocean demon's army at such a short notice. Besides, the purple-haired female demon kept it busy. The guards of the 4 direction, Deputy Royal Guard, and the Royal Great Mags were ahead of them. They almost found a way out as they brutally fought the ocean demons. Moth opened the ancient magic portal. A group of blue-scaled skin beasts charged at them and trapped them in place. All of them were now scattered. Moth had taken much longer time in summoning his creature. Don't panic. I've summoned a great helper. Moth gave Jiang a smile. Jiang was a loyal friend. He had refused to abandon Moth even in such a desperate situation. Yeah, right. Not unless you can come up with another totem beast, said Jiang. Moth just smiled. The ancient magic portal opened once again. Instead of various strange, dark characters on top of the portal, it was covered with slender dark vines. Lycoris bloomed radiantly in red as the vine spread, radiating a dark and ice-cold beauty. The flowers spread like a red carpet to welcome the queen. The Lycoris sorceress queen entered regally. Her legs were hidden from view. However, she glided on the Lycoris petals like a spirit with an air of elegance and nobility suited to a dark creature. The Lycoris sorceress queen's terrifying aura flooded the chaotic battlefield like a rainstorm. Chapter 2780. Mo Fan, this is just the tip of an iceberg. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. She was consuming the lives of the ocean demons. After the swirling of the black rainstorm, hundreds and thousands of the lizard demon dragons began to wither like flowers. They aged rapidly, and their bodies dried up. Even their bones were hardening. Soon, the lizard demon dragons became dried-up carcasses on the ground and looked as though their life was sucked out of them. Their death was frightening to behold. After the lizard demon dragons died, the Lycoris spread radiantly on the ground. They glowed red and were bewitching. The Lycoris sorceress queen continued to march forward. The beguiling Lycoris bloomed at the arrival of the queen. Meanwhile, the lizard demon dragons that had surrounded the area dried up as the Lycoris sorceress queen passed them. She was the sorceress queen of the dark plane. Jiang watched in disbelief. The Lycoris sorceress queen was close to being a supreme ruler. Was Mo Fan her illegitimate child from the past? How did he summon the aloof demonic woman from the dark plane, wondered Jiang. It's remarkable. The Lycoris sorceress queen showed no mercy. She was like Anubis that came from the underworld to take their lives away. Soon, several thousands of the lizard demon dragon were killed. Jiang had no time to catch his breath since he was surrounded by the lizard demon dragon legion. When the Lycoris sorceress queen passed by and the demon shriveled up, he heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang turned to Mo Fan and looked at him strangely. How did he do that? He couldn't believe it. How could Mo Fan summon someone as strong as the Lycoris sorceress queen? She was not an ordinary elf, she was the dark elf queen. Jiang had not been able to see an elf queen, let alone summon one. So, how did Mo Fan do that? Jiang had been very proud of himself after summoning the skeleton dragon. He thought his summoning element's magical power exceeded Mo Fan's. However, after witnessing the Lycoris sorceress queen, Jiang felt as if he was drying up like the rest of the ocean demons. I'm barely acquainted with her. She reluctantly agreed to help me this time. Mo Fan comforted Jiang and patted his shoulder after he noticed him getting upset. I won't show off my ability before you anymore in the future, lest I feel even more disappointed. Jiang smiled bitterly. Visit myboxnovel.com to read. PLS. While they talked, Mo Fan saw Knight Rakshasa leap agilely over the lizard demon dragon's head. Whenever it stepped on any of the lizard demon dragon's heads, it crushed their skulls. Even though Knight Rakshasa was powerful, it could not inflict direct damage to its enemy. The lizard demon dragon could not harm it easily, but Knight Rakshasa could not kill all the lizard demon dragons at once. Meanwhile, the Lycoris sorceress queen was different from Knight Rakshasa. She was born to fight in battle. She used the lizard demon dragon's lives to sustain her flowers while her flowers ate away at them. What seemed like a bloody and chaotic battle turned out to be a simple art of death to her. Meow! Knight Rakshasa moved as fast as lightning. It snapped dozens of the lizard demon dragon's tendons with its claws. It pulled their tendons like threading needles and landed before Mo Fan and Jiang. Where's Li Q? Jiang asked nervously. Knight Rakshasa pulled the lengthy strings of the lizard demon dragon's tendons. The person at the end of the string of tendons was yanked. He fell to the ground next to Knight Rakshasa. It was Li Q. His leg was heavily wounded. His kneecap was exposed, and he was in agony. Take this medicine. Mo Fan handed him healing miracle pills from Parthenon Temple. What's the point of curing my wound? We can't leave this place alive, anyway. Li Q was gloomy and furious at his agonizing pain. I'll leave it here, anyway, said Mo Fan. Big brother Li, don't give up. Look at the Sorceress Queen ahead of us. Mo Fan summoned her and she's a great help. She has paved a path for us. Jiang Yu pointed at the Lycoris Sorceress Queen. Li Qiu looked in the direction he pointed and saw thousands of dead lizard demon dragons. The ground was filled with their carcasses. The piled-up carcasses looked like a massive cemetery. Even so, there was still an abundance of lizard demon dragons which continued to drop dead, including the more powerful blue-scaled skin beasts. These ocean demons were no match for the Lycoris Sorceress Queen. You summoned her. Li Qiu looked in disbelief. The black totem snake could wipe out its enemy on a large scale. Li Qiu thought Mo Fan only had the black totem snake to rely on. Say no more. Jiang Yu, take him to safety and catch him up with the recent developments, said Mo Fan. What do you mean? Aren't you coming with us? The Deputy Royal Mage and the Guard of the Four Directions are very powerful. They can pave a path for us. Don't act alone. Even though you have a powerful summoning beast and a totem beast, the number of our enemies is still growing, said Jiang Yu. Don't be silly. I'm going back to help Panglai. Mo Fan turned around and glanced at the mountain valley. Although they had come out of the mountain valley and were still surrounded by the ocean demons, Panglai's situation was far worse. Panglai could die fighting the nine-headed serpent alone. I want to go back and help Master Panglai, too. But I'm afraid I will only be a burden for him. He might get distracted just to take care of me, said Jiang Yu sadly. He was still weak, so he could not do anything to help Panglai. Don't worry. I won't let Panglai die here. You have the Lycoris Sorceress Queen to pave the path for you. Hurry and leave this place. The black totem snake and I will go and help Panglai, said Mo Fan. Mo Fan, I am so sorry to trouble you. Thank you for your help. Don't mention it. You protected me from the demons, didn't you? Thank you for that. That was Mo Fan's first time opening the Dark Plane. The summoning process was complicated. If it had not been Jiang Yu covering up for him, he would have died. Jiang Yu was left behind because of him. You have to be careful, warned Jiang Yu. Mo Fan nodded. He then charged toward the mountain valley. As he rushed to his destination, his body gradually burned in flames. It did not take long before he glowed in two types of powerful flames, and a powerful divine flaming soul shadow appeared. Jiang Yu stared at Mo Fan. He could not help but feel a little disappointed and envious when he saw Mo Fan easily pave a path for himself past the hunted dirty demon troops. Mo Fan had no fear in battle even without the help of the Lycoris Sorceress Queen and the Black Totem Snake. Jiang Yu had been working hard in his cultivation over the years. He thought he had achieved some massive results. However, Hawaii was reminding him of how weak he still was. Mo Fan, on the other hand, had become stronger. He was so powerful that all the magic he had just displayed was only the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 2781. The Goddess of Death, the Black Beauty. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The guards of the four directions were drenched in both dried and freshly spilled blood. When the four paved the path by killing the ocean demons, they kept their quadrilateral formation. If the other three mates held onto the formation, they would be okay. Finally, the number of lizard demon dragons ahead of them reduced significantly. They were in a dense tropical rainforest that had not been damaged or developed by humans. Its thick canopy and vines spread toward the sky. Where are the others? The four turned their heads. Even though they had paved a path, most of their teammates had fallen behind. Go back and find them, Bei Shou said as he wiped off the blood stains from his face. The other three were already onto it. They were severely wounded and had exhausted tremendous mental energy. They thought of catching some breath once they arrived at the rainforest. But before they could celebrate their success, they had to return to the vast ocean demon troops once more and find their teammates. They might not come back alive if they went back. The four briefly made some arrangements. Bei Shou led the team. He held two different colors of frost breath. When he fired the blue frost breath, it quickly froze a large number of lizard demon dragons. When he fired the white frost breath, it crushed the frozen demons. The other 3 followed him. They returned to fight the lizard demon dragons legion. They did not realize most of the lizard demon dragons had reduced in numbers and were exhausted so soon. The lizard demon dragons cried miserably. There were many dark demon spirits dancing in the sky above the lizard demon dragon legion. The dark demon spirits navigated through the lizard demon dragon legion like a breeze. Whenever the dark demon spirits pierced the ocean demons with their claws, the lizard demon dragon skins turned pale. They were sea creatures that lived under the sea. However, their skins turned pale, flaccid, and lost their elasticity as if they could not stand soaking in the water. There were thousands of dark demon spirits. They shrieked like banshees and swarmed the ocean demons like hungry wolves. They were ferocious predators. Another batch of lizard demon dragons dropped dead. Thousands of carcasses were strewn on the cold ground before strange vines burrowed into their carcasses and sucked them dry. The ground seemed to have received nourishment from the carcasses as it turned more radiantly red. What's going on? The guards of the 4 direction were shocked. They wondered what kind of powerful creature could use the lizard demon dragons as nourishment like this. Visit myb0x.com to read. PLS. A woman in a cloud of dark mist slowly moved on the bewitching land. The areas she passed by were covered with flowers of death. The land lacked life force, and the dark demon spirits had taken over. The land was filled with an air of death. Even so, the Lycoris Sorceress Queen appeared as gorgeous and radiant as ever. Deputy Chief. When Bei Shou saw Yi Mai and the rest of the team, he was delighted. Go get them, said Nan Shou. No one could stop the Lycoris Sorceress Queen. She killed more lizard demon dragons than the black totem snake. She was born to fight in the war. Her strength continued to advance as the battle progressed, and she enjoyed the sight of the blood-splattered place. Yi Mai, Jiang, Li Qiu, Wang Ping, and the rest of the royal mags followed behind the Lycoris Sorceress Queen. The guards of the 4 directions were joyous to see their teammates all safe and sound. All of them were not dead yet. They had assumed they were going to die here and would never return to the palace. Go to the tropical rainforest and hide, Yi Mai said to the crowd as she turned to look behind her. She noticed that the lizard demon dragon legion no longer had the guts to chase after them. The Lycoris Sorceress Queen did not follow them. She was like a standalone black beauty in the middle of the radiant red sea flower. The dark demon spirits danced around her like moths. The lizard demon dragon legion combined with several blue-haired female demons once again. They worked together to form a strong tidal wave of destruction against the humans. However, they lost the courage to chase after them in the face of the Lycoris Sorceress Queen, whose crimson flowers blossomed endlessly. The ocean demons watched wide-eyed as the humans disappeared into the tropical rainforest. When they entered the rainforest, the lush greenery was so dense that it provided them with a natural coverage. Several of them were plant element experts, hence they were very familiar with the floras. The moment they escaped into the rainforest, they had entered into a natural kingdom devoid of demons. Even if the ocean demons caught up with them, they could use the natural force to counterattack the ocean demons. Ming Zhu, Guandong, and Tang Licheng haven't come yet, said Yi Mai. Even while the chief battles the 8-headed serpent, he finds time to summon a dark elf queen to pave the path for us. I wonder if the chief, Bei Shou heaved a long sigh. His eyes were filled with sadness. We have to find Commander Hua. We can't let the chief down, Yi Mai clenched her fists. Everyone was silent, as if they were mourning for Panglai. The atmosphere was heavy. Jiang looked at the crowd. Master Panglai isn't dead yet. Besides, he's not the one who summoned the Lycoris Sorceress Queen. The crowd turned to Jiang. How is that possible? That's right. The chief is the most powerful summoning element mage in this country. Who else can summon the Lycoris Sorceress Queen from the Dark Plane, if not him? Yi Mai was puzzled. Yi Mai had been following the guard of the 4 directions. When she noticed someone had fallen behind the team, she returned to them to help. They had separated from the guard of the 4 directions, unfortunately. By the time she reunited with Jiang, Wangping, Li Qiu, and the rest of the royal mags, the Lycoris sorceress queen was on a killing spree. Yimai had assumed that Panglai had summoned the powerful creature. Panglai was the chief royal guard, and he was known for his powerful summoning element magical power. Only Panglai and a few apex-grade mags could summon the Lycoris sorceress queen in the country. Mo Fan is the one who summoned it, said Li Qiu. He was severely wounded and was in agony. He never wanted to burden his teammates. He had expected that he would end up dead, and yet, he had survived. It hadn't been luck. It was Mo Fan. He had granted him a chance at survival. Mo Fan is the one who summoned her. How did he summon the Lycoris sorceress queen? The crowd was shocked. They stared at Li Qiu and Jiang. Jiang nodded. Yes, he's the one who summoned her. Where is he now? Yimai asked anxiously. Chapter 2782. The Forbidden Curse Dream of an Old Man. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. He asked the Lycoris sorceress queen to clear a path for us, then he returned to the Silver Blue Valley City to save Master Panglai, said Jiang. The crowd was at a loss of words. They found it unbelievable. The Black Totem snake had given them hope. But they had never expected Mo Fan to be able to summon a creature as powerful as the Lycoris sorceress queen. The Black Totem snake could wipe up low-level and high-level rulers effortlessly. However, the Lycoris sorceress queen could summon more domineering force against the vast army of ocean demons. Without the Lycoris sorceress queen, they would have died fighting the endless ocean demon troops. He should come with us. What do we do now? The eight-headed serpent, the Stingray king, and the Fury Sea demon dragons will not spare them, Bei Shou said miserably. They all knew Panglai was prepared to sacrifice himself to protect them, but they refused to accept it. The moment they fell into the cunning ocean demon's trap, they were destined to pay a heavy price. They still needed to find Commander Hua, no matter what. They had to get him out of here. Most of them were exhausted. They did not have much magic energy left. Whenever they heard the roars coming from the mountain valley, the royal mags and the rest of their groups were anxious and frightened. But they weren't going to abandon their teammates. They would rush back and perish with their chief, if need be. But they had their duty to fulfill. They needed to complete their mission. Let's go, said Yimai. Nan Shou sighed. If only we had known about Mo Fan's capabilities, we could have stayed back. We are all in our mid-50s. We don't have much to contribute to the country, at least not as much as Mo Fan. It's a shame to lose such a young but talented mage. Don't talk about it anymore. Yimai could not finish her words. She had never expected to be in debt to the young mage for their lives whom she had despised. Jiang was regretful. He hated himself for failing to return to the mountain valley with Mo Fan. He hated the fact that he was weak and had to rely on others for protection. If Mo Fan had taken the Lycoris sorceress queen with him to take on the eight-headed serpent, perhaps he and Master Panglai would stand a chance to survive the fight. Jiang swore to improve himself and focus on increasing his cultivation if he survived this mission. Not only did he want to strengthen his summoning element, but he also wanted to strengthen his other elements to grow stronger. They found it difficult to breathe. The number of the Stingray Legion was shocking. A swordfish with the special hooks covered in aluminum alloy covered the sky. The swordfish was more ferocious than the Stingray Legion. The armed swordfish's upper lip was extended, with a hook at its tip. It had a crown fin that looked like a flag sail. When they appeared in groups in the sky, they looked like a full expeditionary force. Roar! Roar! The eight-headed serpent's roar was deafening. One of its heads was stuck between two mountains that fell from the sky. It could not break itself free. Mo Fan and Panglai took advantage of the opportunity and soared up to the sky. However, the Stingray Legion and the swordfish were already alert, not giving the duo a chance to escape. Meanwhile, the moon moth phoenix's armed spirit moths were powerless in facing the two ocean demons in the sky. Mo Fan, why did you come back to save me? Panglai said in annoyance. There was a reason for him to be so frustrated. Panglai had reached the forbidden curse threshold long ago. However, if he re-entered the realm of the forbidden curse at his age, it would only be a waste. While the Forbidden City was capable of training a forbidden mage, Panglai had turned down the offer. I told them that I'll receive the baptism of the forbidden curse only if I'm able to return alive. The forbidden curse is more than a power, it carries enormous responsibility, Panglai said to Moth. Panglai confided in Moth maybe because he knew the outcome of this fight. Old Pang, save your words to yourself. We can leave this place. We will survive. Trust me, Moth assured him. Moth, don't force yourself. I will be relieved if you can escape from here. Are you aware that your strength is our only hope? You are as important as Commander Hua. Just leave me and go. I've rejected the forbidden curse because I wanted to save it for someone better. I came here not because of my own righteousness, but because I'm old. My magical power dwindles over time, Panglai said. He had no intention of stopping, as if he thought he would not have a chance of saying everything ever again. Moth stared at Panglai, his chest was covered with blood. Panglai had confronted the 8-headed serpent and his chest was wounded. Most of his inner organs were crushed, and he looked weak. Panglai was earnest in his words. As the chief royal guard, Panglai could not show any sign of weakness. He had to always appear courageous and strong. However, no one could stop time. Panglai was old. He had fought many enemies in his life, but age was something he couldn't fight. Panglai had never been concerned about his age. However, as time passed he realized that the signs of aging were more noticeable and Panglai panicked. Like most people, Panglai accepted that he could not ignore it any longer. He had to accept that his time was up. As the chief royal guard, he felt defeated. When he was eventually trying to accept and move on, an opportunity to step into the forbidden curse had arrived. The Imperial City required a summoning element forbidden mage. They hoped Panglai could become a forbidden mage. They had obtained the rare dimensional pistol. Panglai was over the moon the moment he learned that he had been chosen for it. After all, he had been pursuing the path of the forbidden curse all his life. A few days later, he suppressed his excitement and gave it another thought. He was aware that the forbidden curse would weaken as one grew old. Even if he became a forbidden mage, there was no stopping his advancing age, and that would only mean that it was all a waste. However, the Imperial City hoped Panglai would accept the offer. They instructed him to become a forbidden mage. Panglai felt lost and helpless, so he decided to come to Hawaii to stall for time and to think things through. He decided that if he was able to rescue Commander Hua, then becoming a summoning element forbidden mage in his age wasn't such a waste. But now, he wasn't so sure. Panglai didn't mind dying here, giving the rest of his team a chance to save Commander Hua. As for the forbidden curse offer, he would feel more at ease if someone younger but capable mage took his place. Panglai wasn't trying to prove he was humble or courageous. He wasn't even trying to show that death meant nothing to him. He just knew he was old and would keep aging. Chapter 2783. The Three Greatest Totem Beasts. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. A high-pitched sound rang out from the sky, and lightning struck like dense purple vines. Panglai looked up to see a powerful supreme ruler approaching them. They were trapped. Moth, leave me and go. You still can escape to safety. If you die here, it will make me feel even more guilty, Panglai said firmly. Old Pang, don't be silly. It's on our side, said Moth, pointing at the green East Sea God charging down from the sky. Panglai stared at the green East Sea God. So, that eagle-like creature is not our enemy. The green East Sea God dominated the sky. When it flipped its wings, it fired powerful lightning. Its lightning power was as powerful as the heavenly lightning and divine lightning pillar. The Stingray King and Swordfish legions were crushed. The green East Sea God was so powerful that it was unstoppable. It destroyed everything that got in its way. The sky was covered with the Stingray Legion and Swordfish Legion. The green East Sea God tore a path through them, allowing the sunlight to shine on the vast ocean demons below. When Panglai felt the warmth from the sunlight, he felt refreshed. He watched the black totem snake fighting multiple ruler-level ocean demons on the ground, then at the moon moth phoenix surrounded by its armed spirit moths in midair. He then turned to the green East Sea god. The three greatest totem beasts. They were the three greatest totem beasts. Mo Fan had brought with him the three greatest totem beasts. Even when the ocean demon troops covered a vast expanse of the ground and sky, the three greatest totem beasts' holy light glowed brightly in the middle of those filthy monsters. Big guy, stop the eight-headed serpent. Green East Sea god, take us away from here please. Mo Fan shouted at two of the three greatest totem beasts. The eight-headed serpent finally broke its head free from Panglai's magic. It looked furious. Humans were tiny ants in its eyes. As an ancient demon, it felt humiliated for falling into a human's trap. The black totem snake killed a gigantic ruler-level lizard demon dragon. It bit the gigantic lizard demon dragon to death. The gigantic lizard demon dragon's head was the size of a small mountain. The black totem snake called its head and flung it at the eight-headed serpent. The eight-headed serpent was about to soar to the sky to attack Mo Fan and Panglai, but the lizard demon dragon's filthy and bloody head struck it. One of its heads, with the horn, swelled. The 8 heads were bound together. When the other 7 heads felt the fury of the head with the horn, they turned to the black totem snake. The black totem snake was an ancient snake. It represented China's totem beast. Meanwhile, the 8-headed serpent was a demonic serpent beast from Japan. Japanese emperors in ancient times used to worship it. When the 2 great national beasts clashed and fought in the narrow mountain valley, the earth shook. The sight was majestic yet terrifying to behold. Mo Fan wanted the Green East Sea God to use its hegemonic ability in the sky to find a way out. But he realized that it was not a wise idea. The Swordfish Legion did not seem to feel any pain. They didn't even seem to fear death. They pierced their hook onto one another to form an aluminum wall in the sky to block Green East Sea God's path. They would even die to make sure Mo Fan and Panglai stayed in the sky. There were many other Swordfish and Stingray legions swarming them. It was clear that these legions were under the lead of other 2 powerful Overlord Ocean Demons. Mo Fan and Panglai had 2 more enemies they needed to fight. These Ocean Demons, Mo Fan noticed there were very few Ocean Demon troops at the Silverblue Valley City waterfall. The Ocean Demons had no intention of letting them out. The 8-headed serpent stood guard in that direction. The other Ocean Demons would not dare to get in the way of the 8-headed serpent. When it attacked, it neither cared for friend or foe. The 8-headed serpent was a destroyer and it killed Ocean Demons as well as the Royal Great Mags in equal measure. HMPH. Even though it has 8 heads, it's still an idiot. Moon Moth Phoenix, Green East Sea God, will go down there and destroy it with the black totem snake, said Mo Fan. The Green East Sea God observed from the sky. It was thrilled when it saw the 8-headed serpent. Mo Fan wondered why the black totem snake didn't react as much as the Green East Sea God. He remembered when the Green East Sea God had arrived at Hangzhou. The Green East Sea God was different. There was a gleam in its eyes as if it desired the flesh of an ancient demon. It was always ready for combat. The 8-headed serpent took advantage of its multiple heads and launched various attacks at the black totem snake. It soon found out that the black totem snake's weakness was fire. The black totem snake disliked fire. It usually inhabited the bottom of the West Lake at Hangzhou during winter and summer. It had no fear of even the sharpest claws on earth, the most venomous poison, or extreme cold. But it was threatened by flames. The black totem snake was not fully encased in scales. Its abdomen, chin, and neck were exposed. If the fire burned its keratin beneath its skin, it would cause too much harm. It would feel intense pain when it slithered on the ground. The 8-headed serpent was also a snake. It knew that the black totem snake's weakness would be fire. It spewed magma at the black totem snake. The black totem snake coiled itself up to protect its abdominal skin. It used its scales to resist the fire. The disadvantage was that it couldn't move when it was coiled up. The 8-headed serpent had other heads it could attack with. It used its sharp horn to attack the black totem snake repeatedly. The green East Sea god flew low and witnessed the eight-headed serpent attacking the black totem snake with its horn. The green East Sea god aimed at the creature with its lightning claws. The green East Sea god's claws were as strong as steel pincers. It grabbed the eight-headed serpent's head before spreading its wings and flying upwards. It flew up with its powerful wings and snapped one of the serpent's heads. Blood spurted everywhere. The eight-headed serpent retreated a few steps in agony. The severed neck became lifeless. Chapter 2784. Not Everyone. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Big guy, let me handle the fire. Mo Fan charged into the blazing flames. He stood above the black totem snake's head and spread his arms. He moved his arms above his head. The soul shadow of the divine bird wings appeared over his head. Mo Fan was ablaze, as if he would transform into a divine phoenix at any time and soar up into the sky. The moment Mo Fan clasped his hands, the Chongming divine bird's luminous flame spread through the entire mountain valley. The eight-headed serpent spat out black-brown lava flame and ash-blue venomous flame. But the Chongming divine bird's luminous flame extinguished them. Even though both were fighting with fire element, the two magic were in contrast to each other. If Mo Fan had not achieved the great heaven seed along with Little Flame Bell who had obtained the heavenly tribulation holy flame, it would not have been possible for him to fight the eight-headed serpent's lava flame and venomous flame. Mo Fan's Chongming divine fire and Little Flame Bell's heavenly tribulation holy flame were the strongest flames on earth. Mo Fan pushed his glorious fire element magical power to the point that it wounded the eight-headed serpent. The black totem snake was within Mo Fan's and Little Flame Bell's flames. However, it did not feel any heat. Mo Fan had deliberately controlled his fire element power so that it was immune to his flames. The black totem snake relaxed its enormous body. When it saw the eight-headed serpent retreat, the black totem snake lunged at it. The snake patterns on its scales glowed green. When the snake patterns connected in mysterious light traces, the black totem snake's aura transformed. It glowed in green holy light and its body became transparent like an emerald jade immortal stone. It no longer looked like a primitive ancient beast. Instead, it looked like a holy snake, the protector of the Pure Land after absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. The black totem snake was different from the eight-headed serpent. When the black totem snake unleashed its true totem power, it was filled with holiness. Even the surrounding venomous gas glowed slightly like fairy mist. The eight-headed serpent, on the other hand, was filled with primitive devilish violence. It was born to be brutal. Its nature was to hate all living things on the earth. The eight-headed serpent destroyed all living beings if allowed to roam free. The reason the Japanese emperors worshipped in the old days was because the emperor himself appreciated such destruction for power. When the emperor was overthrown, the eight-headed serpent vanished from the Pacific Ocean. It then joined with the ocean demons. Its ambition of killing all the living things on this earth remained intact. The eight-headed serpent appeared whenever there was a war. The black totem snake approached the eight-headed serpent for one-on-one combat. The eight-headed serpent had an upper hand because it had done much damage to the black totem snake in its last attack. The black totem snake glided along the mountain range outside the valley. It sometimes glided on the ground, sometimes clung onto the mountain wall, sometimes roamed in the air. Whenever it passed by, it left a terrifying green trace, as if God was painting a huge portrait with a brush dipped in divine green paint. The painting possessed endless power that was capable of annihilating demons in this world. Bam! Bam! The black totem snake's formation trapped the eight-headed serpent within the mountain valley. The terrifying green totem divine formation dissolved the eight-headed serpent's strange skin and scales. When the eight-headed serpent's skin was exposed, it ulcerated layer by layer and evaporated. It was now covered in blood. The sight was frightening to behold. The eight-headed serpent roared in agony. It was terrified of the black totem snake's ancient holy power. Under the green light of the black totem snake's formation, the eight-headed serpent's throat and the eight evil breaths at its abdominal pelvis were destroyed, leaving an ulcerated body filled with fury. Countless glowing spirit moths flew to the wounded eight-headed serpent. The glowing spirit moths had self-destructive power. When they charged at the 8-headed serpent, they exploded. Even though a single explosive spirit moth was tiny and could only inflict average damage, a large number of them covering the sky formed a cloud and thousands of explosions occurred in an instant. The 8-headed serpent could have resisted their explosiveness, but because its skin was already compromised, it began to rot and fester as more explosions ensued. Many parts of the 8-headed serpent's body were crushed. Its flesh fell from its body, and it reduced in size. It no longer looked as intimidating and horrifying as before. It had lost 2 of its heads. The ancient demon weakened and bled. The self-explosive spirit moths detonated like stunning fireworks. Meanwhile, the moon moth phoenix continued to flip its wings in midair. There seemed to be endless self-explosive spirit moths. They swarmed the 8-headed serpent continuously. They sacrificed themselves to injure the demon while creating a breathtaking view. Panglai was touched when he was greeted by such a sight. It took him a long time to recover his composure. Mo Fan was also in awe. The self-explosive spirit moths had paid a heavy price in order to severely wound the 8-headed serpent. They were living creatures. Mo Fan was aware that the moon moth phoenix was not brutal. It had no brutal weapons at its disposal. It had sacrificed many of its moths willingly. There were messenger spirit moths, armed spirit moths, reproductive spirit moths, and guardian spirit moths among the moon moth phoenix horde. If the moon moth phoenix was around and the moths were given a peaceful forest to stay in, they could reproduce rapidly. However, their greatest weakness was that they had a relatively short lifespan. The moon moth phoenix's lifespan was short compared to the black totem snake that lived for almost thousands of years. The moon moth phoenix shared a similar lifespan to humans. It had the shortest lifespan among all the totem beasts. When the spirit moths continuously flew and exploded, the other moths transformed into fluffy white cocoons and hid beneath the moon moth phoenix's wings. When they encountered a powerful enemy, they would be the first to transform into self-explosive spirit moths and charge at their enemy, using up the last bit of their lives. The self-explosive spirit moths sacrificed themselves by detonating on their enemies. Instead of dying in a damp jungle, they would rather use up their last bit of flame to destroy their enemies and pave a brighter future for the coming generation. The flame from the explosion rose to the sky. The force of the blasts was so tremendous that they had severely wounded the 8-headed serpent. However, not all spirit moths were willing to transform into self-explosive spirit moths. Similarly, not everyone was like Panglai. Chapter 2785. Kingdom of the Fallen Beasts. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Certain lives might look insignificant but are respectable. Some people might not stand out among the crowd, but they shine brighter than a meteor star in times of darkness. Panglai's admirable personality was the reason Mo Fan decided not to leave him here alone. Old Pang, it's your choice not to accept the forbidden curse and risk your life at an old age in order to ensure the younger generation's survival. But since I'm here, I'll ensure that you survive this ordeal to live a decent life, said Mo Fan to the sad Panglai. Panglai noticed that after the destruction of the 8-headed serpent, the totem beasts had made a way on the mountain valley for them. The path had not existed before. Panglai was moved. His gratitude overwhelmed him. This was the first time in 30 or 40 years that he felt such fire in his heart. He was old and had made up his mind to sacrifice himself. But Mo Fan's words had awoken something in him. His words made Panglai feel like he was back to his old self, an enthusiastic young man who gave his all without compromise. I am the Chief Royal Guard, the strongest summoning element mage in China. Why do I even need a young mage to ensure I can live peacefully in my twilight years, said Panglai. He did not require Mo Fan's help to help him live his life peacefully. He wanted to earn that life on his own. It has replied to me. Mo Fan, cover up for me. You'll get to witness the majesty of the semi-forbidden summoning element magical power. Panglai took a deep breath and radiated a solemnity as befit a Chief Royal Guard. Mo Fan looked behind and saw the Stingray King and purple-haired female demon army standing in the way to the mountain valley. Good. Mo Fan nodded. Let's fight them together. Mo Fan turned around and confronted the vast ocean demon troop that charged toward them. He was ablaze. He grinned with a little bit of madness encased in the flames. The flame soul shadow behind him was like an indistinguishable throne. Mo Fan allowed his divine flame to fuse with Little Flame Bell's power. The blazing flame spread like a crimson army and wiped out the ocean demons at the mountain valley. Although Mo Fan was tiny and incomparable to tidal waves, his blazing flame was as tough as the wall under the ocean that wouldn't collapse no matter how strong the wind and waves hit. Meanwhile, Panglai focused on casting his spell. 3 greatest totem beasts fought before him while Mo Fan covered his back. Panglai was no longer depressed. He had the calm and the courage of an old mage with 40 or 50 years of magical experience. Each summoning beast has its own thoughts. Regardless of whether they were as big as a dragon or as small as a rat, sincere communication and power suppression are the keys to the summoning element. You must let your summoning beast sense your majesty and sincerity simultaneously, explained Panglai as he opened a portal. Mo Fan realized that the portal was so complicated that he could never ever imitate something like this without experience. Each land inhabits a legendary creature. Some of them are long forgotten, some are buried beneath the earth, and some have earned enough respect to be recorded in the books. The book is called The Kingdom of the Fallen Beasts. Over a decade ago, I tried to summon a fallen beast that had sunk into deep sleep. It remained quiet like a statue and ignored my request. But I never gave up communicating with it. Perhaps my sincerity moved its heart, or it was tired of my nagging, it decided to fight for me. Panglai described all this to Mo Fan in high spirits. At that moment, Panglai did not look like an old man. Instead, he looked like a man with indomitable will. A man who could summon even a fallen beast. Panglai had only summoned the fallen beast in his middle age. He had not given up improving his summoning element magical power. Perhaps this was the day he was preparing himself for. Fight for me once, Panglai said proudly. Panglai was the only man in the country who was able to summon a fallen beast from the kingdom of the fallen beast. Although Mo Fan was the only audience to witness his power, Panglai still felt incredibly proud. It calls to me, said Panglai in joy. Mo Fan, thank you for reminding me of my own passion. How I wish I was 40 years younger and fighting side by side with you. Nonetheless, it's an honor to fight alongside you. Panglai was like a mentor teaching Mo Fan the true art of casting the summoning element spell in all its glory. As a friend, he also shared his cultivation difficulties over the years. He hated growing old. He cursed at it. He felt powerless and hopeless as he aged. But it seemed that aging was not something that was absolute. While age took its toll on his body, it could never extinguish the unending passion in his heart. He was like a mentor, a friend, and a student. Mo Fan had taught him not to be afraid of growing old. Ancient magic portal, national beast. Panglai's beard fluttered. His body glowed with vitality. He looked majestic. He looked like a god standing guard over his country. A black abyss swallowed the surroundings. Soon, the silver blue valley city became a part of the black abyss. Humans could easily be sucked into the depth of the black abyss. A pair of eyes slowly opened from the bottom of the black abyss. It was staring at the 8-headed serpent from another dimensional plane. It was also staring at the vast ocean demon troop covering the mountain valley. An ancient godly profile appeared in the night sky. The view of its profile was hazy, but its godly eyes were visible. The eyes grew bigger until it filled the entire abyss. The entire silver blue valley city became dead silent as if time had frozen and not even sound could travel. Buzz! By the time everything resumed its order of motion, Mo Fan was shocked to realize that the severely wounded 8-headed serpent was being sliced. The 8-headed serpent was so terrified that it attempted to escape the deadly gaze with its remaining body. However, the 3 greatest totem beasts blocked its way. Roar! The 8-headed snake roared in fear and agony. Before this, it was still fighting without any intention of retreating, but now, it tried to escape as though it could see its own inevitable death. It tried to flee, but its multiple heads had different opinions. They all tried escaping in different directions. Chapter 2786. The True Features of the National Beast. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The vainglorious eight-headed serpent with supreme demonic aura was terrified and restless, like a mouse being chased with a rod. The national beast from the kingdom of the fallen beasts had not only crushed it, but it had also trampled its willpower. Mo Fan looked up at it. But the national beast was in a mysterious kingdom and still wasn't clearly visible. According to Panglai, the national beast had once appeared in China. It was at a higher level than the black totem snake. Although the eight-headed serpent was severely wounded and the three totem beasts had laid the groundwork, there was still a long way to go to actually kill it. But the national beast had slayed it effortlessly. The eight-headed serpent could not escape. Mo Fan was both shocked and curious about this majestic creature. The national beast did not really show itself. Instead, it merely used its ancient dimensional force through its eyes to kill the eight-headed serpent. If they managed to summon the national beast to this world fully, wouldn't it be strong enough to kill the mastermind villain, the Black Claw Emperor itself? It was an emperor. Even Panglai had never expected it to be an emperor-level creature. Over the years, Panglai had been searching for a supreme holy spirit in the kingdom of the fallen beasts. With his piety and perseverance, he finally reached a mutual consent with the national beast, and it had agreed to fight for him. Panglai felt as though all his dreams had come true. The national beast was high and mighty. It was mysterious and unpredictable. It had granted his wish and destroyed the enemy before him. If they really wanted to make it descend to the world and fight the war, decades of sincerity, perseverance, and hard work were far from enough. The eight-headed serpent was dead. And it could not be resurrected. Its heads were scattered in different directions. It still looked as ferocious and hideous as ever, even in death. Its body, sliced to pieces, was strewn upon the mountain valley. Everything was covered in blood. The blood flowed in rivulets down to the ground and soaked the earth. The ocean demon troop was terrified. The powerful eight-headed serpent was killed, and they did not have the courage to enter the valley. With the help of the national beast's majesty, Mo Fan carried the frail Panglai and hopped onto the back of the black totem snake. Hurry up, let's go now. The silver-blue valley city had turned to ruins. The black totem snake glided through the city and escaped along the waterfall. Without the eight-headed serpent, the ocean demons could not stop the powerful black totem snake. The ocean demons did not expect the least likely penetrable direction to become an escape route for the two humans. The scattered hunter dirty demons smelled Mo Fan and Panglai and chased after them. However, these sneaky demons could not escape from the Green East Sea God's eyes. The Green East Sea God choked them to death as they chased after Mo Fan and Panglai. The ocean demons lost track of Mo Fan and Panglai. Hawaii was densely forested and surrounded by plenty of islands and canyons. As its archipelago rose, the island was estimated to be 20,000 square kilometers. Even though there were many ocean demons, they could not possibly cover entire Hawaii. I have some knowledge about healing. Let me take care of him, Song Feiyao suggested. Okay. Please save him. Mo Fan sighed. This old man. What's the point of showing off? He could have gotten himself killed by his own summoning element magical power. Panglai had fainted. He had exhausted all his energy. Fortunately, the national beast had not really shown up. Otherwise, he could have died even before he successfully cast the spell. Regardless, what mattered most right now was Panglai to live. Meow. Mo Fan was about to ask Little Loach to absorb the eight-headed serpent's soul essence or soul remnant when he heard a familiar sound. He turned around to see Knight Rakshasa standing behind him. It tried to pull Mo Fan's sleeve with its claws. Unfortunately, it was not tall enough to reach him even on its tiptoes. Mo Fan crouched down and picked it up. We're fine and alive. Where's your master? Meow. Knight Rakshasa broke itself free from Mo Fan's arms. It made some gestures with its claws. Its silver whiskers moved. Mo Fan did not understand what it was trying to say. He summoned Apers. Apers liked Knight Rakshasa. But when Night Rakshasa saw her, it raised its hackles. "Don't tease it. It's urgent," said Moth. "It said its master asked it to leave the team to come and find you," said Apers. "Jiang, you must have been worried about us." "Don't worry. Panglai is exhausted and wounded. But I think he will live." "Lead us to the rest of the team," said Moth. Night Rakshasa shook its head. It did not want Moth and Panglai to return to the team. Moth was puzzled. Did something happen to Jiang and the team? Night Rakshasa rolled its eyes and drew on the soil with one of its claws. It drew several stick figures that looked like humans with hats. Those were the royal mags. Night Rakshasa made one particularly hideous. It even added fangs. It poked it with its claws. Moth understood what Night Rakshasa was trying to express even without Apers' help. The hideous man that it had drawn was a spy. Did Jiang discover this? Moth asked. Night Rakshasa nodded. He doesn't know who the spy is, so he asked you to come and look for us. Night Rakshasa nodded again. Have you found the location of Commander Hua? Moth asked again. Night Rakshasa nodded yet again. Moth was shocked. So, the ocean demons were not the ones who trapped them with the bloodstained glove. The reason the ocean demons surrounded the entire mountain valley as soon as they found the glove was because someone inside their team had informed them. Who is the ocean demon's puppet? Are they being controlled by the godly Horde Prophet? Even the royal mags could be infiltrated by the godly Horde Prophet. Night Rakshasa drew a scroll on the ground. The scroll that can cure Commander Hua is still with the guards of the four directions, asked Moth. Chapter 2787. Leaving No Way Out. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Night Rakshasa knew where Commander Hua might be. But the main thing right now was not the reunion with Commander Hua but to find the healing scroll. They had to heal Commander Hua. After all, Hawaii was full of the ocean demon spies, including humans who might have become their puppets. If they acted recklessly, Commander Hua may die even if they found him. That's impossible, Panglai awakened. He coughed and choked. He was too anxious to stay calm. Song Feiyao handed him some herbs to chew on. It helped with his coughing. He disagreed with Night Rakshasa and Jiang. Do you think Jiang is just worrying for nothing? Asked Moth. Yes. A forbidden mage performed spiritual cleansing on each and every one of us before departure. If any of us were being used as a puppet, he would have found out. Although he cannot use his magic power on a large scale, he can accurately identify the culprit within a small team. None of us are under the godly Horde Prophet's manipulation, Panglai said firmly. Moth inevitably turned to Apers. Apers knew what Moth was going to ask. It's true that humans can find out the puppets who are under the godly Horde Prophet's manipulation using the forbidden curse. It's like how I can identify the puppets if you let me interrogate them spiritually. Moth did not have a good understanding about spiritual magical power. If what Apers said was true, then what had gone wrong? Panglai confirmed that there were no puppets among them. But Jiang seemed to think otherwise. Was there anything wrong with either Panglai or Jiang? Moth shook his head to dismiss the thought. The probability of either of them becoming a suspicious target was low. Jiang and Night Rakshasa had found Commander Hua. If Jiang was a puppet, he could have just delivered the message to the ocean demons. There was no need for him to go to extra lengths to inform them and take precautions like this. As for Panglai, if he was a puppet, he would have stopped the eight-headed serpent from killing them. If Moth had not returned for him, Panglai would have sacrificed himself to save the others. Besides, Jiang had specially asked Night Rakshasa to inform them about the truth. Jiang trusted Panglai. Both had proven themselves to be loyal. Are there any puppets within us? Moth did not know how to make a decision. Song Feiyao looked at Panglai and then at Moth. Why must you assume there are puppets among us? Do you also think that Jiang is just worried about nothing? Asked Moth. Jiang is usually an idiot. I wonder why he is spewing nonsense at this time. But it was good of him to inform us secretly through Knight Rakshasa. Otherwise, our team spirit would be affected. If that happens, how will we ever save Commander Hua? Panglai said sulkily. Panglai was not an idiot. He was the chief royal guard. He had witnessed a lot of deceit in his time. There was a strict requirement in the selection of a royal mage. After someone was selected to hold the position, that person had a very low probability of being manipulated by the godly horde prophet. Also, Panglai had taken into consideration whether there were any godly horde prophet's puppets within his team even before they began their journey. He had baptized their spirits before departure. The forbidden mage could not possibly be the one who had been manipulated by the godly horde prophet. If there were so many of the authorities under the godly horde prophet's manipulation, ocean demons would have defeated humans long ago, and humans could not have fought and held out for so long. Old Pang, let us listen to what Song Feiyao has to say. She is an outsider. She might have a more unbiased perspective and actually know something that we might have overlooked, said Mo Fan. Panglai nodded. Not everyone stays the same forever. While it may be true that none of your teammates are under the godly horde prophet's manipulation, this doesn't mean one cannot collude with the ocean demons of one's own free will. People always betray each other for various reasons like fear, greed, and so on. Mo Fan and Panglai were speechless. She was right. Why must they assume that someone in their team was godly horde prophet's puppets? Maybe that person had willingly sided with the ocean demons to betray them. That was even worse. After all, the puppets were under the godly horde prophet's control and carried out things without their own willingness. Traitors, on the other hand, were not under anyone's control. They did it willingly. It could be even more damaging. Panglai was silent for a long time. He had overlooked such detail due to his own stubbornness. If I were that person who willingly turned a spy, I would first use my teammates to find Commander Hua's location. I would then inform the ocean demons about it. Secondly, I would try to sabotage the team's mission so that Commander Hua is isolated and can be killed, said Song Feiyao. So, the ocean demons weren't the ones who set us up with that glove, said Panglai, realization finally dawning in his face. Right. It's true that the glove belonged to Commander Hua. There's a high possibility that he left behind his glove to confuse the ocean demons, said Mo Fan. So, the traitor was disappointed when Knight Rakshasa found Commander Hua's glove. And he or she informed the ocean demons and let them surround the mountain valley to destroy our team, correct? Panglai continued. If that's the case, they are constantly under the ocean demons' control. Knight Rakshasa, Jiang, Mo Fan said. Knight Rakshasa sensed something and immediately rushed back to where it came from. Jiang and the team were in danger. Even though they had escaped into the dense tropical rainforest, if the traitor was around, the ocean demons could locate them anytime. The traitor no longer expected the royal mags to locate Commander Hua, so he might have decided to kill everyone. Idiot. He's an idiot. How can he let Knight Rakshasa leave him alone? Stupid. Panglai helped himself up shakily. He cursed at Jiang while wiping at his tears. Jiang noticed the presence of the traitor when they escaped to the rainforest. He knew that death awaited him. Yet he had asked Knight Rakshasa to inform Mo Fan and Panglai so that they could continue the mission. He, however, exposed himself to the ocean demon troop. Chapter 2788. Red Cardinal. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Tick-tack. Tick-tack. The sound was faint. Whenever he heard the sound, he felt a searing pain in his wrists and ankles. Jiang opened his eyes. Everything in front of him was blurry. He had no idea when the rain had poured so heavily on the Sandalwood Mountain city. The domes of the high-rise buildings were covered in grey mist. The tumultuous sound of the rain, wind, and lightning filled the unknown place. The faint sound did not come from the rain. It came from him and the people next to him. Jiang saw the downpour outside the windowless buildings. It was raining heavily. He saw his team members fall in a pool of blood one after the other. The blood had not completely dried up and was flowing outside the building. They were dead. All of them were dead. Why was he still alive? Jiang tried to move. But the pain was excruciating. He almost passed out. It was only then that he knew that he had lost his hands and legs. Someone had cut them. Blood was gushing out. The tic-tac was the sound of his blood dripping on the cold ground. Once again, "Where's the cat?" Jiang heard a voice. He slowly came to his senses. He thought he was at the doors of death. Jiang did not answer his interrogator. He tried to move. His back and his chest had been pierced by hooks. He was floating midair. Why did you side with the ocean demons?" asked Jiang through the haze of pain. "Side with them? We share the same goal," said Nan Shou Baishu. "Same goal? You're a human and they are demons. How can you share the same goal? Can the ocean demons give you all that you want?" "Ocean demons are intelligent, but they are no different from the demons out there who want to devour our flesh and bones," Jiang said. Nan Shou Baishu walked behind Jiang and kicked Wang Ping's corpse outside the building. The building had 40 stories. It did not have any windows or walls. It was an incomplete building. Wang Ping's body was flung outside in the rain. It fell amongst the blue ocean monsters. The blue ocean monsters were half human and half fish. They were not the legendary mermaid or merman from the folklores. They were much bigger in size compared to humans. They were sturdy with scales growing on their bodies. Their chests and shoulders were armed with large and sharp scales. The rest of their bodies were covered with finer scales that resembled soft armors. Their lower half was fish. It was thick and powerful. They were covered with hard scales that served as their armors. They stood on the sandalwood mountain like blue armored tanks. They had grown to such a terrifying level that most magic was useless against them. The fishmen generals were carnivorous. They swarmed to devour Wang Ping's corpse. They tore the body into pieces. Nan Shou Baishu stood by the edge of the building. He looked down. "TSK! TSK! TSK!" He then turned to Jiang with a smile. "I left just a tiny breath of life in them so they can feel every moment of being torn apart by those monsters. Now, again, where is the cat? Do they have control over your mind? If yes, you're just an ocean demon with a brain. You should stay under the ocean with them instead of coming ashore and asking me," said Jiang. Nan Shou Baishu dragged another royal mage and walked to the edge of the building. He then flung the royal mage down. Blood splattered in the hazy rain. The fishmen generals roared, as if telling Nan Shou Baishu that they still had not had enough of the bodies. "What makes you think my mind is under the godly horde prophet's control? What good use is a puppet, anyway? Puppets are under someone else's control, whereas Before I forget, Forbidden City and the Enforcement Union have both misunderstood something," Nan Shou Baishu said as he approached Jiang. "What misunderstanding?" Jiang asked. Nan Shou Baishu let out a bark of laughter all of a sudden. "I never expected you to be the first to know my identity. Anyway, there's no point for me to continue to hide my identity. I'm long forgotten. But from now on, no one will dare to overlook me." Over the years, Nan Shou Baishu executed missions as the royal mage to the point where he almost forgot his other identity. They are only aware of Salon but not me, Ying. Everyone knows the Red Cardinal in China, and all of them think that person is Salon. Even the Enforcement Union thought so. How hilarious is that? Nan Shou Baishu paced as he looked at Jiang. He smiled satisfactorily when he noticed Jiang was shocked. Salon escaped from abroad into China. She was a newly risen Red Cardinal. However, she was not the Red Cardinal that represented China. "I am the Red Cardinal of China." Nan Shou Baishu revealed his identity with pride, as if delivering some sort of speech. Red Cardinals had the highest ambition of trampling the world under their feet for power. Over the years, everyone was focused on Salan. Salan was thought to be the Red Cardinal of China. She was as terrifying as Anubis. The world feared her because of the disaster she had caused at ancient capital. However, in the eyes of Nanshou Baishu, Salan was nothing more than a madwoman. She fled into China to achieve her revenge. After that, she became the Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican and wreaked havoc at the ancient city. Her actions had distracted everyone from the true Red Cardinal of China, Ying. Not many people in this world were aware of Ying. They only knew about Salan. Nanshou Baishu concealed his humiliation until today. The moment the forbidden mage of China, Hua Shanhong, dies, no one would ever dare overlook him. By then, the world would recognize him as the only Red Cardinal of China, and he would be the Supreme Pontiff. Chapter 2789. Night Rakshas's Fury. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Salan is nothing. She hid behind the public curtain and used those frail and useless people as sacrifices. Even though she had the numbers, the world was never lacking in human population. I, on the other hand, am going to kill Hua Shanhong. He is the top-notched forbidden mage and commander of this country. The country wouldn't suffer many losses if an entire city of people were killed. But if Hua Shanhong is killed, people in the east coastline won't be able to hold back the emperor of the ocean godly horde. Ying was absorbed in his plan. His silence and humiliation over the years were all worth this moment alone. Salan would soon be forgotten. The other Red Cardinals liked to spread evil and their stupid ideology, but Ying was different from them. He could not recruit disciples on a large scale like Salan and the other Red Cardinals due to his identity that was bound to the Supreme Pontiff. Without disciples, he could not exert significant influence over the people. It would be difficult to execute his horrific plans. Over the years, Ying had been hiding his true self. He had never shown any traces of it. He had assimilated into normal society and joined higher ranks in the country, otherwise, he would have long been eliminated by various strict screenings. He might not have been able to join the important departments of the government. Forbidden City had stringent requirements. It represented China's most powerful force and was closely connected with the country, the government, the army, and the Magic Association. It was not an easy feat to hold a position as the Guard of the South. However, in order to achieve his goal, Ying had almost erased his true identity. If it had not been for this chance, he would have continued living as Nanshou Baishu or taken over the entire Forbidden City. With the support from the Supreme Pontiff, he stood a great chance of becoming the chief of Forbidden City. Unfortunately, what was the point of becoming a chief of Forbidden City in this era where the east coastline was on the verge of collapse? The moment the ocean demons launched an attack, humans would be exterminated sooner or later, like a bunch of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. What was the ideology of Black Vatican? It was to exterminate humans. Colluding with the ocean demons was the best decision the Black Vatican had ever made. They would require many Red Cardinal and Supreme Pontiff to make the church feast a success. However, with the help of the ocean demons, the church feast could be a reality. Do you really think that Hua Shanhong can leave Hawaii alive? The moment he dies, the ocean godly horde army will launch a mass attack. You will then realize how powerful they are. Puny humans on the dry lands can never fight them. Ying walked to the edge once again. The fishmen generals roared. Ying returned to Jiang Yu's side. He pulled at the hook and dragged Jiang Yu to the edge of the building. Jiang Yu's blood dripped to the ground. He was at his weakest. He had suffered excessive blood loss and began to lose consciousness. Look down there, Ying said. Jiang Yu looked. The street was filled with corpses. Their team didn't have many royal mags. The residents who had not been able to leave the place had been brutally eaten by the ocean demons. I'd given you so many chances. Unfortunately, it seems like you don't care. Don't worry about Night Rakshasa, it can't possibly escape very far. Soon, I'll grab its neck and toss it down this building, too. My only concern is I'm not sure if the fishmen generals enjoy cat flesh. Ying had lost his patience. Jiang Yu could not even struggle. He closed his eyes. He felt dizzy. He felt that this was a blessing in disguise. At the very least, he did not have to experience the pain of being torn apart and chewed by the fishmen generals if he fainted. Meow. Jiang Yu sighed. He heard the voice that he was most familiar with. He had been with Knight Rakshasa for a very long time. Its soft purr occasionally rang in his mind even if it wasn't close. When Jiang Yu was 12, he had lost his family. None of his kin were willing to take him in. He had headed to the police station with his parents' death certificate in his hands and been assigned to an orphanage 3,000 kilometers away from his house. After a long journey by train, car, motorcycle, and on foot, Jiang Yu had finally arrived at the isolated and neglected orphanage. The orphanage was abandoned. There were no management officers, nor any orphans to be seen. The dilapidated mansion looked like a haunted house. It was eerie and creepy. Jiang Yu had nowhere else to go. He was exhausted. Thus, he cleaned up a tiny space and slept there. He covered under a dirty blanket and went to sleep. The next morning before sunrise, he heard a faint sound outside the door. When he opened the door, there was a tiny kitten. It had just come into this world. The kitten was inside a cardboard box. Someone had left it at the orphanage while he slept. But the orphanage was deserted, and Jiang Yu was the only person who was there. No one wants me. But you're very lucky to have me here. That was what he had said to Knight Rakshasa. Meow. Knight Rakshasa had purred weakly. He had never forgotten that miserable sound. He often heard it meowing in his mind. Whenever Jiang Yu was lost or alone, its meowing gave him the courage to go on. Jiang Yu was afraid. But remembering his cat made him feel better. He wondered about Panglai. He hoped his master was safe and sound. After all, Panglai was the reason he had become a respectable mage. After Jiang Yu spent a year in the orphanage, Panglai had passed by and adopted him. As long as they were fine, he had achieved his purpose. Strong breeze blew the rainwater onto his face. Jiang Yu knew he would be flung down. Jiang Yu felt a soft energy beside him. Meow. Knight Rakshasa's meow rang out. It did not sound soft. Instead, it sounded enraged. Jiang Yu had first heard such an infuriated meow from Knight Rakshasa when several gangsters had attempted to occupy the orphanage and pushed him to the ground. Chapter 2790. Fishman Chief. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The fishmen generals roared. They were expecting delicious human flesh, all tender and juicy, but had not anticipated that something would pull the falling person back to the building. Jiang Yu was on the 8th floor of the building, so the fishmen generals climbed up to pull him to them with their scaly arms. For demons such as themselves, Jiang Yu was no more than a little mouse hiding in a hole waiting to be caught. Meow! The sharp claws struck out at an impossible speed. The fishmen general's armor sprouted multiple scratches and blood oozed out of them. A lightning bolt struck above the street. It hit the burly fishmen generals and tore them into pieces where the scratches were on their bodies. The flesh fell to the side of the building in a puddle of blood. The other fishmen generals roared and stared at the black and agile figure standing on the tower-shaped street lamp. They radiated a violent aura that caused the fierce rain on the street to move in the opposite direction. The fishmen generals charged. Many of them were holding weapons like bone hammers. They were huge. When they smashed the bone hammers at the street lamps, it destroyed all the surrounding shops. Knight Rakshasa was agile. When the fishmen generals swung their bone hammers, it dexterously jumped on top of one of the hammers. The fishman general thought the hammer might send the little black cat flying, but when it heard a terrifying cat cry coming from its back, it raised its head to see that Knight Rakshasa was perched on its hammer. A black figure passed by so fast that the fishman general could not see the movement of its claw. Knight Rakshasa chopped off the head of the fishman general, and blood poured like a fountain from the stump where the head had been. The other fishmen generals roared in fury. 4 or 5 of them surrounded the Knight Rakshasa. They trapped it, forming something like a wall with their bodies. Together, they raised their demonic weapons and swung at Knight Rakshasa. Boom! The whole street shattered. Hundreds of cracks spread quickly from the area. The force lifted the cars, buses, and motorcycles abandoned at the side of the road and slammed many vehicles into the surrounding cement buildings. The downpour stopped for a while. Several fishmen generals stared at the pit to check whether the nimble cat was dead or not. When they looked, they did not see Knight Rakshasa anywhere. They only saw a black, circular saw blade that spun and expanded continuously. The fishmen generals were frightened and retreated. The black, circular saw blade expanded faster and faster. Soon, the circular saw blade drew all of them within its vicinity. They were cut into pieces of flesh so thin that they were almost transparent. The fishmen generals were unable to escape from the spinning black circular saw blade. Knight Rakshasa had cut them into sashimi. Its knife work was as meticulous as compared to that of a 5-star chef. A strange sound followed. On the other side of the street, a blue-armored giant, much taller than the building near it, suddenly stood up. It had appeared to be dozing off just a while ago. But now it roared as it saw that several fishmen generals were dead. It was the fishman chief. The armor on its body did not look like ordinary scales at all. They looked like rare metal smelted together to form scales. Even the luster of it was astonishing. The fishman chief crushed all the buildings near it. It stared at Knight Rakshasa with contempt and arrogance while the cat stood on the street alone. A mighty eagle chirped. A green figure slashed toward the city like lightning and hit the majestic fishman chief. The green light lifted the fishman chief into the air and appeared into the grey sky. The other fishmen generals charged toward Knight Rakshasa. They were following the fishman chief, but it suddenly disappeared from amongst them. A strange sound echoed, and the fishmen generals raised their heads. They saw that the fishman chief was falling down from the clouds and mist of the torrential rain. When the fishman chief hit the ground, its abdomen and chest were hollowed out. The strengths of the fishmen generals and the fishman chief were on another level. The fishmen generals wanted to rely on the fishman chief to get rid of the enemy in front of them. But their leader was now dead. They did not even know what had killed the fishman chief. There had been a cry in the sky and now their chief was dead. When Knight Rakshasa saw that the fishman chief was dead, it jumped through the buildings and went to find Jiang. Jiang had lost his arms and legs, so he could not stand up. When he saw the black figure rushing to him, tears fell from his eyes. His vision was blurry. Meow. Knight Rakshasa jumped onto Jiang's body and licked him with its little tongue. When it saw Jiang's miserable state, its pupils dilated in anger. Squeak! Squeak! A dirty hunter with a red body crawled on the floor and approached Jiang and Knight Rakshasa. Knight Rakshasa's fur bristled. Hiss! A purple-haired female demon appeared behind Jiang. Its vicious eye stared at Knight Rakshasa, and there were countless eels all over its body that would open their mouths and grind their teeth. You two have a good relationship. I knew your little black cat would come to you eventually. The whole thing will work out. I can even return to the Forbidden City as the only survivor of the entire team of royal mags. Ying jumped down and slowly approached Jiang and Knight Rakshasa. Knight Rakshasa was enraged. It glared at Ying. This was the man who had tortured Jiang. Knight Rakshasa would never forgive this villain. Its black fur moved, and it radiated a demonic energy. The demonic aura formed a vortex underneath it. Chapter 2791. Ghostly Energy Sword. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Red Hunter dirty demons moved fast. It charged at Jiang's back. The cunning creature seemed to know that Knight Rakshasa would protect its human at any cost, so it took advantage of it to find Knight Rakshasa's weakness. Knight Rakshasa's demonic energy changed. It was in attack mode when it was fighting multiple enemies, but now it went into defense. The purple-haired female demon moved forward. It spread its seaweed hair wildly, covering everything like a swarm of foliage. The Red Hunter Dirty Demon launched its attack and aimed at Knight Rakshasa's eyes. The sharp claws could even become a thin needle that was almost invisible. The needle-like claws extended at an impossible speed. A few black furs fell. Knight Rakshasa tilted its head slightly. A small hole appeared on the building and dozens of other buildings on the street. Jiang was shocked. This Red Hunter Dirty Demon was probably the most dangerous among the other Hunter Dirty Demons. Its power was frightening. The purple-haired female demon was still approaching. The seaweed hare turned into vicious water snakes and tried to entangle the Knight Rakshasa. Those tooth eels on the purple-haired female demon could open its maw to reveal rows of fangs. These fangs were sharp and hideous. Knight Rakshasa could not step away from Jiang even for a minute. The continuous attacks from the front and back were making it tired. It's so touching. You two can die together. Ying grinned. Wisps of ghostly energy slowly emerged from the palm of his hand. The ghostly energies turned into a moon-shaped sword. The ghostly energy moon sword was already hanging above Jiang head. Knight Rakshasa did not notice it. However, Ying did not intend to kill a defunct summoner. The most important thing for him was to get rid of Knight Rakshasa. If Jiang died, Knight Rakshasa might escape. Even if he failed to take over the Forbidden City, as Nan showed, he would be able to occupy the top 3 highest positions in the Forbidden City if the other masters dropped dead. There was something strange about the ghostly energy moon sword. It moved only in one direction. It appeared near the target without warning. When the target finally realized the sword was moving in its direction, it was often too late to react. The Knight Rakshasa was already dealing with 2 powerful ocean demons. Ying was familiar with Knight Rakshasa. Even if its destructive power was remarkable, it usually fled to safety when it smelled an aura more powerful than it was. The Knight Rakshasa wasn't very strong physically, but it was extremely difficult to launch a sneak attack on it because of its alert nature. The only way that can be used to restrain and defeat Knight Rakshasa was by using Jiang as bait. When it was exhausted, Ying would kill it slowly. Ying was Nansho of the Forbidden City and ranked 2nd in strength among the 4 guards. However, he could not win against Beishou if he did not use the sorcery of the Black Vatican. If he fought seriously, the other 3 guards might not survive the fight. The Red Cardinals usually like to accept disciples from a wide range, but Ying preferred to improve himself and pursue a higher realm. Swish! The ghostly energy moon sword moved without a trace. It was right above the Knight Rakshasa now. The reason Knight Rakshasa had moved here was to avoid the venom of the seaweed-haired female demon, so it could not take a step back and figure out a way. If the Knight Rakshasa continued to avoid the venom, the ghostly energy moon sword would chop off its head. Knight Rakshasa's fur bristled. It moved too fast and passed the sword. It did not launch a counterattack against the seaweed-haired female demon. The seaweed-haired female demon had already revealed its weakness when it sprayed the venom. Knight Rakshasa could severely injure it if it attacked now. However, the Knight Rakshasa did not attack. It was infuriated at Ying. It speeded up and charged at him. Ying sneered. The cat had lost its rationale. It could kill the powerful seaweed-haired female demon, but it wanted to kill Ying first. It was not easy to kill the Red Cardinal. Ying's palm condensed dark green ghostly energy. The ghostly energy filled the surroundings. Knight Rakshasa moved around in the place full of malevolent energy. Occasionally, the ghostly energy moon sword would attack, and Knight Rakshasa was barely able to dodge it. As Knight Rakshasa approached Ying, the ghostly energy moon sword attacked frequently. It was a huge sword formation that waited patiently for Knight Rakshasa to fall into its trap. Knight Rakshasa had many wounds on its body. Although none of the injuries were serious, the ghostly energy would still seep through and spread in the body. It was more terrifying than poison as it consumed all the vital organs in the body until it became a dry corpse. Knight Rakshasa rushed toward Ying. When it got close to Ying, his smile became more dangerous. Swish! Suddenly, hundreds of ghostly energy moon swords appeared within 10 meters around Ying and slashed wildly. Night Rakshasa had a powerful ability to escape moving objects. Most objects that moved too fast were still slow in its eyes. But the ghostly energy moon swords were so dense that Night Rakshasa could find even a small gap between them. It was a deadly sword formation. Chapter 2792. Why be a beast? Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, the Night Rakshasa did not retreat. It did not stop advancing at Ying. But it did pay a very painful price. No matter how small and flexible it was still able to get hurt. The black fur was coated with red. The red figure rushed to attack Ying's neck. He sneered. Night Rakshasa thought it could kill Ying, but it underestimated his strength as Nan Shou of the Forbidden City. Ying emanated a ghostly energy, and he disappeared and flew to every space that the malevolent energy touched. Although the range of movement was not vast, it was still enough to dodge Night Rakshasa's claws. Night Rakshasa's changed its directions halfway. Ying was too powerful. Night Rakshasa could kill someone in seconds, but Ying had a strange skill that avoided it. Night Rakshasa barely left a scratch on the back of Ying's hand. Ying turned to look at the blood oozing from a light scratch. The corners of his mouth curled up. You fought to death just for this? Ying mocked. Night Rakshasa was severely injured. The ghostly energy moon swords had slashed it many times. Although they were all minor injuries, the ghostly energy was hurting it. Meow. Night Rakshasa was still moving. What's wrong? Are you not going to die with your master? Come here. We've known each other for so many years, so I can still generously fulfill this last wish of yours. Ying did not care about the scratch on the back of his hand. Night Rakshasa was not poisonous. It only had sharp claws. He did not need to care for a little scratch. Night Rakshasa made a strange move. It titled its head and threw a shiny silver object in the other direction. Someone caught it. He had black hair, dark brown eyes and a charming smile on his face. He stared at Ying as though he was a prey. Ying looked at the silver object and finally realized what the cat had been playing at. Space bracelet! His space bracelet was gone! Ying's face darkened. The eerie energy around his body made him look like a vengeful ghost. Rakshasa hadn't been trying to fight him. It was trying to steal his space bracelet. The Forbidden City custom-made this space bracelet, and there was only one thing inside. It was an important scroll that could heal Commander Hua. Ying and the ocean demons had killed Bei Shou and snatched the bracelet. Night Rakshasa, thank you for your hard work. Mo Fan glanced at the bleeding Night Rakshasa. He slowly walked toward Ying. I'll take care of this bastard from the Black Vatican. Mo Fan was a professional in assassinating members of the Black Vatican. He enjoyed destroying them. He always used them to practice his newly learnt skills whenever they caused trouble. Mo Fan did not mind having such a dark mindset towards them. Mo Fan had seen the cruelty of the Black Vatican. He knew how vicious they were. He had lost so many people he respected and cared for at their hands. Mo Fan had to make himself cold and cruel to deal with people as evil as them. He thought of them as prey and enjoyed hunting them. You, especially a red cardinal, are great at patience, I have to say. If you hadn't exposed yourself, I believe no one would have thought that the guard of the Forbidden City would be the leader of the Black Vatican. I know that people from the Black Vatican don't look much different from ordinary people. You could have continued your ordinary life. You could live with dignity and compassion. Why be a beast? If they were the beast, then Mo Fan was the butcher. When Ying watched Mo Fan approach, he took a few steps back. He thought of taking Jiang as a hostage and taking advantage of it to kill him. Mo Fan was bloodthirsty when it came to the Black Vatican. He believed he could even kill the Red Cardinal if it came to that. His murderous intent was clear. Ying stared at Mo Fan and composed himself. Kill that pathetic person without his limbs, ordered Ying. When he turned to look at the Red Hunter Dirty Demon, he realized that Jiang was gone. A huge moth flew into the air carrying Jiang Yu. The healing scroll was gone, too. Mo Fan had taken both Jiang Yu and the healing scroll. The humiliation made Zhu Ying's face twitch. Mo Fan had stayed on standby. He had arrived there with Knight Rakshasa, but he did not act because he didn't want Jiang Yu killed and the healing scroll destroyed. He could only let Knight Rakshasa do its part to save its master's life. When the ghostly energy moon swords appeared, Knight Rakshasa was not intending to kill Zhu Ying. It was trying to steal the healing scroll. They had finally gotten it back. Now the killing could ensue. Chapter 2793. Clear up. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Do you think you can get out of this place? Look at Honolulu for yourself. The ocean demons had occupied this place for a long time. The ocean godly horde had given Zhu Ying the ability of the prophet of the ocean, so all the powerful ocean demons in Honolulu obeyed him. But he was still afraid, and he didn't know why. Zhu Ying's pupils began to change. A blue blood filled his eyeballs, making them appear strange. The whole city of Honolulu was in a frenzy. Countless fishmen generals appeared in the streets. They surrounded the city like a military parade, and the rare metal-like scales on their bodies flickered. The army of the hunter dirty demons climbed onto the building and used the whole city as their lair. The fishmen generals occupied the streets, while all the buildings were full of hunter dirty demons. The most conspicuous of them were the red hunter dirty demons. The smooth scales of their bodies create a strange illusion, making it difficult to judge their movement. The swordfish with the special hook kept appearing in the rainstorm. They kept increasing in numbers. It felt as if they could destroy the entire city if they slowly lowered themselves. Zhu Ying smiled at the scene. These people thought they could win because they had some stupid tricks up their sleeves, but they did not know that entire Hawaii was under the control of the ocean godly horde. The Emperor had control of it. All the rescue teams would die in the end, and so would Commander Hua. The sky thundered. Lightning bolts appeared in the rainstorm and connected to form a white, electrifying chain. The white lightning chains did not cover the clouds but hung down one after another. Their power was terrifying. They constantly generated lightning waves, which disintegrated the bodies of the swordfish. Among the dense lightning chains, there was a green shadow of a horse. It shuttled between clouds, heavy rain, lightning, and the swordfish. It messed up the formation of the fishes, forcing them to disperse and interrupting their destructive power. A big snake with poisonous fog slithered on the crushed street. The fishmen generals looked mighty, but they were no different from ants in front of the huge snake. When the snake breathed out, the poisonous fog penetrated the sky and the earth. It sent the fishmen generals flying and paralyzed their bodies. Many white lightning chains were hanging down from the sky like white vines. The paralyzed fishmen generals burned as the lightning touched them. With two totem beasts barring the way, the ocean demons could not get close to the building. The black totem snake seemed to understand Mo Fan's needs. It took the red hunter dirty demons and purple-haired female demon away and left the dilapidated building to just Mo Fan and Zhu Ying. I don't know whether I will win or lose this fight, but the protection from the two totems has given me enough time to kill you. The dark aura on Mo Fan's body grew stronger. Zhu Ying felt the ground turn to mush. He looked down to see that Mo Fan had set the dark swamp in this area. Zhu Ying had been too busy using his ability given by the ocean godly horde to call all demons that he had forgotten to pay attention to the invasion of black substance. He only realized it when it was up to his knees. The suppression power of Mo Fan's black substance was very strong. Zhu Ying tried to get rid of the substance. It would hamper his ability. There were flaws in the dark realm. Zhu Ying was a very experienced mage. He was a mage from the Forbidden City, which was one of the top magic associations in China. When he was just about to find the flaws in the dark realm, a large flame ignited into a flaming giant. Before Zhu Ying knew what was going on, he saw the divine fire surrounding Mo Fan. The flaming giant was Mo Fan, and the violent divine fire made him appear larger and powerful than he was. Zhu Ying moved. The ghostly energy spread to the surroundings. He could occupy any space where the ghostly energy spread. He wanted to avoid the flaming giant, but the flaming giant was still growing. The force of the collision spread to the city park and destroyed the entire building. Jiang did not even have time to hide before force hit him. He had mastered a type of light-controlling technique. Otherwise, he might have turned to ash like the streets and buildings around. He could not understand why a mage who had just advanced to super level could burst out so much terrifying power. The goddess Soul Shadow showed the most dazzling glow. Mo Fan was suspended mid-air in the sky above the city park that was burning. He stared at Jiang on the ground. Jiang was angry. The army of ocean demons and the two totem beasts were fighting. However, it was fairly empty where Jiang and Mo Fan were. It looked like a battlefield was deliberately cleared up by totem beasts for them to fight. Jiang was confused why Mo Fan was so confident in fighting him alone. He was Nan Shou of the Forbidden City, and his strength was second only to Bei Shou, deputy chief, and the chief himself. Even if no one knew him as the Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican, he was still at the top in all magical fields as Nan Shou. Mo Fan, on the other hand, was a young mage who didn't come from a powerful magical background. Jiang would be ashamed if he wasn't even able to defeat a fledgling mage like Mo Fan. "Your skills are not even comparable to me," Jiang roared. He raised a hand. The ghostly energy surged, and a terrifying ghostly energy moon sword taller than the signal tower appeared behind Mo Fan. Chapter 2794. Destruct and Trample. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Fan was suspended in the air, and the huge ghostly energy moon sword slashed at him. The ghostly energy moon sword chopped off all the large buildings within a radius of 1 kilometer in one fell swoop as Jiang waved it. It appeared as if 1,000 giant sharp blades slashed toward Mo Fan from every direction. The ghostly energy moon sword could even split the flames Mo Fan had spread in the surroundings. Mo Fan's figure was constantly flickering. Little Flame Belle had fully matured, and her understanding of space had reached a higher level. After Little Flame Belle merged with Mo Fan, he obtained her knowledge because of their merging of magic. Mo Fan was a space element mage. After possessing Little Flame Belle's understanding of space, he could use many skills that he previously was unaware of. There was only one ghostly energy moon sword. However, the spread of ghostly energy caused this to move quickly in a blur, giving off an impression that multiple swords were slashing at the target. Mo Fan used teleportation to dodge the attacks. But the ghostly energy moon sword followed Mo Fan and he could not get rid of it. Mo Fan did not care. He teleported to different spaces and appeared next to Jiang. The ghostly energy moon sword attacked, but Mo Fan did not move. He stood there and connected all the space nodes and formed a gorgeous silver compass. Mo Fan did not dodge this time, but Jiang did not dare let the ghostly energy moon sword attack. If he did, the sword would slash him along with Mo Fan. Space Compass, Axis of Death. With this little trick, Mo Fan completed the super-level magic of the space element. A dark red axis appeared. Mo Fan moved from Jiang's right to the left. The dark red axis hit Jiang's heart by connecting Mo Fan's afterimage like getting a thread through the eye of a needle. Jiang grimaced as he saw the compass formed by the space nodes. Jiang tried his best to move, but no matter how he changed his position and direction, the entire space compass's axis still aimed at him. Mo Fan had accurately measured the meridians on his body. It was the super-level magic of the space element. Even if Jiang knew how it worked, he could not avoid it. The silver compass Mo Fan created while using the teleportation of space element to dodge his ghostly energy moon sword surprised Jiang. The deadly red axis passed through Jiang's heart. In the beginning, only a small, pencil-sized hole appeared on his heart. Soon, many red dots appeared in the deadly meridians corresponding to the silver nodes of the space compass. It looked like small laser beams. Jiang's body was torn apart. The dark red axis of the compass cut through one of his eyeballs. Jiang was in disbelief seconds before he dropped dead. Mo Fan walked to Jiang's corpse. The divine fire did not dissipate even after Jiang's death. Mo Fan smiled. He closed his eyes for a while. When he opened his eyes, they had turned black like a bottomless abyss that could consume everything. It was Dragon Sense. It was the ability given to Mo Fan by the Black Dragon Soul. All the subtleties around him were immediately clear to him because of this ability. At fewer than 200 meters from Mo Fan, a trace of blue ghostly energy crawled on the dark swamp. Mo Fan knew what it was. He was skilled in dark magic and was a shadow element mage who knew how to use dark puppets. Those body parts were real. Mo Fan suspected that Ying had used a living person as his puppet and used puppet magic to replace him when it was critical. This trick could not deceive Mo Fan, especially his dragon sense. The thing that was crawling in the dark swamp was Ying. He was not dead. It was impossible to dodge the deadly axis of the space compass unless the person was powerful enough to destroy the space nodes. Ying knew this, so he did not defend or try to dodge it. He used the puppet magic to get away from the deadly axis of the space compass instead. Ying was clear-headed and cunning. After all, he was Nansho of the Forbidden City. The strengths of the four people could resist the attack of the huge army of the ocean demons and fight against the deep-sea lizard dragon demons. If Ying hadn't hidden his identity, it would have been difficult to break the team. If you like to hide in the ground, stay there permanently. Mo Fan suddenly jumped up, and a black light appeared on his feet. It was a pair of domineering black dragon boots. The boots turned Mo Fan into a mountain-sized black dragon as he jumped into the air. The black dragon flew into the air and trampled everything. Mo Fan still had divine fire encasing his body. So, the dragon was on fire. When it trampled its feet, the force was enough to make a city disappear. Bang! The kick was second only to that of the black dragon itself. Ying was so frightened his body became visible and he tried his best to withstand the trampling. But the black dragon was an emperor-level creature. Even though it had turned into a pair of boots, it could give Mo Fan an unparalleled destructive power if he had the dragon soul. The earth shook violently, and the city was shaking. Song Feiyao, the Black Phoenix, was in the air to block the swordfish with Green East Sea God's power. When she heard the loud noise, she glanced at Mo Fan and saw a terrifying pit in the city. It seemed like an emperor-level creature had arrived. Song Feiyao realized Mo Fan had not used all his power when he overthrew the Licheng Afterglow Island. Even without the 3 totems, Mo Fan was invincible. In the big pit, the bones of Ying trembled. He dragged himself with the strength of his upper body like a disabled beggar on the street. His face showed horror and he no longer had the confidence of Nansho or the Red Cardinal. I was going to use this kick only against a powerful ocean demon, but it's not a loss to use it on you. Mo Fan walked over with the black dragon boots. The power of the black dragon dissolved the objects he passed by. Mo Fan looked very much like the god of destruction usually seen in the ancient murals. Chapter 2795. Peep at Ying. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Fan grabbed Ying's face and stared at him closely. Ying felt the majestic power of the giant dragon emanating from Mo Fan. He never thought that Mo Fan could defeat him, and he could not believe that Mo Fan would have the blessing of the soul of the strongest creature in the world. The forbidden mags could not even make the giant dragon move, but it submitted to Mo Fan and obeyed his orders. With the power of the black dragon soul, most people could not win against him. Ying could not accept his defeat. He hid his identity and had waited for many years. In the end, he launched an attack as the Red Cardinal and sowed fear in everyone. The entire coastal area of China might have fallen to his glory. Compared to him, Salon was insignificant. But he had lost to Mo Fan. Could it be that he was the nemesis of the Black Vatican? It seems like not all Red Cardinals are as difficult to deal with as Salon. It's no wonder that you can only hide in a certain place and do such dirty, despicable, and ridiculous things, Mo Fan said disdainfully. Mo Fan's words hit a sore spot. He resented the mention of Salon the most. Salon was just a junior among all the Red Cardinals. She was insignificant. She acted like a vengeful madwoman and did not understand the true meaning of the Black Vatican. You haven't seen the underwater civilization of the ocean godly horde, so you don't know what you are about to face. You have no contact with the Supreme Pontiff and don't know what kind of a person he was, so you have no respect for the Black Vatican. Ying stared at Mo Fan with bloodshot eyes. Oh. Mo Fan raised his eyebrows. He looked at the dying person. It seems like you know quite a lot of things. It just so happens that I have a professional torturer here. Mo Fan summoned Apers. Apers was not very willing to show up because there were sea monsters everywhere. But she still had to obey Mo Fan. Moreover, she feared Mo Fan's strength. What do you want to know? Apers asked. Everything, said Mo Fan. I need a scope. Otherwise, the amount of information will be too large, and it will waste a lot of time, Apers complained. This guy's cultivation is not low. If he resists, I may be injured. Ask about the underwater civilization of the ocean godly horde first then, said Mo Fan. Apers nodded. Her eyes began to change. The golden-pink pupils expanded and turned into an orb with strange colors. Ying wanted to avoid Apers' gaze, but Medusa's mysterious and charming eyes attracted him. He could not look away. Apers was peeping at the memories of Ying. She was surprised to find that Ying did not resist her. There was no reason for such a person who had reached the top to be so vulnerable. Apers had become a smart snake-haired creature after many years of cultivation. She did not rashly break into Ying's spiritual world but created an illusion. Ying mistakenly believed she had entered his spiritual world and stolen his memory. Something is wrong. Apers let out a cry. She took a few steps back. Her golden-pink eyes became more vigilant, as if something had provoked her. Apers' face turned red, and her body radiated the coldness of a snake. What's wrong? Mo Fan asked. If Ying was playing some trick, he would kill him. He still has some vicious tricks. I think he wants to use them to attack you. Ying's face turned green and transparent, and the blood vessels on his face were visible. Through the green skin, they could see blue blood flowing in the blood vessels. His eyes were fierce and vicious. Can you take care of it? Mo Fan took a few steps back. Ying appeared strange. He was trying to fight back before he died. There are other weird things connected to his brain. I have to brainwash him first. Apers said. Mind control. Apers believed there was no ability in the world that could compare with Medusa's. She would challenge this mysterious creature from the ocean. Don't be merciful. Be as cruel as you can. Apers needed no encouragement. She was already torturing him. Mental torment was far more intense than physical torment, as time often stretched to eternity in the spiritual world. Even a slight pain would continue to magnify. Apers constantly imposed multiple nightmares in the mind of Ying. His nightmares repeatedly exposed him to the things he feared most until he had a complete breakdown. Mo Fan watched the changes in Ying's face. He sweated, twitched, and shouted. Finally, he burst into tears and lost his willpower. How is it? Mo Fan looked around and found that the army of ocean demons was approaching them again. He's still pretending, so we can't be in a hurry, Apers said. Ying had outstanding endurance. Although Apers had destroyed his psychological defense, his inner defense was rapidly rebuilding. It was a relatively rare phenomenon that Apers encountered. When she destroyed the psychological defenses of ordinary people, it took months or even years to recover. But Ying's willpower was rebuilding quickly. The Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican was no ordinary person, after all. Ah! Suddenly, Apers screamed. She seemed to have seen something terrifying and withdrew from Ying's mind. Mo Fan did not know what had happened. He held her close and glared at Ying. Ying's body twitched violently. Blood gushed out of his eyes, nose, lips, and ears. He looked gruesome. Chapter 2796. I Parasite. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Red Cardinal, Ying, was on the verge of death. He fell to his knees, and blood gushed out even more. Blood was oozing from his pores. His blood was not the typical red color. There was a strange green tinge to his blood, like something remnant of chemical tests for pharmaceutical drugs. Ying's body tightened and shrank. He bled all over the ground, and he fell in his own puddle of blood. His body emitted an unpleasant odor. Mo Fan found it very strange and asked Apers about it. But Apers' golden eyes registered only confusion. Mo Fan noticed something in her pupils when he looked at her. It looked like a demonic bug kept inside a crystal ball. It was alive. It was scurrying to hide as though it did not want to draw attention to itself. It hid in the depths of her eyes. Mo Fan was caught by surprise. Apers almost closed her eyes. "Don't close your eyes. There's something in them," yelled Mo Fan. Apers panicked. She had not recovered from her previous shock. But she trusted Mo Fan. She opened her eyes wide. She was scared but determined. "I don't know what that is. But it's not good. Do you have a way to get rid of it?" Mo Fan was anxious. "What do you think?" Apers retorted. Mo Fan sighed. He could not think of a way to solve the problem at hand. There's something more terrifying than the Mastermind. I saw its back. It almost trapped my mind there. I would have died if I hadn't escaped fast, Apers said, still shaken from the encounter. Mo Fan did not understand what exactly had happened. Wasn't Apers searching through Ying's memory? How did she run into a terrifying silhouette and nearly lose her life? It could be some sort of curse or a supreme demonic spell. Its demonic body can draw all living things that look at it into its mental trap. Luckily, I only saw its back. If I had looked into its eyes, my mind could have been trapped inside there forever, said Apers. What will happen to you if your mind is trapped like that? Mo Fan asked. I'll go into a coma, said Apers. How could there be such a bizarre demonic power? How could one's soul be sucked away the moment they saw someone else's back through other people's memory, thought Mo Fan. Apers was a Medusa. She was the young Medusa queen with relatively pure blood of her species. People usually died when they looked into her eyes instead of the other way around. Is it related to the ocean godly horde? Asked Mo Fan. Yes. It has a strong mental connection with the godly horde prophets. Their connection is strange but stronger than the connection you have with your contracted beast. Apers calmed down and recalled what she had seen. Ying had used his manipulation ability that was similar to the godly horde prophet. Meanwhile, Apers had noticed another living thing that had a strong mental connection with Ying. Could it be that the godly horde prophets were not the actual commander of the ocean demons, but they were just one of the pawns whose minds had been manipulated just like the other ocean demons, reasoned Mo Fan. What was the creature Apers had seen? What was that bizarre thing in her eyes? Mo Fan was certain he had seen something. It wasn't just his imagination. Could it be some sort of mental parasite? Ying was dead. When Apers searched his mind, the mental parasite hidden in his eyeballs had taken advantage of the opportunity and burrowed into her eyes. If that was the case... Mo Fan was deep in thought when he felt something buzz in his mind. It felt as though he had hit his head on a wall. The pain was excruciating. It felt as if his skull would crack open. Apers! Mo Fan cried as he held his head. Apers held him up. She had sensed something strange when she had looked into his eyes. *T. Something is attacking you through our contracted mind connection. Apers cried out. Quick! Figure something out. It hurts. Mo Fan was in so much pain that he found it hard to speak. It had to be the mental parasite. It had failed to control Apers, so it took advantage of the psychic connection that they both shared. Hold on, I'll dig it out, said Apers. When the mental parasite hid itself, it was difficult to find, but once it attacked, it was easy for her to get its location. It appeared that the parasite was the same as the one that had shown up in Apers' eyes. It attempted to kill Mo Fan using Apers' Medusa gaze. Apers could die if Mo Fan was killed because of their contracted soul connection. The mental parasite was wicked. If they didn't kill it, both would be dead. This was Mo Fan's first time facing such a terrifying and demonic mental attack. He summoned his Black Dragon helmet. The Black Dragon's deterrent power was strong. Mo Fan's mental power was strengthened and almost reached the 9th realm. He felt better. The mental parasite was not intimidated. But when it realized that it only encountered a wall so strong as if made of bricks, it tried to retreat. But Aper's murderous intent was clear. The mental parasite was, after all, a parasite. The moment Apers located it, it was destined to die. Mo Fan and Apers worked together to stop it and killed the strange mental parasite in between the mental bridge. Mo Fan regained his senses. The pain was gone, but his body was drenched in cold sweat. Apers breathed out a sigh of relief. She thought she had escaped from the mysterious figure that had almost captured her soul. But the mental parasite had turned out to be the real culprit. It was only then that Apers felt that she had truly broken herself free of that evil demonic shadow. Chapter 2797. The Mastermind Behind the Scene, the Black Claw Emperor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Fan stared at Apers, and she returned his gaze. They made sure nothing was amiss. What exactly was that thing? What was that evil demonic shadow that you encountered? Asked Mo Fan. He felt fear. The godly horde prophets manipulate the ocean demon troop of the Pacific Ocean. At the same time, the godly horde prophets are under another ocean creature's manipulation. I believe the ocean demons are controlled by a well-defined mental network. The evil demonic shadow is the brains of the ocean godly horde, said Apers. Hearing Apers' words sent a chill down his spine. It was no wonder most countries on the coasts had been attacked by the ocean demons. With such a supreme ocean godly horde as the brains of the ocean demons to control the entire Pacific Ocean, the ocean demons could eat up the remaining 30% of the dry lands and trap the world under the bottomless ocean. The brains of the ocean godly horde and the godly horde prophets communicate through psychic connection much like humans and their contracted beasts. The godly horde prophets control the ocean demon troop with their powerful demonic spells. As a result, the ocean demon's kingdom at the Pacific Ocean becomes organized. They have a clear goal. It was only then that Mo Fan truly understood how terrifying the ocean demon civilization really was. They did not rule the ocean demons. Even if the cleverest ruler were given to rule the vast ocean creatures, there would still be a split among themselves, including internal wars and different goals. However, controlling their minds eradicated all these problems. Even humans failed to achieve such cohesiveness. They were forced to unite during crisis and oppression. However, their unity wasn't as strong as the ocean demon's unanimity. Mo Dan understood why Commander Hua was worried. The moment the evil demonic shadow captured sufficient information, the ocean demons would attack on a large scale. There was a rumble. The earth shook violently. The mountains and rivers were growing and expanding. The sea level retreated, revealing a large area of land. The beach stretched for dozens of kilometers. The ocean that was originally visible seemed to have been sucked by a powerful force and drawn further away from the island. The mountains towered. The earthquake grew stronger in intensity. It shook so violently that the buildings began to crack and fall. The green East Sea god sensed something. It hovered above Mo Fan and Apers, and continued to crow. Meanwhile, the moon moth phoenix took Jiang Yu and Night Rakshasa to reunite with Panglai. Mo Fan stayed where he was, stalling for time, so that Jiang Yu and Night Rakshasa had enough time to reach safety. He had obtained the healing scroll and space bracelet. He had to find Commander Hua. Mo Fan had no idea what caused the violent earthquake. But he sensed that a great disaster was about to unfold. Let's go! Mo Fan and Apers hopped onto the green East Sea god's back. The black totem snake swung its tail. Its scales transformed into many small green snakes. The glowing green snakes swarmed the ocean demons that charged toward them in a frenzy and bit them to death. The ocean demons' carcasses piled up. Big guy, hurry up. Mo Fan took out the totem orb and called back the black totem snake. The black totem snake had been wounded in battle. Fortunately, it could heal rapidly. If it recuperated inside the totem orb, it could restore its power soon. The black totem snake fought to prevent the ocean demons from getting close to it. It was a supreme ruler, and it demonstrated its terrifying and majestic aura in the middle of the ocean demon army. Mo Fan sensed that the black totem snake had grown stronger compared to when he first saw it at Hangzhou. It no longer glowed in a demonic aura. Instead, it radiated a divine and holy green glow. How's the situation now? Mo Fan asked Song Feiyao. The island is rising again. It seems that there's a powerful force suppressing the entire island. Look! Song Feiyao pointed. The green East Sea was the fastest flying creature in the sky. If it fought the Feather Crown at the Feather Demon Heaven, the Silver Sky Ruler would not even exist. The Stingray and Swordfish legions attempted to break themselves free from the terrifying earthquake, only to disintegrate into beads of blood in midair, like blood roses blooming everywhere. Mo Fan looked down. The mountains rose slowly. The frightening cracks were clearly visible. They stretched across the mountains, forests, beaches, and cities of Hawaii. They reached up to thousands of meters high in the air. Mo Fan could not see where they ended. The green East Sea god let out a panicked cry. It had been flying high steadily and rapidly. But now it began to shake as if it could fall. Mo Fan felt an inexplicable pressure. He felt as if the sky had darkened suddenly. A dark, demonic figure stood on the edge of the gloomy sky. Its claws stretched out like a black cloud that could cover a large mountain. Mo Fan's heart almost stopped beating when he encountered such a terrifying threat. This was not Mo Fan's first time witnessing such enormous demonic claws. When he was at Pudong Coast, the same frightening claws had killed 3 Apex-grade mags. It was the Mastermind, the Black Claw Emperor. It had finally showed up. The entire island was in catastrophe because of its violent arrival. Even a solid steel fortress would collapse under such a tremendous earthquake, let alone humans. It was pointless to fight such a terrifying force. The Black Claw Emperor was as strong as the Black Dragon Emperor. It could kill them in the blink of an eye. Mo Fan, get behind me, said a firm voice. Mo Fan felt a vibration in the space before him. A man in a military coat appeared next to him. He had black hair and black beard. He had pure black eyes. He looked calm and resolute even in the face of the Black Claw Emperor. Chapter 2798. Mirage Dragon King and Mother. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Stand behind me. It had been so long since someone had ordered Mo Fan around. He remembered that when he was at his weakest and despairing moment, someone with a similar aura and silhouette had said the same to him in the past. The person had broad shoulders and confident posture. Even though he was alone, he possessed such an intimidating aura. Mo Fan suggested the panicked green East Sea god to retreat behind the person. Are you severely wounded? I have the healing scroll with me, Mo Fan said in concern. It was obvious that they could not immediately activate the healing scroll. Commander Hua would not be able to recover instantly. It was not too late to flee. Judging from the Black Claw Emperor's aura, it did not look as powerful as it was when it appeared at the Pudong Coast. It meant that it was severely wounded, too. Both Commander Hua and the Black Claw Emperor were at their weakest. Its injury is more serious than mine. The Ocean Demon Army is its only leverage, said Commander Hua. With Commander Hua standing before Mo Fan, he felt that the Black Claw Emperor's demonic aura was no longer as intense as before. Mo Fan wondered if it was due to his own psychological state, or if it was because Commander Hua radiated an even more imposing aura as befit a forbidden mage. You are here. I'm no longer isolated and helpless, said Commander Hua. The scroll. Keep it with you. It has done its part to expose the Black Claw Emperor. Commander Hua said firmly. Commander Hua didn't look like an injured man to Mo Fan at that moment. He was, after all, attempting to confront the Black Claw Emperor in midair. He did not show the slightest bit of fear. The Black Claw Emperor had wanted to destroy Moth and the Green East Sea God with its claws. But when it saw Commander Hua, it pulled its claws away and was more vigilant. Were the rumors untrue, thought Moth. Commander Hua's injury might not be as serious as they had thought. He had been waiting for an opportunity. Commander Hua had waited for an opportunity when the Black Claw Emperor could no longer hold itself back so that he could kill it in a single move. Moth was confused. Was this all a game between Commander Hua and the Black Claw Emperor? Under Commander Hua's protection, the Green East Sea God flew away from the Black Claw Emperor's territory. Commander Hua's imposing aura prevailed against the Black Claw Emperor's intense demonic aura. He's very strong. Song Feiyao stared at Commander Hua in amazement. His imposing aura contradicted the Licheng Afterglow Islander's arrogance. Commander Hua was so powerful that he could trample the vast ocean demon army like ants under his feet. None of them were a match for him. Commander Hua had his eyes only on the Black Claw Emperor. The Black Claw Emperor was furious. It hated being a target of that puny human. It would be a great humiliation if the human escaped again. The Black Claw Emperor had no way to retreat. So, it decided to set off a violent tsunami. The giant tidal waves were made up of dense sea ants. Moth turned to the sea and tidal waves to see that they were actually Dragon King ants. The Dragon King ants were black in color. They looked ferocious and hideous. Countless black Dragon King ants gushed out of the Black Claw Emperor. The tidal waves reached high up in the sky and devoured the cloud line, as if they were gnawing the other side of the world furiously. The Green East Sea God flew at lightning speed. Still, it could not break itself free from the Black Dragon King ant's gnaws, like a small seagull that could not break itself free from the storm in midair. Where Commander Hua stood was the boundary. The raging tidal waves made up of Dragon King ants devoured and destroyed everything, but they disintegrated before Commander Hua. Commander Hua was surrounded by a white light that shone faintly like the morning sun. The white light gradually dispelled the darkness. The white light spread and formed into a cross. It looked like a white arrow embedded on a gigantic crossbow from afar. Heavenly Light Crossbow. The Heavenly Light Crossbow cut through everything like a blazing white sun. The tidal waves made up of Dragon King ants were burned to ashes. The Black Claw Emperor's appearance was slowly peeling off. It was a Mirage Dragon King ant mother. Its dark body covering the forest was not its true body. It was made up of dense Dragon King ants with black armors. It was a gigantic and movable nest fortress made up of Dragon King ants. When the Mirage Dragon King ant mother crawled forward, the entire Dragon King and gigantic nest fortress moved forward with it. When the Mirage Dragon King ant mother stretched out its black claws were made up of destructive Dragon King ants. When they smashed at their target, the Dragon King ants would scatter into countless ants before returning to the Mirage Dragon King ant mother along the sea water. If it had not been for Commander Hua's Heavenly Light Crossbow cutting through the black tidal waves with a majestic ferocity, they would not have seen the Black Claw Emperor's true form. Moth left the terrifying battlefield, but could not forget what he saw. Dragon King ants. Moth remembered when they were at Emperor Qin Island, Commander Hua had once confronted the same creature. Commander Hua told Moth that if he wanted to kill a true Emperor-level ocean demon, he had to gauge its strength, find its weakness, and develop a detailed plan of offense. Moth thought Commander Hua had been gauging its strength all this while exposing himself to danger. But looking closely, he realized that Commander Hua was already past that. He was executing his plan for killing the enormous creature. Commander Hua used himself as bait and went into the depth of the island alone. The Black Claw Emperor was eager to kill him. Even though it was severely wounded, it took the risk to expose itself. To Commander Hua, this was the perfect moment for the kill. This was a fight-to-death confrontation. Only one would survive. So, this was Commander Hua's true plan. Moth. The Moon Moth Phoenix flew to them. It brought Panglai, Jiang, and Knight Rakshasa along with it. The two humans and the cat were severely wounded. They were exhausted and weak. They could fall at any time. The healing scroll for Mo Fan attempted to open the space bracelet that had been sealed with the forbidden system. He wanted to take the scroll out. Sad to say, we don't have a powerful healing master in the country that can heal a great forbidden mage within a short period of time. The healing scroll is not really that helpful to Commander Hua, Panglai said sadly. So, is this healing scroll part of the plan, too? Mo Fan asked. They had sacrificed many royal mags, they had paid a heavy price. Panglai shook his head. The royal mags had made their choice. They had wanted to help Commander Hua. Even though the healing effect was weak, it could help a little. Panglai held strong to his belief when he delivered the healing scroll. He had never thought this would lure the Black Claw Emperor to reveal itself. Chapter 2799. Termite Guard. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Black Dragon King ants continued to fall and formed huge mountains. When Commander Hua's powerful heavenly light crossbow penetrated the Mirage Dragon King and Mother's abdomen, a scorching hole appeared. Dark blood gushed out of the Mirage Dragon King and Mother's wound. Mo Fan thought Commander Hua's single blow had wounded it very badly. But to his horror, he saw that the Black Dragon King ant sucked its blood frantically and closed up the wound. The Mirage Dragon King and Mother grew even larger and stronger than before. The mountains made up of Black Dragon Ant Kings surrounded the Mirage Dragon King and Mother and formed its body, claws and skull. The fortress made of ants collapsed and transformed into a golden black enormous Ant King beast. It then began to move and trample everything in its path. The golden black enormous Ant King beast charged at Commander Hua. Its outer shell was harder than iron and steel. It transformed into a war machine. Its enormous body made it look like a moving fortress. It could also move swiftly and ferociously like a beast. The island collapsed. Huge cracks appeared on the ground. The lava began to erupt. The island continued to explode and shatter in pieces. Soon, it would completely drown. The destructive was from the Emperor-level ocean demon. Its destructive power was measured not by the number of people it could kill, but by how much of the land it could drown. Commander Hua did not glow in a very bright light. The Great Forbidden Mage was different from what one assumed him to be. Judging from the forbidden curse he had cast, most people would assume him to glow bright like a blazing sun. However, he floated in mid-air. He looked calm and collected while radiating a murderous intent. Mo Fan saw his posture and movement from afar. Commander Hua looked as tiny as a grain of sand in front of the golden black Mirage Dragon King and Mother. However, when he raised his hands and cast the forbidden curse, his dim figure seemed to have broken through the shackles of this world. "Is it burning?" asked Mo Fan. He sensed something. Void white flame. That's one of Commander Hua's strongest skills. Panglai explained to Mo Fan. But the flame was not visible to the naked eyes. Commander Hua cast void white flame. The golden black Dragon King ants were burning. The mountains made up of Dragon King ants suffered a devastating blow. However, Mo Fan could not see anything. The void white flame continued to burn the Ant King beast. Suddenly, Commander Hua vanished from his place. The next moment, Mo Fan noticed a white light in the middle of the black dragon ants. The light was not very bright. But the Black Dragon King ants could not cover even that amount of glow. Mo Fan saw the magical glow from afar. But he could not quite determine what magical power they were. Commander Hua was killing the Mirage Dragon and King Mother. When Mo Fan and Song Feia first arrived at Hawaii, they had assumed that the reason the mountains at Hawaii grew was due to the earth plane extrusion. That was partly true. But mostly it was because Hawaii was filled with the Black Dragon King ants. They hid within the rocks, mountains, surface of the land, and underneath the ground. They had lifted the island with their sheer number. When the Mirage Dragon King and Mother appeared, the earth shook violently and cracked because the Black Dragon King ants broke through the ground. The rest of the island sank while the mountains grew rapidly because the Black Dragon King ants were piling up. Commander Hua was aware that he could not possibly kill all the Dragon King ants. But he had to stop them from gathering together on a large scale to prevent them from destroying humans by the coast. The only way was to kill the aggressive Mirage Dragon King and Mother. The Dragon King ants would never vanish. Even if he killed the Mirage Dragon King and Mother, the ants would reproduce rapidly and give birth to another ant mother again. But it would stall for time and allow the humans to fortify their defenses. Maybe they could even come up with more powerful mags to fight for them. Commander Hua killed the Dragon King ants before him with his Void White Flame. However, there were many other hills made up of Dragon King ants, but at least they were severely wounded. The Mirage Dragon King and Mother had lost a great number of her personal guards. In the previous battle, Commander Hua had lost many of his subordinates before they successfully killed all the Termite guards. The Termite guard served as the Mirage Dragon King and Mother's life-preserving charm. They were a part of the Dragon King ant species that were difficult to reproduce quickly. But they served as a protective layer for the Mirage Dragon King and Mother. Even though Commander Hua was wounded, he insisted on killing the Mirage Dragon King and Mother because if the Termite guard returned and surrounded it, it would be impossible to subdue. Mo Fan, the Royal Mags, and the rest of the rescue team had played crucial roles in this mission. If the 8-headed Serpent, Stingray King, Swordfish Chief, and Deep-Sea Dragon Lizard Demons had found Commander Hua first, he would have been too exhausted to fight. The Mirage Dragon King and Mother would have taken advantage of his exhaustion and killed him. The Mirage Dragon King and Mother could not hold back its killing instinct despite being severely wounded. While Commander Hua was entirely confident of killing it. Without its Termite guard, the Mirage Dragon King and Mother would undoubtedly be killed this time. The Black Mountains grew higher. They moved in a disturbing manner. Yet Commander Hua had no intention of retreating. The mountains made up of seemingly endless Black Dragon King ants had devoured half of the island. Killing it required more than just courage. But Mo Fan could do nothing to help. If the Black Dragon King ants attacked the Black Totem Snake, there would not be any remains of the Black Totem Snake, not even its bones. This was another epic battle. Mo Fan did not know about the previous battle. All he knew was he had been involved in it by accident. Mo Fan seldom prayed to God. However, this time, he instinctively closed his eyes. Chapter 2800. Killing the Emperor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. If Commander Hua dies, the coastline will be wiped out, right? Jiang Yu stared at the frightening terrain filled with darkness. Pang Lai, too, was staring at the darkness that was entirely filled with the Black Dragon King ants. If the Black Claw Emperor dies, the east coastline is safe, right? Asked Song Feiyao. The sight before them was too shocking to behold. Even though they had achieved super level in their cultivation, their power was insignificant compared to the battle that was raging now. They were like a small canoe in the middle of a rainstorm. Pang Lai shook his head. He did not answer Jiang Yu's question. His silence was answer enough. If Commander Hua died, the east coastline could not last for long. Not many forbidden mags could unleash the perfect forbidden curse like Commander Hua. He fought the Emperor-level Ocean Demon on his own. No one was capable of fighting their way into the Pacific Ocean and killing the leader of the Ocean Demon like Commander Hua. Commander Hua was not only the soul of the Battle Mage, but he was also the country's pillar. Without him, they would lose a leader who brought them hope in the middle of such a chaotic environment. Losing Commander Hua meant the mags would lose their soul. How could a team of soulless mags fight the Ocean Demon army that were many times stronger than they were? Pang Lai shook his head. He disagreed with Song Feiyao. There was more than one Emperor-level Ocean Demon on the east coastline. It was clear that the Black Claw Emperor was not the main culprit behind the Ocean Demon attack. Which Emperor-level Ocean Demon had started the war? Which Emperor-level Ocean Demon had manipulated all the Emperor-level Ocean Demon in the Pacific Ocean? All of these remained a mystery. The only thing that was of certainty was that the Emperor-level Ocean Demon which had started the ocean battle was as powerful as the South Emperor. Although Commander Hua had taken a huge risk, it would not improve the situation by very much. The east coastline would still be in crisis. Many hordes, kingdoms, and Emperor-level Ocean Demons had yet to reveal themselves. The Mirage Dragon King and Mother was just one of the many. They had gained victory and weakened the ocean demon force. Still, they had only preserved 20,000 kilometers of the coastline seawall protection plan that was under Xiao Zhang's ruling in the past. The gnawing Dragon King ants in transparent form under the Mirage Dragon King and Mother's command could easily turn a building into powder with their strength. Humans were at a disadvantage right from the beginning. All Commander Hua could do was to slightly even the odds. He tried to offer some hope and a fighting chance to the humans. But there was still a very long way to go. Mo Fan closed his eyes. He prayed in his heart. When he opened them, he was greeted by the sight of endless Dragon King ants. After Commander Hua ambushed them, the sky around that area turned black. The mountains, rivers, lands, and blue sky disappeared out of sight. The Black Dragon King and army sometimes resembled a great rainstorm, other times they resembled huge mountains. They were all black and made one's skin tingle. Mo Fan noticed a trace of substance that did not belong to the Dragon King ant's demonic aura. The substance was a sort of powerful burning power. Yet the flame was not visible to the eyes. A faint white light cut through the dark sky like a meteor. It flew towards Mo Fan and the rest of the group. There was a change in the Dragon King ants. They seemed to have been stirred up by something. They formed a whirlpool. The Dragon King and whirlpool attempted to devour the faint white light. But the white light slowed down the terrifying pulling force. The white meteor slowly moved forward. Time seemed to have slowed down. Mo Fan was anxious. He knew it was Commander Hua. He was trying to break free from the Dragon King ant's whirlpool. "Don't," said Panglai to Mo Fan, stopping him from rushing to help. "Trust him." That was not an ordinary ocean demon. Even if Mo Fan brought along the 3 greatest totem beasts, all of them would be swallowed by the Black Dragon King ants. Their rescue mission would have been in vain. Therefore, Mo Fan stood there and watched them. He wished he could cast a downpour of fire meteors from the sky and wipe out all the disgusting Black Dragon King ants. However, without the help of demon element magical power, Mo Fan could not do much with his fire magical power. He escaped. Jiang Yu cried out in delight. Meow! The beam of white meteor slowed and broke free of the whirlpool made up of Black Dragon King ants. The familiar figure grew closer to them. When the white meteor arrived before Mo Fan and his group, his clothes were unkempt, and he was wounded. He looked like someone who had barely survived the encounter. However, his eyes still shone with brilliance. Even wounded, he looked as powerful and majestic as before. "What's the escape plan?" "I'll have to listen to all of your arrangements," Commander Hua blurted out. Zhong Xiao, who used to burrow into the tunnel under the river. "The ocean demons have abandoned it." "We can go back to Bo see through it," Mo Fan said. Commander Hua nodded. "Okay." "Commander Hua, how is the Black Claw Emperor?" "It's dead." Commander Hua smiled proudly at them. The crowd was shocked and happy. Commander Hua had killed the Black Claw Emperor. It had made Bo Sea dangerous and killed many apex-grade mags on the east coastline. It had finally died. Mo Fan still remembered the fear he felt when it attacked Magic City with its monstrous claws, as if slapping and awakening to powerful mags from their dreams. Finally, the enormous ghostly spirit which had loomed over the east coastline and other base cities had died. Mo Fan felt inexplicably happy. It meant the Supreme Emperor-level ocean demon could be defeated, provided they were as powerful as Commander Hua. Mo Fan's plan was a success. There was no trace of the Dragon King ants under the abandoned sea tunnel, including the transparent Dragon King ants. The Black Dragon King and army did not continue to chase after them. Unlike the other ocean demons, the moment the Dragon King ants lost their ant mother, they were crippled. What mattered most to those creatures was to appoint a new ant mother rather than to follow them for revenge.